Jumpmaster Press presents The Quick and the Undead, Book 1 of The 608 Star by Will Neely, read by Rick McVey. Part 1. The Message. Prologue. Texas, 1870. You'll need to remember this fact. The past never really dies. You might knock it 6 feet under and walk away, but sooner or later, your individual history will claw itself right out of the ground and come shambling after you, like a revenant raised by some chucklehead dead wrangler with more brains than sense. Of course, it's easy to spot a revenant coming most times, but your past, not so much. It catches you out in all manner of sneaky ways. A chance glimpse of a creek, like the one where you grew up, the scent of corn pone baking somewhere nearby, or maybe in unexpectedly running into an old friend. For me, the past came calling in the shape of a letter. Madigan, I need you. Find me at the township of Bone Creek in North Texas. Bartholomew. When I first saw that signature, I just stared at it for maybe half a minute. I hadn't heard from my old mentor in some number of years. What the devil does he need me for? I read the brief note over again. I need you. Bartholomew had helped me out of trouble more times than I could count. I folded up the letter and stuck it in my shirt pocket. Looked like I was headed to Bone Creek, wherever that was. 1. I rode into town a shade past noon, my wide-brimmed hat shielding my eyes from the sun. Pulling on the reins, I absently patted my roan and surveyed the main street. Bone Creek could have been any of 100 little townships scattered across the West. A saloon, a restaurant, and a general store stood adjacent to each other along one side, while a boarding house, smithy, and hostelry faced them from the other. The buildings lined both sides of the dusty street, their painted wooden facades looming over the boardwalk. Down at the far end lay the sheriff's office. I could tell, without looking twice, it also doubled as the town lockup. I wasn't accustomed to getting much attention from passers-by. Strangers are simply a normal part of any western town, and it's not unusual for an unfamiliar face to come blowing in and out and never drift past again. Not to mention, I'm not that much to look at, rightly speaking. Dark hair, all of 6 feet tall and 180 pounds in my stocking feet. And while I'll be the first to admit that I'm not a handsome bloke, I'd like to think I'm not especially ugly either. In short, I looked no better or worse than any other cowhand, miner, or gunslinger you might run across. What I'm trying to get across is this. When I rode into Bone Creek, it felt unusual and a mite unnerving to be on the receiving end of a bevy of suspicious looks. From the folks strolling up the boardwalk to those sitting outside in the shade in a vain attempt to keep cool, eyes watched me with distrust and a fair bit of hostility. It put me off a touch, as I'm not much used to any attention, especially the sort that seems like it would happily run me out or string me up as soon as look at me. Of course, the dead body tied across my horse probably had something to do with all that. My roan stomped with impatience, ready to quit lugging me and the other dead weight around. I nudged him toward the jailhouse, doing my level best to ignore the looks of suspicion and outrage aimed my way. I dismounted in front of the sheriff's office and stepped up through the front door. The smell of stale cigarettes hung in the air. A battered desk sat square in the middle of the room facing the door. A couple of cells filled the back half of the brick structure, both of them sitting open. There wasn't a soul inside. "Hello?" I called, feeling a bit foolish. No one answered. I frowned and went back outside to find a man bent down next to my horse, examining the body. He straightened up as I approached and fixed me with a speculative eye. He wore a black vest over a white shirt and carried a leather-bound book at his side. I'd have wagered that his face could be kindly, but at the moment his expression was nothing but cool. "Howdy, stranger. You mind explaining this to me?" It wasn't necessarily a challenge, but blamed if something in me didn't take it as such. "I think I should explain it to the local sheriff first off, don't you?" I answered. "Unless you're him." He looked at me for another moment, shook his head, and backed off. "Fair enough. You might try down at the saloon." He jerked a thumb back down the street and stood back, watching intently after me while I led my roan in the direction he had indicated. Once I reached the watering trough by the saloon, I paused to let the poor animal get a drink while I rubbed him down with a bit of hay. "No telling how long this'll take, boy. No reason you should suffer," I muttered. His coat glistened with sweat. Brown and white gave way to a single odd streak of black on one shoulder, which is why I called him Char. I finished up and turned toward the nearest sign, swinging back and forth in the slight breeze in front of the saloon. Fingers, with an apostrophe S. I just looked at it for a few seconds. "Well," I remarked, "that there is either an error in punctuation or a plumb unfortunate name. Personally, I'd bet on the former, but truth to tell, I wished it was the other. I felt like it would have added a little more whimsy to what one might call the unrelenting hardness of the world." The saloon doors swung shut behind me, and I stood there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the room. It was empty inside, and the barkeep gave me a friendly smile. "Howdy, stranger. Welcome to Fingers. What'll it be?" I tipped my head. "Howdy. Is the sheriff around?" The barkeep shook his head. "He had to ride out this morning, but I judge he'll be back any minute now. You want to sit a spell?" I didn't, not really, but I couldn't come up with a better course of action at the moment. Maybe I could at least get a lead on Bartholomew while I waited here. "Sure." I walked up to the bar, and he grinned even wider at me. "That's more like it. What can I get you?" I thought for a second. "Whiskey, and maybe some directions." "That'll be 1 bit for the whiskey." Though completely bald, he'd grown out a curly mustache fit to make up for what he lacked up top. His smile never let up as he hauled out a jug and filled up a small glass. "The directions are on the house." He tipped me a wink like he was trying just a mite too hard to be personable. "Obliged." I dropped a quarter on the bar. "I'm hunting a man named Bartholomew Evers. He sent me a message, said he'd be here. You know him?" He shook his head, mystified. "Can't say as I do. You might check with the sheriff whenever he gets back." It looked like I couldn't do anything at all without the lawman. "I'll do that, thanks." I put my glass down, and right about then I heard shouting from outside. The bartender looked up. Wonder what that's all about." He grabbed a brown bowler cap, moved out from behind the bar, and headed toward the door. I held my tongue and followed him, though I had a sneaking suspicion as to what I'd find. I wish I'd been wrong. When I walked out the doors, I saw a knot of men clustered around my horse. "That's him, all right," one of them said. He leaned over to check the roan's flank. "Flying CM brand. Whose horse is this?" I took a deep breath. "Mine." The men turned to face me. My stomach tightened a bit as they sort of spread out from each other. There were 4 of them altogether, and just one of me. Those odds were too close to even for my taste. "Hombre," said the same man through his handlebar mustache, "you mind telling me why our friend's body is tied to your horse?" 4 pairs of grim eyes awaited my answer. I guessed I wouldn't be able to defer the conversation this time around. "I don't mind at all," I said. "I found him lying close by a waterhole a little over a mile from town. I ain't a great shakes at reading sign, but judging by the tracks, he could have been dry-gulched from close up." I nodded at the corpse. "You'll notice his gun is still tied down. Whoever did for him, I'll lay it was somebody he trusted." A chorus of mutters greeted my observation. "Might be," another one spoke up. "Or maybe you killed him and you're trying to cover your trail." Those words came from a tall, skinny fella with narrow lips and a bright red bandana tied around his neck. I gritted my teeth and faced him down, taking notice of the way his hand drifted near his gun belt and how his boots, splattered with red mud, shifted in the dust. "Mister, I don't know you from Adam, but you have got to be stupid if you think I'd kill a stranger just to haul his body into town." I glared at him. "I'm not sure what's riding you, but if you're looking for trouble, just call the tune." My right hand hovered over my 6-shooter. I readied myself to channel energy, feeling the gun start to respond. My palm prickled, a sensation akin to pins and needles. I spared a glance for the other 3 men. Thankfully, none of them seemed inclined to slap iron. That would have gotten messier than I preferred. I likely would have killed or crippled him, but at that moment a voice broke in. "Pierce, what's going on here?" A tall man on a dark horse trotted up, his black coattails waving in the wind. A young boy sat in front of him. The man handed the lad down to one of the other cowhands, dismounted, and strode toward us. "What's the meaning of this?"
"Nothing much, boss," the skinny man coolly replied. "This stranger came riding into town with Gary's body and didn't take too kindly to us asking questions."
"Gary's body, eh?" The man in black fixed Pierce with a hard stare, then transferred it to me. "You care to explain this, friend? Gary Gleason was a good man." "Like I told these gents, I found him by the waterhole near the trail. I figured bringing him in was the right thing to do. It's fine welcome your bunch has for a good Samaritan, I should add." I spat, never taking my eyes off the man in the red bandana. A few seconds passed, then the newcomer sighed. "All right, knock it off, Pierce. You'd have to be stupid to kill a man only to tote him around." "Now that there's a good point," I said evenly. I let myself relax a mite, and the prickling in my palm faded away. I waited for Pierce to break eye contact. Once he had, I turned to face the man in black. He was a bit taller than me, but spare. He had high cheekbones and a gaunt face, but the folds of his skin left me the impression that he hadn't always been quite so thin. He carried a walking stick made of smooth oak, topped with a polished black rock of some kind. Shifting said stick over to his left hand, he extended his right. "Apologies for that incident, stranger. My name's Cormac Cromwell. I run a ranch west of town." He didn't smile. I warily shook his hand. "Madigan Moore, looking for a man by the name of Bartholomew Evers." Cromwell's frown deepened. "Can't say that I know him. I shouldn't be surprised, though, since I spend most of my time out on the ranch. You're welcome to stop by if you ever ride out that way. We're a little ways past the foot of Crow Mountain." The grinning face. I eyed the brand on his Mustang, taking in the two eyes and blocky grimace. Grinning face, eh? I saw a brand like that once. Only that one was called the Death's Head. He briefly smiled at that, a tight twist of the mouth that didn't touch his eyes. "Interesting. Well, Mr. Moore, I should be going. We'll just get Mr. Gleason's body from you and make sure he's properly taken care of." "Actually," I said, scratching my ear, "I realize that I'm new around these parts, but wouldn't that be something the local sheriff might have an opinion on? That is, if you're inclined to find his killer." This time there was no mistaking the trace of anger in Cromwell's expression. "We see to our own around here. Mason will understand. Have a good day, Mr. Moore." He tucked his staff into the crook of an elbow, threw a leg over his horse, and curtly nodded at his hands. Without so much as a "by your leave," they cut Gary Gleason's body off my horse and carried it away. I don't mind telling you that a touch of anger sparked up in me at that, but before I could say anything about it, something else caught my eye. I looked down to see Cromwell's boy standing there staring up at me with a curious expression. "Hello," he said. "Who are you?" His eyes were every bit as fair as his father's were dark, peering out from a shockingly pale face. It seemed to me like he spent far too much time indoors, although I could make out a sprinkling of freckles across his nose and cheeks. His hat, as wide as mine, shielded practically his whole body from the sun. I sighed again as the other men walked away, leaving the debris of cut rawhide scattered around my roan. "Nobody important, kid." He just kept looking at me. "Dobie!" barked Cromwell. With another long look my way, Dobie turned and rejoined his father. Cormac set the boy in front of the saddle and bent over to make sure Dobie's seat was secure. He straightened up and gave me one last look, then pulled his mount's head around. "Yeah." Dust leapt up from the street as though startled by Cormac's cry. Town folks stood by on the boardwalk, watching the scene with somber faces. 5 horses marked with grinning skulls rode down the street and out of town, leaving me with sweaty palms and a bitter taste in my mouth. An old cowpuncher once told me that some men are destined to be adversaries. There are people, he'd say, that know from the moment they meet that one of them must die before either can know peace. Now, I've never put much stock in notions of destiny or fate, but watching Cormac Cromwell ride away, I did have to wonder a bit if there might be something to the idea.
"He sure does set store by that boy," came a voice behind me.
I'd forgotten about the barkeep. He stared after the grinning-faced crew and shook his head, a sad expression covering his face.
"His wife died several months back. Influenza. The lad took sick at the same time, and he looked fit to pass on, too."
He faced me.
"Thankfully, he pulled through, but Cromwell hadn't been the same since. He dotes on that boy. Hardly ever lets him out of his sight."
I shook my head. "It's a harsh world."
"Sometimes," he affably agreed, "and sometimes there's some goodness, too."
His eyes dropped to my gun.
"Seems like you nearly had to use that fancy piece, sir."
"Yep," I said flatly, hoping to button up the conversation. I'm not much given to showy habits, so I don't generally care to draw attention to my six-shooter. He was right, though. It is a fancy piece. Truthfully, it's more than just fancy to someone like me. It was one of those Colt 45 Peacemaker revolvers, and had been customized with a mess of extra touches. The butt had been shaped to fit my hand perfectly, and now bore a mess of intricate silvery patterns, which extended up to join a different set of designs adorning the outside of the cylinder. These particular patterns served a greater purpose than mere decoration. Thanks to them, my gun far surpassed any mere work of art. Matter of fact, to somebody with my gifts, it was a tool that could accomplish the impossible. I called it Quicksilver. Contrary to the assertions of a former beau of mine, I do in fact have some romance in my soul. The barkeep coughed.
"If you don't mind me asking, I noticed all those silver markings there. You wouldn't happen to be a scribe by any chance, would you?"
I waited a second before I answered. "Yeah, I would. You know anything about glyphs?"
"Me? No. He hastily held up his hands. "No, I just wondered."
"I see." Awkward silence fell, but I spoke up before it got too settled. "Well, I'd best be getting back over to the sheriff's office to see if he's in. Thanks for your help."
"No problem."
He tipped his hat to me as I walked away. You never know how folks in these smaller townships will respond to the presence of a scribe. Some of 'em don't mind much. Some might try and brand you a witch and hang you before you can blink. Some will condemn you loud and proud, and then turn around and ask for your help in secret the next day. And I don't mind telling you that those are the folks that get under my skin the most. Magic may have been around for centuries, but arrogance, ignorance, and hypocrisy have been around a good sight longer. I shrugged. At any rate, it doesn't much matter what they think of me here. I'm gone just as soon as I find Bartholomew. 2. The sheriff wasn't back yet, so I elected to sit under a tree and wait for him to return. I didn't have to wait long. An older man with a star pinned to his vest rode into town a few minutes later. He stabled his horse and ambled toward the jailhouse, grumbling to himself the whole way. I waited for a minute after he'd gone inside, then I followed him. The sheriff looked up as I walked through the door. He seemed to be one of those men that just gets tougher as time passes. His face looked to have been carved from oak. His hair and mustache were long and black, but streaked through with gray. He fixed me with a hard stare and stood up from the desk. "Can I help you?" "Sheriff?" I tipped my hat to him. "A couple of things. Firstly, I'm looking for a man by the name of Bartholomew Evers." He relaxed a bit. That make you Madigan Moore, then." I couldn't help feeling a touch of relief at that. "Yes, sir, that's me. I was starting to think I was in the wrong place, since no one else here seems to have never heard of him." He chuckled, came around the desk, and shook my hand with a grip like weathered stone. "Well, that's probably because you called him Bartholomew. If you'd asked for old Bart, people probably could have been more helpful." My jaw dropped. Old Bart? The moniker didn't square with my mental image of Bartholomew. Genteel and generally polite, although he could get testy on occasion. "Yep." He chuckled again with a raspy sound. Folks in Bone Creek are solid people, but they tend to see things their own particular way. Old Bart don't come to town much, and he generally only talks to a couple of us when he does, so they saw fit to give him a hermit name, I suppose. Anyhow, He plopped back down, causing his chair to creak. "I reckon he'll want to talk to you right away. Just west of town is the Crow, that oversized hill you can see from my door. Follow the trail up there about a mile till you see a big old lightning-blasted pine. The trail branches there, so turn right and follow that up another half a mile, and you'll spot old Bart's cabin just past the springs." I nodded. "Much obliged, Sheriff Bryce Mason." "Sheriff Mason, thanks." I hesitated, then plunged forward. "You should also know," and I told him all about finding Gary Gleason's body and my subsequent run-in with the grinning face crowd. His expression turned sour. "That sounds about right. Well, no doubt that bunch would like to go about things their own way, but I'll surely need to go and set 'em straight. This ain't no lawless country anymore, and keeping the peace is my job, even if Cormac Cromwell does have his fancy magic." I blinked. "Hold up. Cromwell's a scribe, then?" Mason opened up a drawer and pulled out a paper and a pouch of tobacco. "Something like," he said, rolling the smoke. "Truth to tell, he's a dead wrangler." I frowned and waited for him to continue. "Only one I've ever met. I thought dead wranglers were all tall tales afore he came to town." He fetched a match from the drawer and struck it. "Old Bart told me a bit about it. From what he said, I reckon he'll tell you, too." He lit his cigarette and leaned back. I tipped my hat and turned to go. "Moore," the sheriff said, his voice serious. "Yes?" "I'd appreciate if you stopped back by here before you leave town." What else could I do? I nodded and walked out the door. My mind buzzed as I rode off toward the west. Cromwell's a dead wrangler. I guess my fears regarding the town, maybe being down on scribes, had been a bit misreckoned. Trouble was, now I found myself wondering why exactly Bartholomew said he needed me. I hope it didn't have anything to do with Cromwell, but I didn't hold out much hope of that. Necromancy tends to turn nasty real quick. See, people have known for quite a while that our world, Terra, Earth, or whatever you care to call it, sits in the crossroads of the 6 outer planes. For centuries, plain folk, the denizens of the outer planes, have tried with small success to make their way into our world. Sometimes that's all fine and dandy. More often, though, the plain folk cause a mess of trouble since they don't rightly know how to behave in Terra. Most of mankind's stories of monsters and such have sprung from historical run-ins with creatures from the outer planes. A few of them can sort of keep quiet and blend in. Those from the feral plane, for example, almost universally appear the same as regular Terran animals. Others, they tend to stand out a bit more, to put it mildly. The Ravening Plane houses the very worst of the plain folk. There ain't nothing pleasant out of there at all. Most right-thinking scribes know to leave well enough alone when it comes to the Ravening Plane. Dead wranglers, though, they don't give 2 shakes about that. They work out ways to cast lines out of Terra and pull raveners over here just to stick 'em inside Terran bodies, usually those of fresh dead people. It's a damn fool idea to put a monster into a human body, but one thing our world's never been short of is fools. Char's hoofbeats startled a sparrow into panicked flight, pulling my mind back to the present. I removed my hat and dashed sweat from my brow. The sun burned hot, and the road stretched out before me as I headed toward Crow Mountain. Texas horizon extended all around, rich with the promise of escape. I fixed my hat atop my head and considered what all might await me hereabouts. I dearly wanted to just wheel Char around, head back east, and leave both Bartholomew and Bone Creek in my trail dust. Dead wranglers? Really? Ruefully, I shook my head. The truth is that all too often, a man's job isn't what he asks for, but what he has to do. Bartholomew sent for me for a reason, and he wasn't the type to be flighty about impending trouble. Much the opposite, in fact. A few 100 yards down the road, I disturbed a trio of buzzards devouring a deer's carcass near the trail. 2 of them flapped off angrily, but the third craned its neck my way. "Death!" it croaked. I started, then gave it a good look for the first time, taking in the sight of a beast with the body of a buzzard but the face of an old blind woman. Bald and wrinkly it was, with empty eyes and the stain of rotten meat darkening its lips. I scowled. Harpy. Technically plain folk, although I don't much like calling harpies folk in any sense, seeing as how they're disgusting and low-born creatures. They sense impending death and are thus rightly seen as ill omens. It ain't a good sign to have a harpy trailing you. Git! I reined my horse over toward the harpy, spooking it so it flew away, awkward as a three-legged mule. Death! It spitefully croaked as it lumbered into the sky. Foul thing, I muttered. Char whinnied, and I patted his neck just above that streak of black. Good boy, let's go. The crow beckoned. I found the cabin exactly where Mason had told me to look, at the end of the trail just past the springs. Dismounting, I looked around. The crow was surprisingly pretty, I decided. Oak and hickory trees formed a pleasantly shady canopy, and the horizon only looked more inviting from up here. Gazing down, I could just about make out the town of Bone Creek. From this vantage point, I noted how the water flowed down from the springs by the cabin and disappeared underground for a ways, only to reemerge, glistening in the setting sun, as the creek that gave the town its name. What is it about this place? I wondered, not for the first time. You traveled all over the world, Bartholomew. Why would you settle here? I turned away from the vista and walked toward the cabin, stopping several yards away. It looked to have been built with timber from the surrounding area. I squinted up at the chimney. No smoke. I cupped my hands and yelled, "Hello? The house?" There was no answer. I frowned and looked at the ground around the front door. Plenty of boot tracks marked the dust, but none of them fresh. I sang out again to the same lack of response. Something's wrong, I told myself. Cautiously, I crept up to the door, eyes and ears peeled for trouble. I eased Quicksilver out of its holster and sized up the front door. Thick planks with a drawstring latch. A small star shape had been burned into the wood right above the latch, encircling an S-shaped glyph I didn't recognize. I rapped on the door, then stepped off to the side and leaned against the timber wall. Nothing happened. Feeling foolish, I holstered my weapon and scooted back over to the door, which was latched shut. I reached for the drawstring, my mind already on what kind of mess I might find inside. "Bartholomew," I called, pulling the string. A sizzling sound like an oversized wasp erupted from the door. Pain shot through my fingertips. Before I knew it, I flew backwards from the door, landing in a sprawling heap roughly 10 feet away. Ouch! I stuck my burnt fingers into my mouth, paying no mind to the dust that covered them. Levin trap. That's Bartholomew for you, all right. I dragged my feet out from under me, only to find that my right spur had broken. The rowel had been knocked off the yoke when I tumbled across the dust. I pulled my hand out of my mouth and picked up the tiny metal star, then just sat and looked at it for a second. Those were my only spurs, I said out loud. Grit clung to my tongue, and that, on top of my spurs, about pushed me to the edge. Springing to my feet, I spat out a mouthful of dirt and cusses and yelled toward the cabin. "Bartholomew, if you're in there, you better open up. Otherwise, I'm lighting a shuck out of here." It was an empty threat, but that didn't matter a whit, as no answer was forthcoming. I clearly had no other choice but to give up, for the time being at least. Char snorted uneasily as I walked back over to him. "You and me both, boy," I muttered. "Time to leave." Unfortunately, I couldn't get back down the Crow right then. The sun hardly peeked out from behind the horizon, and riding down an unfamiliar mountain in the dark would be a sure ticket to a broken leg for any horse. I found a likely camp spot, opened up my saddlebags, and pulled out my bowie knife. Cutting up some twigs, I built a tiny fire, fetched some water from the spring, and put it in a pot over the flames. I sat and shaved jerky into the pot before adding a handful of dried beans. The roan found grass aplenty, and we passed the evening in quiet. It can't have been too many more hours before I opened my eyes to darkness. A few yards away, Char snorted, which is likely what had awakened me. Grabbing Quicksilver, I skedaddled over to him, trying to look in all directions at once. "Easy, boy, easy," I soothed him, ears perked up and eyes on the darkness. The fire had died down to scarcely more than embers. Lifting my gun, I eased the hammer back. The roan sidestepped uneasily, somewhat calmer, but still troubled. There, a large pair of yellow eyes watched us, glowing evil-like from the brush. I pointed Quicksilver and let a trickle of magic flow into it. Not many scribes can pull off a trick like that. I'm a rare breed. My palm crawled with phantom pins and needles. The silver glyphs on my gun lit right up, shining soft blue in the darkness. That blue glow would have been tough to spot in the daytime, but in the trace light of a dying fire, it was the brightest thing around. Those feral eyes turned bright with reflected light. For the barest instant, I could make out the outline of a feline face. The eyes vanished the instant before I decided to take the shot. Unsettled, I kept the energy flowing through my gun, but whatever was out there didn't show its face again. At last, I cut the magic loose, and the glowing blue faded away. I stood there, comforting Char for quite a while, but I don't think either of us got much more sleep that night. By first light, I had my bedroll and saddlebags on Char's back. Out of curiosity, I wandered over and poked around in the brush, only to find the biggest paw print I'd ever seen. Dumbstruck, I sat there with my mouth open for a bit, then turned and mounted the roan, swearing softly to myself. I tell you, boy, that print must have been all of 6 inches across, I said to Char. If you hadn't woken me up, we'd probably both be regretful. I patted his neck a bit as he walked down the mountain. A break in the trees unveiled the rising sun, reaching up from the horizon to set the sky alight with pink fire. I pulled at the reins and paused, savoring the sight. Birds sang to each other all around us, flitting back and forth among the trees. Just look at it, boy, I mused. There's something out here that moves a body, puts it all into perspective. We lingered there for a moment, basking in the sun, before I sighed and flipped the reins, urging Char back down the trail. 3. I found the sheriff inside the restaurant, bent over a plate of eggs and beef. Seeing me, he nodded at the chair across from him, chewed, and swallowed. "Moore, you eat yet?" I slid the seat around to face the door before settling into it. "Not yet," I said. My stomach rumbled at the aroma hanging in the air. Mason waved a hand at the sandy-haired girl serving the tables. "May, Mr. Moore here would like some food when you can." The girl smiled and nodded. I might have described her as plain-looking, but her freckled face sure lit up with that smile. While we waited, I looked around. 6 tables sat scattered around the room, all but 2 occupied with diners. A couple glanced my way, then looked back down at their plates. An uneasy sort of energy hung in the air, with most of the folks carrying on whispered conversation. I guess that for a town unused to violence, the sudden killing of one of their own had sent ripples of discord across their peaceful lives. It's commonplace for death to take a man all of a sudden. Life in the West ain't particularly forgiving. Make a careless mistake, and it could be your last. That said, getting trampled by runaway cattle or swept away by a flash flood is one thing. Being gunned down from behind by another human is something else entirely. Gleason's death had forced the folks of Bone Creek to open up their eyes to some unfriendly parts of reality. In no time at all, May brought out my food along with a cup of coffee scalding hot and strong enough to float a horseshoe. For a few glorious minutes, my entire world disappeared into a plate of eggs and beef. I resurfaced to find the sheriff watching me with a trace of amusement. "You sure can put it away," he grinned. His expression turned sober. "I'm assuming you didn't find old Bart." I shook my head. "Not hide nor hair. From the look of the tracks, nobody's been there for several days." He frowned, then leaned back, studying the table. Although he didn't speak again, I could read his face plain as day. Something troubled him. All of a sudden, he sighed and looked at me. "Don't see that I have much choice." He stood and tossed some coins on the table. "Breakfast is on me. Come with me, Moore." He walked out into the street. Mystified, I followed. Mason led the way to his office in silence. I couldn't help but notice the glances folks threw my way. Apparently the sheriff noticed them as well, because he addressed me as he rolled a cigarette. I've put the word out that you had nothing to do with Gary Gleason's death, apart from being a helpful bystander.
Much obliged. He paused, lighting his smoke.
Don't be in any hurry to thank me just yet.
I waited for an explanation, but he just kept walking. What is he on about? Impatience crept up on me. The sheriff was clearly unhappy, but that wasn't rightly any of my concern. I rode all the way here because Bartholomew said he needed me, and that's the only problem I cared to put my rope around. I paused at the door to the office, but Mason went on in, motioning irritably for me to follow. Once inside, he slid open a desk drawer and pulled something out, banging the drawer closed.
Never actually thought it would come to it at that,
he muttered to himself. He held out his hand.
Here, take it.
I reached out and took the object he offered. A tin star, dollar-sized, with 6 points. No sooner had I touched it than the whole thing lit up with green light, and a pure tone like a dove's call filled the air. Startled, I dropped the star on the desk, where the light gradually faded in concert with the tone. Mason watched the whole thing with a sour expression on his face. He sighed again.
Well, that just figures. Hell.
He picked up the star and handed it to me again.
Try to hold on to it this time.
I shook my head. This time I recognized the deputy's badge he extended my way, and I wanted no part of what it represented. No offense meant, Sheriff, but I'm not putting down any roots here in your town. I'm only here for Bartholomew, and as soon as I find him and help him out, I'm gone. Undeterred, he just looked at me.
Boy, you misjudged the situation. I don't want this any more than you do. It's all old Bart's doing. He scribed up that badge himself, just so's I could make sure it was really you before I gave it to you.
What? I took the star from his hand and turned it over. Sure enough, a series of silvery glyphs covered its back. A few of them, likely those that had made it glow, slowly faded toward black. My heart sank as I recognized my own personal brand, scribed in amongst the other familiar-looking glyphs. Only 3 people in all Terra knew my brand. This was Bartholomew's work for sure. I fixed the sheriff with a hard stare. What is happening here?
Well, Mr. Madigan Moore,
he glared right back.
I was hoping you could tell me.
He motioned toward his desk, and we made ourselves as comfortable as a couple of fellows can get on a brace of chairs a half-step better than kindling. Impatience and confusion played tug-of-war with my thoughts, but Mason seemed less than likely to accommodate my hankering for immediate clarification. Finishing one smoke, he ground it out on the desk and immediately set to roll in another.
I can handle most sorts of trouble,
he eventually volunteered.
Leastways, trouble of the regular kind, but here lately we're getting all kinds of outer plane stuff blowing in, and I ain't rightly equipped to deal with plain folk, or scribes, or magic, not to leave out dead wranglers like Cromwell. Ha!
He coughed and bent over to lick his cigarette paper.
Not that I'd not do my best, understand, but old Bartholomew, you call him, came riding in a few months back saying he was on the trail of something big and bad from the outer plains, and it led him right to Bone Creek. He offered his help, and I took him up on it gladly. Then, here lately, he started to get real worried. He told me he might have to go away for a little while and said he was going to send for you. Last time I saw him, he gave me that star and said make sure you got it if he wasn't back before you got here. That was 5 days ago.
I shook my head. I don't get it, I said. I'm willing to help out, but I don't rightly know what you need me to do. He stuck the cigarette in his lips and lit it.
Beats me, he said from the corner of his mouth. We're the only town of any size in the county, and folks hereabout mostly keep to themselves and don't cause trouble. West of here is Crow Mountain. You went up there yesterday. A bit past that is Cromwell's place, the Grinning Face. South is the Vasquez spread. They're a steady bunch. North is some sort of independent colony.
I nodded knowingly. Ah, Mormons? He shrugged.
Maybe. They keep to themselves and don't bother folks, so I don't much care. Northwest on the other side of the Crow is an Indian village. You'll want to be careful and not ride too close over there. Then there are about a dozen smaller spreads scattered around, mostly east of town, and that's the lay of the land. I have no idea," as he puffed on his cigarette, "what has old Bart so concerned. I reckon it has to do with scribing and magic, though, which I'm betting is why he sent for you." He gave me a hard stare. "So why don't you tell me what it is you can do, Mr. Scribe?" I thought for a moment, trying to round up the right words to explain all about glyphs and such to a stranger. "Well, what do you know about magic?" He shrugged. "Nothing to speak of. I know that you scribes write magic pictures to make stuff happen, and some of it can, by all accounts, be downright spooky." Hesitantly, I nodded. "That's good enough, I reckon. How about tangents? You ever heard of them?" "Sparkers?" He frowned. "Not much. They make sparks from their bodies. Sometimes people in the churches think they're witches and try and execute them." "Yeah," I sighed. "There's nothing witchy about it. Tangents have a natural connection to the outer planes. We can pull raw energy from right there into Terra of our own accord, although it's nigh on to useless without glyphs to channel it the right way." He watched my face. "You say we. I take it that means you're a sparker on top of being a scribe?" I nodded. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention it to any preachers, though. I don't much fancy being hanged." "Fine," he chuckled. "I should say that our preacher man might surprise you, but no, I won't let on to anyone." He ground out his cigarette. "Old Bart's a scribe already, so why'd he call for you? You any better'n him?" I emphatically shook my head. "Not by half. I only learned just enough to get by. And Bartholomew's a tangent, too, so I don't know why he'd call for me, Sheriff. He asked me to come because he needed help, but beyond that, I'm lost." Mason watched me for a bit more, then pushed up from his seat. "Well, till he gets back, looks like I'm stuck with you. You'll be my deputy, and we'll keep an eye out for whatever may come our way. Raise your right hand, son." I hesitated, then complied. Bartholomew set this up, after all. The sheriff blew air out and shook his head like he already had regrets. "Do you, Madigan Moore, swear to uphold the laws of Bone Creek County, to protect the innocent, to defend against the wicked, and to pursue the guilty to the utmost limits of your authority?" "Yes," I said. "Then that's done. Let's go walk the boards and I'll show you around." And that's how I became the sheriff's deputy for Bone Creek. 4. "That's the general store, owned by Mr. Cliven," Mason indicated. "You know the restaurant, of course. May and her ma keep that going." Leaning in, he muttered, "Better food than the boarding house, but you didn't hear that from me." Louder, he pointed again. "And I think you met Tom Mulvaney over at the saloon." "Never caught his name," I interjected. I figured his handle wasn't actually Finger. Too bad. I have to admit that I had thought the idea fetchingly whimsical. Anyway, over on this side." He broke off. "Ah, Mr. Boatwright. Madigan, this is Rufus Boatwright. He owns the bank. Mr. Boatwright, may I present Madigan Moore, my new deputy." A portly gent peered at me over a bristly red mustache. "Moore, eh? Well, Sheriff, I must say I'm surprised that you need help to manage things, and from a newcomer at that. And, well, there is all that nastiness with Gleason, and I suppose you are getting older after all." The spindly woman clutching his arm nodded along with his words, her bonnet flapping in the breeze. Mason bared his teeth in a smile that didn't touch his eyes. "I actually sent to ask for Mr. Moore's help a while ago," he lied. "We have some friends in common, see?" Rufus Boatwright peered at me again. "Well, this is the first I'm hearing of it. I'm sure we shall have to address the matter at the next council meeting. Come along, Gertrude." Boatwright strode over the creaking boards, his wife trailing in his wake. Mason growled softly. "A mite pompous, ain't he? What's all that about a council meeting?" I was annoyed, and I let it show. "I already told you I'm not aiming to put down roots, and I don't want anything to do with local politics." He waved an irritable hand. "Don't bother yourself. Boatwright sits on the county council, where he takes every bit of pleasure he can out of interfering with my job. but Lord willing, you'll be long gone afore that meeting ever happens."
We stopped at the end of the street.
"Now, here's what's going to happen next," he said. "Gary Gleason was a popular man, easygoing and well-liked. People around here are a bit upset about what happened to him, and rightly so. So, while I didn't ask to get saddled with you, I might as well put you to use while you're here."
He scowled at me, as if I showed up in his town of my own accord.
"I'll scout out the place where Gleason got killed," he said. "You can point me in the right direction, and I want you to ride out to the Grinning Face and take another look at Gary's body. You know how to write? Of course you do, you're a scribe. Write down what his body looked like, where the bullet went in, and whatever else seems important. Make it all official-like. If they give you any trouble, just show 'em the badge. Also, find out if Gary had any enemies, and ask where all their hands were yesterday."
My head spun with all the instructions. Ride out to Cromwell's?
"Sheriff, I don't know," he snorted. "It'll be fine. I sent word yesterday that I was looking into Gleason's killing, and they'd best cooperate. Those fellas might be a touch ornery on occasion, but they'll straighten out all right when they need to."
He stopped and fetched out his makings and started to roll a smoke.
"We're the county seat, by virtue of being the only township of any decent size. My authority covers Cromwell's ranch just as much as it does the town, so those riders are legally bound to listen to you, whether they want to or not."
I choked back my protest.
"If you say so, I do." He nodded, all self-satisfied, and stuck the cigarette in his mouth. "We'll head out in a few minutes. You need anything?"
I thought about it for a minute before I replied. "My saddlebags are in your office. Oh, wait. I've got a busted spur. Any chance I can get that taken care of today?" He paused in the act of striking a match, smirking a bit from behind his cigarette.
"Why, sure. We can spare a few minutes for that right now."
Gesturing over to the smithy, he continued.
"Look in on the smith. He'll fix it right up for you."
I tipped my hat and ambled toward the smithy. 3 stone walls surrounded a hard-packed dirt floor. The air, wafting from within the smithy, was unusually warm even for a Texas summer. Holding my broken spur in one hand, I hesitated just inside the open 4th wall. In the center of the room sat an anvil atop an old stump. A forge and bellows occupied a back corner, and a long stone table filled the opposite side. Every inch of the walls bore some sort of tool or material. Racks of metal implements hung at head height on both sides. Various metal shapes in different states of repair lay scattered around the room, and what appeared to be a 5-foot-high mound of something covered in bull hide sat in the far back corner opposite the bellows. I couldn't see the smith or anybody else.
Hello?"
I ventured, and just about swallowed my tongue when the bull hide mound moved, and kept moving. In the shadows at the back of the smithy, it seemed to swell up and expand. Then it shifted, turned, and came into the light. I gasped. Facing me now stood a half-man, half-bull creature, standing high on sturdy, human-shaped, denim-clad legs. Its chest, shoulders, and arms swelled out to prodigious proportions, while its head was unquestionably bovine. At first glance, I thought it wore a hair shirt, but surely no tailor could sew a shirt so big. Instead, every inch of its immense upper body sprouted short brown hair. It looked at me with a sight more intelligence than any cattle should have, and spoke in a rumbly baritone.
"Howdy."
I moved my mouth, but no sound came out. He laughed, his gigantic chest rumbling like a fuzzy landslide.
"I know what you think. This not human, Smith. I am Bullman, what you call Minotaur. Legendary creature, beast of much great strength, terror of labyrinth."
He stuck out a human-shaped hand.
"My name's Sam."
I glanced up. 2 horns sprouted from his head, nearly scraping the ceiling. Finally, finding my voice, I managed to croak a reply. "Madigan Moore." I stood up straight and shook his hand. He laughed again.
"So strong, Madigan Moore. But you come here for something, yes?"
Yes. I handed over my spur and rowel. I wasn't about to say no to someone who could clearly break me on a whim. Ah. He turned his head sideways and held the spur up to one eye. It's not hard. 10 cents. That's all? I blinked. Seems mighty cheap. For human tinker would be more. He shrugged a mighty shoulder. I am Minotaur. No trouble. He inhaled. Also, you have good smell. I like. Thank you? I wondered what bullmen ate. With swift motions, he grasped the yoke and held it steady. I blinked. I hadn't even noticed that his left arm ended not with a human hand, but with a cloven hoof. It was more dexterous than it appeared, and obviously pretty strong, as the yoke didn't move while he manipulated the rowel into place. Without looking, he reached behind him and casually snapped a piece of wire off a spool, then fastened the rowel back to the spur with a few deft movements I couldn't quite track. Less than a minute later, he handed my spur back to me good as new. All fixed, Madigan Moore. 10 cents. I paid Sam and then walked away as quickly as I could without being impolite. I rejoined Sheriff Mason to find him laughing so hard I probably could have knocked him down with a single blow. I won't say I wasn't tempted. You should have seen your face. He wiped his eyes and caught his breath. Best show I've seen all month. Glad to be of service, I retorted. You have any other plain folk stashed away somewhere I should know about? Elves running the boarding house? Gnomes mucking out the stables? Oh, take it easy. You're the scribe. You should be used to all them plain folk. Not as much as you might think. I've heard tell of bullmen, but seeing one in the flesh is something else. He chuckled. It is at that, ain't it? Go grab your stuff and saddle up. It's not like it's my fault, I told myself as Char trotted westward from town. I didn't ask to get dragged into Mason's business. Bad enough that I rode clear across 2 states when Bartholomew whistled me up, only to have him skedaddle off somewhere. Now I'm stepping and fetching for a whole blasted township. With my head full of resentment, I rode west past Crow Mountain and toward the Grinning Face Ranch. That wide-open horizon stretched out all around me, practically beckoning for me to wander. But I just glared at it and spat. Not right now. Char and me, we have places to be and work to do. At least until Bartholomew shows back up, at any rate. As the Crow fell behind us on the right, the land gently sloped away to the south. The muted greens and browns of the Texas plains, decorated with patches of scrub and the occasional cypress, lay in stark contrast with the vivid blue of the sky above. Billowing clouds raced overhead. Twice I spotted a shadow skimming along the ground, although when I looked up I couldn't spot whatever cast it. With each passing step I shed another piece of my irritation, casting it off behind me. Riding the prairie always seemed to help me sort of see the whole big picture. I reckon it's hard to stay irked at one little town when you consider how large the entire West is by comparison. A prairie breeze swept down and spun in a brief circle, gathering dust in a short-lived, self-contained spiral. In the next moment, the wind whipped away, scattering the dust in all directions until it couldn't be seen. I took a deep breath and held it for a moment, then let it go, feeling the last of my resentment likewise dissolve, as if bound up with the dust. I don't know, Char, I said. It's not a job I would have picked out for myself. Still, I'm in it now, and I might as well see it through. Char didn't say anything, but I knew he agreed with me. Turns out it's a good thing my anger had eased before I arrived at the Grinning Face, otherwise there's no telling how matters might have turned out. Maybe 3 miles out from town, I glanced up to see a couple of riders cresting the rise ahead. They bore down on me, guns drawn. I'm ashamed to admit I was caught flat-footed. I could do nothing but hold still as possible while they drew near me. "Morning, fellas," I greeted them. One of the riders I'd not seen before, but the other had stood by and watched me nearly get into a fight with Pierce the previous morning. I'd have recognized that handlebar mustache anywhere. He remembered me, too. "Well," he said laconically, although his gun stayed right on me. "If it ain't the Good Samaritan," he spat. "Moore, ain't it?
What are you doing all the way out here?"
"Well, as it turns out," I responded, "Sheriff Mason has taken me on as his deputy, so I'm just here to discuss the, situation regarding Gary Gleason." Slowly, so as to prevent any misunderstanding, I pointed at the 6-pointed star pinned to my shirt. The riders looked at me, then at my face, then at the star again. The man with the mustache sighed.
"Hell,"
he said. He stuck his 6-shooter back in its holster and turned the horse around.
"Come on,"
he called over his shoulder.
"The boss is going to be just over the moon to see you."
I doubted his sincerity. 5. The grinning face wasn't in bad shape. What bits of range I saw on the way to the ranch house had decent graze and good water access. Whatever else you could say about Cromwell, he, or someone working for him at least, knew a few things about ranching. His house was well-sited, timber built strong and level. Not one, but 2 sizable stables stood side by side a short distance from the ranch house. I noticed a series of notches carved into a post, likely marking how tall a child had gotten each year. I waited on the porch, able to spot just a smidgen of the sitting room inside.
"Boss!"
yelled Handlebar.
"Somebody to see you!"
Footsteps sounded, and Cromwell emerged from a door in the back of the sitting room. His expression darkened considerable when he saw me.
"Mr. Moore,"
he said.
"What a surprise."
"Is it?" I asked. "After all, you did invite me to drop by sometime. It's Deputy Moore, by the way." I indicated the badge on my shirt, and his expression tightened a bit more. "Interesting."
"Ah, Deputy Moore it is, then. Well, come in and tell me what I could do for you, Deputy."
He waved me inside. I walked through the doorway into the goodly-sized sitting room, furnished with a sofa and several cane chairs. The furniture was old, but in good taste, with dark wood finish and lighter banded accents. Sunlight overflowed from 2 east-facing windows in the front wall, illuminating the room and revealing chips and cracks in the faded wood. Although handsome, the room had clearly seen better days. Cormac Cromwell stood before a large chair, clearly waiting for me to sit first. Once we were both seated, he leaned forward, hands gripping that obsidian-topped cane, while he fixed those dark eyes on me.
"Well, Moore?"
Impatience leached from his voice. No sense beating around the bush. "Cromwell, the sheriff sent me to examine Gleason's body. I'd appreciate it if you'd take me to it." He surprised me with a sudden smirk.
"No need for you to stir yourself, Moore. Jackson?"
Handlebar walked into the room from the porch.
"Boss?"
Moore pointed.
"Go fetch Gary's body. Deputy Moore needs to see it."
Jackson, grinned in response, tipped his hat, and walked back out.
"Well, then, can I offer you anything, Deputy? It's a bit early for lunch, but we could find something for you if you like."
"No, thanks. All I need is information. Did Gleason have any enemies? Anybody who might want to harm him?" Cormac leaned back and looked at me with a speculative air.
"Not that I know of. Gary worked for me for a number of years, but he didn't talk much about the time before. He never got into arguments or had cause to fight with anyone, so far as I know."
He narrowed his eyes.
"Although a body never can tell when there might be danger hidden nearby, even in plain sight."
I raised an eyebrow. "True enough, but by itself that won't carry much water. Nobody you know of had any reason to want him dead?"
"No."
He shook his head, but I caught the flash of something in his eyes, a hint of pain or something shameful. I filed that away for later consideration. "Mind if I ask where all your hands were yesterday morning?" He didn't bother to cover up his reaction to that one. Anger flared in his face.
"Are you accusing my hands of something more? If you have anything to say, just come right out and say it."
I took a slow breath before I flew off the handle. "I'm only asking the questions that Sheriff Mason told me to, Cromwell. I'm sure it's just routine things." He didn't calm down so much as he banked the fire in his eyes.
"Well, you could tell Mason that my hands' business is their own, and I don't much see the need to answer to him. But just so you know, none of them were anywhere near that water hole for days before Gleason died."
"That's fine. I held up a conciliatory hand. Look, I'm just doing my job.
Your job.
Again, he gave me that speculative look.
Tell me again how it is that you came to be a deputy, with you being a newcomer in town.
Well, I'm no saint. I've always held that honesty is a rare coin and not something you can get back easy once it's been lost. However, I wanted this particular dead-wrangling dude to know as little about me as possible, so I opted to play my cards close to the vest. I heard through an old friend that Sheriff Mason might be needful of some help for a short while. Having nothing more important to do, I reckoned I could stick around for a bit.
I see.
It looked like he was about to say more, but right then a shadow darkened the doorway, and we both looked over to see a horrible, blasphemous abomination shuffle into the room. That's what I'd call it anyway. Most people would just say revenant. Gary Gleason's body came a-stumbling and a-shambling into the sitting room, arms waving every which way. His clothes were in a sorry state. Blood had soaked through from his wound, leaving rust-red stains on the front and sides of his shirt. His boots and buckskin pants were both caked with dried clay. By contrast, his wide-brimmed hat looked new, like it had been stuck on his head after he died. I was confused about that until I recollected that he hadn't had a hat on when I toted him into town. Worst of all was his face. Blank, blind eyes stared aimlessly out of mottled purple-white flesh. His jaw hung slack, and his tongue waved around randomly inside his mouth. He wasn't breathing. Stunned, I glanced back at Cromwell to see that smirk all upon his face again. I heard a cracking noise and looked down, surprised to note that it was my own fist tightening. I looked from Cromwell to the Revenant, to Jackson, then back to Cromwell. Breathing deep, I reminded myself that Bartholomew and Mason were both counting on me. I held on to my tongue with everything I had.
"Well, here's Gary Gleason, deputy," Cromwell boomed out. "Now what exactly were you wanting to see?"
Not trusting myself to talk, I stood up and walked over to Gleason, but stopped short, leery of those flailing arms.
"It's fine, deputy," said Cromwell. "New revenants are always all akimbo about things, but they settle down after a couple of weeks. Just don't let him bite you."
I truly didn't know if he was funning me or not. It was a difficulty just to get a good look at Gleason, what with him trembling and moving around the whole time. I finally just grabbed onto his arms and held him steady so I could get a good eye on where he'd been shot. True to my memory, he'd been hit in the back with 2 bullets, one of which had gone straight through. Judging by the angle and the size, I'd say he'd definitely been shot by someone at his own height and up close, probably while he stood on the ground. "Yep," I muttered to myself, bending in for a good look. If he'd been mounted, his shirt would have been pulled different. These holes wouldn't line up.
"Sorry?" said Cromwell. "Did you say something?"
I straightened up and backed away from Gary. "Just talking to myself." I glanced down and frowned. I hadn't noticed before, but that red clay caked all over Gleason's boots and pants wasn't especially common in the area around Bone Creek. Now where did I see that before, I wondered.
"You finished?" Jackson broke in. "Only it ain't good for him to be out in the sunlight too long."
My gut clenched and my mouth twisted a bit at that reminder of what we were dealing with. "I'm through for now. I don't guess I'll have to tell you not to bury him yet." Jackson laughed like I was joking, which I wasn't. I don't know what all dead wranglers get up to. Jackson and the Revenant left, and I pulled my hat onto my head, my lips tightly pursed. Cromwell spoke from behind me.
"Moore?"
I turned to face him. He no longer smirked, and a troubled look had slunk into his dark eyes.
"Please, sit for a second."
I waited for a moment, then sat. He leaned forward, steepling his fingers under his chin.
"I want for you to understand. There are a sight of mistaken ideas about the necromantical arts. Folks carry vile tales about us, saying that we create monsters, that we defile the dead, that we have little or no respect for life. To the contrary." Abruptly he sat up. "We respect life more than any other body. It's why we create revenants, to rescue innocents from their untimely demise."
I just sat there. That doesn't make any sense. The dead are gone." I said as much. "Ah," he said, raising a finger, "but that's not completely true. As a matter of fact—" He broke off as the clatter of boots and spurs signaled someone a-running up the porch steps. Pierce busted into the room, his red bandana flapping. "Boss!" he yelled. "That Madigan Moore fella is—" He noticed me and choked up all of a sudden. His face turned sheet white. "Is what, Pierce?" I asked, gentle-like, although my hand stealthily crept toward my gun. He gaped like a fish out of water. Nothing. Just saying you're here's all." He looked at Cromwell all wide-eyed like he wanted to add something else. He wasn't any too subtle about it. Right about then my eyes fell on his boots. Red clay. I raised an eyebrow. "You been anywhere near that watering hole where I found Gary, Pierce?" He yelped. No. I don't even know where that is, really." His eyebrows lowered and he frowned at me. "Say, what business is it of yours, anyway?"
"That's enough, Pierce," said Cromwell. "Get back to work. We'll talk later."
"But, boss—"
"Get back to work, I said."
Pierce moved his mouth for a second, then glared dirks at me and stomped away. I turned back toward Cromwell, who pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed, eyes closed. After a moment, he looked at me.
"Sorry about that. Like I was saying, it might take a sight of time and difficulty to fashion a door to the Ravening Plane, but it's worth the trouble. When I find a suitable seed, it's almost like I can turn back time and bring life to those who never should have died. It's not close to perfect now, but even a half-life is better than none, wouldn't you agree?"
I frowned. "I'm still not following you."
"Of course."
He sighed, while I tried not to be offended, and nodded toward the door.
"Look at poor Gary. His life ripped away in his prime. We could bury the man and let him rot in the grave, or—"
He wasn't really looking at me anymore. His eyes had a faraway cast as though he were watching his own imaginary world.
"We could plant a seed in him, a being that hungers for real life but can't know it without our help. It's rough going at first, sure, but as days pass, that being will grow, and with time, maybe even start to learn and grow. Can you fancy that? If we find just the right process, we can bring Gleason, and all the others taken from us too soon, back to life."
My stomach twisted in a slow spiral. "Only excepting it's not Gary anymore, is it? It's just a ravener riding around inside him, right?" He blinked, looking at me like he just remembered I was sitting there. A smirk crawled across his face.
"After enough time passes, I'll bet most folks probably couldn't tell the difference."
He eyed me, saw my clenched fists, and grunted.
"Settle down, Moore. I'm not summoning vampires or growing blood spines or anything of that sort. I just create a revenant here and there in order to do some good."
Maybe Cromwell was sincere. Maybe his intentions were noble and pure. It could also be that he saw no moral trouble in using raveners for his work. Could be he saw them as just another kind of stock, like cattle or horses. I had to remember that Cromwell hadn't seen or lived through the same things that I had. On the other hand, each and every one of my past brushes with necromancy had left me with a queasy feeling in my gut, like I had a belly full of bad water. What kind of man could not only tolerate the feel of that brand of magic, but actually take a liking to it such that he decided to make it his wheelhouse, so to speak? That old cowpuncher might have been right all along. Maybe Cromwell and I were destined to be enemies, and anything he said or did was bound to set me on edge. There was more to it, though. The set of his words was passing familiar to me, and not in a good way. For all he could turn a phrase, the thrust of his speechifying drifted too close to some things that a good friend of mine had said many years before. That particular situation hadn't turned out too well for anyone involved, and it wasn't a road I cared to tread a second time. However, even considering all that, I sure didn't help matters much with what I said to Cromwell next. It didn't happen right away. I sat there for a few seconds while ranch life happened all around me. A door slammed from another part of the house, hooves echoed some distance away, and my disgust slowly bubbled up inside me until I could practically taste it. I couldn't rein my words in any longer. "I don't think you're being straight with me, Cromwell," I spat. He He frowned. Now, I'll admit to you that I'm not a perfect man. I can be prone to poke a hornet's nest when I do better just to leave well enough alone. So in this conversation, when I should have just made tracks, I decided to open my full mouth one more time. You know why? I continued. Because I know more than you think I do. I know you buried your own dear wife instead of planting a ravener inside her. Seems to me that you think you'd still be able to tell a difference in that particular situation. The words weren't halfway out of my mouth before I regretted saying them to Cromwell. His expression contorted in an instant.
"How dare you!"
he hissed. Springing up from his seat, he grabbed his cane and held it up. For a second, I thought he was going to club me with it, but he just stood there trembling.
"Get out!"
he finally yelled. Saliva sprayed from his mouth, but I don't think he noticed or cared.
"Get out now!"
I stood, more than slightly ashamed.
"I reckon I should."
I walked part way to the door, then hesitated, half turning with apology in my mind.
"Out!"
he yelled, his eyes flashing. I sighed and walked out. As I did, I heard a door open from the other side of the room. Glancing back, I saw Dobie emerge from the back, that oversized hat still perched on his head. "What's wrong, Father?" he asked in a soft treble. "I heard shouting."
"Nothing, Dobie,"
Cromwell said, his voice hoarse.
"Everything's okay. You can go back to your room."
Their conversation faded away behind me. "I'm hungry."
"All right, I'll find you something."
I mounted Char and rode off.
6. Troubled, I kept my eyes on the horizon as I rode back to town. I didn't trust Cromwell, and I didn't think he was being straight with me, but that didn't excuse my remarks. Problem is, Cromwell was, for some reason, trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I tend to get more than a little riled up when people try that on me. People like Pierce, I scowled. That chucklehead was up to something for sure. A bit of red clay on a boot didn't necessarily mean anything, but I'd lay money he'd been at that waterhole within the past couple of days. He surely acted suspicious at any rate. Scanning the horizon, I frowned at the haze hanging in the air. Somebody had ridden through here recently enough that their trail dust hadn't settled yet. I topped a small rise, but didn't spot anyone up ahead. A flash of reflected sunlight was the only warning I had. It was enough. I rolled off Char's back and hit the ground just ahead of a hissing bullet, which parted the air right where I'd been. Char snorted and ran a few steps, then stopped. I hunkered down behind a rock and hauled iron, furiously thinking. That glint of light had surely come from a rifle barrel. Somebody's got me in their sights right now. I bared my teeth. Well, they were about to get more than they bargained for. Moving quickly, I made a long dive that turned into a roll, pointing Quicksilver in the general direction I'd seen that flash of light. Now that I was looking for it, I could make out a rifle and a hat peeking out from over a rock. I snarled and pulled the trigger. Prickling energy shot from my palm into Quicksilver, which exploded with blue light. The hammer fell, and I yanked a spark of energy from the outer planes and pushed it into my weapon, forcing it through the glyphs that covered the gun. By our lonesome, tangents aren't especially good for much, magically speaking. About all we can do is channel energy to create sparks for a few seconds, wearing ourselves out in the process. In most cases, such as this particular circumstance in which I found myself, that random magic would be nigh on to useless. On the other hand, if we feed that same magical energy into a well-scribed series of glyphs, we can do a lot of nifty tricks. Generally speaking, said tricks take a whole passel of energy, and any tangent can only move a small amount of it before passing out. Quicksilver, however, was a special piece of craftsmanship. My energy primed the pump, so to speak, but the redirected force of exploding gunpowder did most of the actual work, giving me an ace in the hole like nobody else has ever had. Thus, as I pulled the trigger, I concentrated, visualizing the path from my gun's muzzle to that blasted rifle. Quicksilver responded exactly as it had been designed, by siphoning off a bit of physical energy from the powder into the gun's barrel and scribing the passing bullet with the unique series of miniature glyphs. It's a mite complicated. I don't know how it works. I didn't smith the gun or scribe the glyphs. What I do know is that when I'm holding Quicksilver, I'm probably the only man in the world that can bend bullets. It's not perfect. For one, the more I bend a bullet from its original unaltered path, the slower and consequently weaker it gets, and the more energy it drains from me. It's a top-notch idea for me to be as accurate as possible without bending, which is why I practice quite a bit. As the bullet burst from Quicksilver's barrel, the glyphs newly scribed into it sprang to life, and it curved slightly, speeding some 70 yards and smashing directly into the rifle still aimed my direction. A cloud of splinters and fragments burst from the rifle, and it slipped from the rock where it had been propped and fell to the ground. Angry shouts erupted from behind that rock. Somebody wasn't too happy. I took a moment to let the dark spots clear from my vision. The sudden tumble, followed by a fairly drastic bullet bend, had taken its toll on me. Once I was able, I stood and cautiously approached the rock, brandishing my gun. "All right, whoever you are, drop your weapons and come on out." I didn't hear an answer. I raised my voice. "Come on out, now!" Finally, a rough voice shouted back, "Go to hell!" "Not just yet," I muttered. I noticed that the dry gulcher had picked out a nice spot for his ambush, a snug little hollow behind a small outcrop of rock, backed by a couple of larger boulders. Smiling grimly, I sighted my weapon and bent a couple of bullets just over that outcrop, bouncing them off the boulders. Another limitation to bullet bending is that I can only bend so far as I can see. Once a bullet's path leaves my vision, it's headed in a straight line again, which isn't much of a problem if all I'm trying to do is unsettle a fella. My bullets ricocheted off the boulders and down into his hiding place. My assailant hollered. Next thing I knew, he sprang from cover and ran around behind the boulders. A moment later, the sound of galloping hooves took off, and a figure riding a horse emerged from among the rocks to rapidly recede in the distance. I let him go. I'd already bent 3 bullets in close succession, and I wasn't in any hurry to wear myself out any further. Besides, I knew now where I could find him again whenever I wanted to deal with him. "What the devil is going on around here?" I whispered, reloading my gun, while Pierce's bright red bandana dwindled in the distance and vanished. I had finished dinner by the time Mason got back to town. He walked in right as I emptied my 3rd cup of coffee. "More?" he said, jerking his thumb. I left some money on the table, tipped my hat to May and Mrs. Flanders, and followed him out the door. To my surprise, we headed away from the sheriff's office, winding up at Fingers instead. Tom Mulvaney stood behind the bar, wiping it down with a rag. He looked up and smiled when we came in. "Evening, Sheriff. Evening, Moore." "Howdy, Tom," said Mason. We ordered drinks, and he led me to a table in the back corner, where he promptly leaned back in his chair and hoisted his feet up onto the table. "All right, Moore. Tell me what all went down at the Grinning Face." I didn't much cotton to the idea of talking about what I'd said to Cromwell, but Mason needed to know what all I'd seen at the Grinning Face. I got as far as telling him about Gary getting turned into a revenant before he interrupted with an oath. "I can't believe it," he muttered, shaking his head like he was clearing away cobwebs. He drained his drink and pounded his glass on the table. "I can't believe Cromwell would go and do that." "He seemed to think it was all right." I shook my head. "It seems plain wrong to me." "It's worse than that," he replied. "We have laws about revenants and such in Bone Creek." I raised an eyebrow. Dead wranglers weren't especially common in the West, being that raveners aren't too fond of sunlight in general. Few townships would even know or think to make laws regulating necromancy specifically, as opposed to regulating all scribes. Seeing my expression, he held up a hand. "My doing," he said. "The council put together some guidelines at my request once I found out what Cromwell could do. Adopted them unanimously at that. But the point," he sighed, "is that old Cormac ain't permitted to make revenants without approval by the council or myself, which he ain't got. So that's another steer we got to brand." He fell silent for a minute. I sipped my whiskey and waited. "I reckon," he said finally, I should ride back out to the face and deal with Cromwell directly. Mayhap this Gary revenant could actually help us out, even if it is a bit on the shady side."
You might want to hear the rest of it first," I said. I related the rest of my escapade, including everything I'd said to Cromwell, the mud on Pierce's boots, and the attempt on my life. About halfway through my tale, I became aware of Tom Mulvaney silently wiping glasses at the bar and listening to everything we said. When I finished, Mason sat there for a bit, eyes down.
"Tom,"
he croaked, staring straight through the table,
"I need another drink."
Without looking at me, he pushed himself up and walked over to the bar. I followed, though not too close. Mason drained his second drink and wiped his mouth, then wheeled on me, one finger up in my face.
"First," he said, "you ain't wrong about Cromwell's wife, but you still shouldn't have said it. But," he folded his arms, "that don't amount to a hill of beans next to the rest. The hell of it is that I found 2 sets of tracks by that old watering hole, Gary's and somebody else's. Could have been Pierce, but whoever it was, you were right about one thing. They shot Gary from up close when he weren't expecting trouble. That clay was pretty churned up, but as best I can read the sign, it seemed like the shot spooked Gleason's horse, and the killer lit off after it. He likely had his sights set on coming back for the body, but you dished him good coming by when you did." He frowned and scratched at the couple odd days' worth of growth on his chin. "All right," he said. "Here's what we'll do. I'll ride out to the face first thing in the morning. If Pierce had anything to do with Gary's murder, he'll have to face up to it."
"You want me to ride along?" I asked. He shook his head.
"No. You might have a low opinion of Cromwell, but he's always dealt straight with me. He'll back me with Pierce if I need it. But after you got his dander up today, it's probably best if he doesn't have to back you, too. Tom," as he looked over at the bartender, "you want to ride out with me to the Grinning Face tomorrow?"
Mulvaney nodded.
"Sure."
"Now hold on," I said. "Bartholomew set me up as your deputy, right? You should at least let me trail along in case of magical trouble of some kind."
"Bart set you up for his own reasons, and I'm none too pleased with him about it," he retorted. "If Tom and I can't handle one no account on our own, I'm in the wrong line of work."
"Fine," I said, maybe a bit shorter than necessary. "What am I supposed to do then?" He gave me that old sour glare.
"How about you try and avoid offering insult to any more citizens of Bone Creek until we get back?"
I pulled the reins back on my first 2 thoughts, as I couldn't have been trusted in that moment to give my honest opinion on Mason's decision without a passel of unkindness. "Yes, sir." Wheeling around, I headed back to the table to finish my drink, while Mason addressed Mulvaney.
"Payday's tomorrow. Stand me till then, Tom?"
Tom nodded. Mason pulled on his hat.
"See you boys in the morning."
He looked back once, sighed, and walked out into the night. I sat back down and stared at the wall for a bit, feeling mighty glum. Seemed like everything I touched had gone sideways since I got to Bone Creek, and I didn't foretell much change in that tomorrow, unless Bartholomew finally showed up. A shadow fell across the table, and I looked up to see Tom Mulvaney sitting down, jug and glass in hand. "Moore?" He nodded. "Mulvaney?" I hesitated, then dug in my pocket. "I need to settle up, I guess." "Nah," he waved a hand. "You never got your change yesterday, so I owed you one anyway." I nodded. "Thanks." He poured himself a drink and set the jug on the table. We sat in silence for a bit, him on his side and me on mine. "Quiet night," he said at last. "Is it? I figured it was normal around these parts." He shrugged. "Not so much. We typically have a half-dozen or so in here of an evening. Vasquez hands or riders from the Grinning Face or one of the smaller outfits." His brow furrowed. "Haven't seen any face riders at all today, actually." He took a sip. "Did you ever find that fella you were looking for?" I shook my head. "Not yet. He should be back in town sometime soon, I hope." He raised his glass. "Here's hoping." I returned the gesture and drained my glass. It burned all the way down. He moved to pour me another. "On the house." "Much obliged." I got the sense that Tom Mulvaney was the sort of man who enjoyed conversation more than silence. Sure enough, only a few seconds snuck past before he spoke again. "It's good for old friends to get together again. Always brings me joy to see that." I withheld comment. "It's something I get to see on occasion, tending bar. People meet in here all the time. I get to watch a lot of friendships happening right in front of me. Does a heart good to see it." He leaned back. "So I'm hopeful that you'll find your friend soon." "Appreciate that." "Yes, indeed." He took another sip. "This here saloon is dead certain to become the premier meeting spot for the whole town. Just give me a year and it'll be booming like you wouldn't believe. We'll have ladies and gents lined up for weeks just to get a spot inside." I blinked. "Don't take this wrong, but are you sure the town's big enough to need much in the way of gathering spots at all?" He gave me a sly look. "Don't be fooled, friend. The surveyors have already been through. Mark my words, there'll be a railroad branch line here in Bone Creek within a couple of months." He tossed back the rest of his drink and stood up. "Whatever your business is in town, you should think about staying on for a while. This place will be ripe with opportunity for a hard-working young man like yourself." "Thanks for the tip, but I don't plan on sticking around that long." Although I reflected as I walked out of Fingers and into the night, I wasn't all that sure where I'd prefer to head instead. I'd spent a few years drifting around Texas, Kansas, and Oklahoma. When I got Bartholomew's message, I'd spent 4 months working as the local scribe for a quiet little township in western Missouri. I'll admit that kind of life had its charm, but I had a hankering for something a little bigger. Trouble was, I just didn't know exactly what. I pulled my hat lower and bent my head against the breeze as I moseyed back toward the sheriff's office. It was a dry, hot night, with enough wind to kick up dust into a man's face if he wasn't careful. Tom Mulvaney had a dream. You could see it in his eyes, plain as day, when he talked about his plans and what he wanted for his saloon in the future. He so loved the idea of community and friendship that he dedicated his life to making it happen in his town. Did anything call to me the way that idea called to Tom? I couldn't rightly answer that in the affirmative. My life to this point had pretty much been aimless, following whatever breeze pushed me around. I'd come to Bone Creek because Bartholomew had sent for me, and that was it. Matter of fact, every major turning point in my life had been because of Bartholomew. Since I was young, I'd had to go where he told me, right when he said. Always for a good reason, mind you, but it struck me that if Bartholomew was like the blowing wind, then up until now I was just the dust. Maybe it was high time I put down some manner of anchor and made something of myself for a change. I undressed for bed and lay down on the cot Mason had shown me. The last thought in my head before I tried to sleep was a wondering, what is it that I'm living for? It's the sort of question that might keep a man awake of a night. 7. I awoke to the crowing of some dratted rooster somewhere in town. Despite the thoughts tumbling around my mind, I had managed to get a bit of shut-eye. Dressing quickly, I skedaddled out of the room where I'd slept and surprised Mason where he sat at his desk looking over a well-creased piece of paper. As soon as he spotted me, he hastily folded it up and stuck it in his shirt pocket. "Madigan, sleep well?" I yawned. "Not too badly. Yourself?" "Fair to middlin'." Awkwardly, he stood. I hope you're not too sore about getting left behind on this one." He blew air through his lips and ran a hand through his hair, letting it fall down by his side. Just figure everything will go smoother with Cormac if you ain't there, you understand?" I shrugged. "Sure, boss." I still didn't think much of his decision, but it was his to make. "Okay, then." Lamely, he stuck his hand out. I shook it, and we both walked out the door into the glow of a blossoming sunrise. Tom Mulvaney loitered outside, a bowler hat atop his noggin and a vest over his checkered shirt. "Madigan?" He nodded to me, then he and Mason strode toward the stables. From the front of the smithy, a massive silhouette turned to watch him leave. Sam, the bullman blacksmith, looked back at me, waved a hand in greeting, and retreated inside, leaving me alone on the street. "I reckon I could eat," I muttered to myself. The restaurant was empty when I entered, but May walked in from the back right quick. "Mr. Moore, please have a seat, and we'll introduce you to some beef and a couple of eggs." I removed my hat and nodded to her. "May, make it 4 eggs, and you'll have my undying admiration." She blushed, then laughed. "That's what all the men say when they're hungry. Sit down." She bustled into the kitchen. I chose a seat in the back corner, facing the door. While I waited on the grub, I tried to pull together my thoughts. No 2 ways about it. This whole situation was a right mess. Whatever Bartholomew had in mind for me, I was surely making a mess of it. I couldn't even help Mason with his job, being instead reduced to sitting like a stone lump in town. Morosely, I considered the situation. Pierce had near certainly murdered Gleason, of that I was sure. A bit of red clay was merely suspicious, but what cinched it, so far as I was concerned, was the fact that Pierce had tried to kill me as well, right after I prodded him about that same clay. But why? As soon as that thought sparked in my mind, I realized it was the question nobody had bothered to ask. Pierce had no reason to kill Gleason, so far as we knew. Nobody had mentioned anything having been stolen. They weren't in some kind of quarrel or anything. I frowned. "Mr. Moore, is something wrong?" Startled, I looked up into May's questioning eyes. "No, nothing, May. Thanks," I added as she set down my food. "You're welcome." The room didn't stay empty for long. I started in on the steak and eggs with a will, watching the other townsfolk that drifted in. Mason had been right. This place did a brisk business, even with the small size of the town, and no wonder. The food was superb. With each soul that stepped through the door, I wondered again about the atmosphere of Bone Creek. What kind of town could tolerate the presence of a dead wrangler among its citizens? The same as could stomach a Minotaur blacksmith, I reckon. Sam's acceptance in Bone Creek spoke well of its people's attitude. Still, I figured I'd best keep a lid on my abilities. Wouldn't want to risk causing any more trouble for Mason, I thought, with maybe a smidgen or 2 of bitterness. The last bite of eggs had just disappeared down my throat when Rufus Boatwright sailed through the door, his scrawny wife in tow. He saw me, and his expression darkened a bit. His wife sniffed and tossed her head, and they sat at a table clear across the room. Well, that's impolite. I paid for my meal, but remained seated for a short while. I could have left, but for the first time since meeting Mason, I didn't quite know where to go. Bartholomew had lassoed me out of my life and back into his, and with no further direction I was more or less adrift till he showed back up. Idly I tapped on the table. Boatwright kept throwing dirty looks my way, so on impulse I stood up and moseyed over to his table. "Mr. Boatwright, Mrs. Boatwright," I tipped my hat. "Good morning to you both." He curtly nodded.
"Moore?"
They didn't invite me to sit down, so I simply stood beside their table. I do, in point of fact, have the ability to be reasonably courteous when called for. Boatwright peered at me through bushy eyebrows.
"Where's Mason this morning? Aren't you supposed to be helping him track down a killer?"
"Sheriff Mason is following a lead," I said, thinking that was probably the right way to put it. "He's asked me to keep an eye on the town while he's gone." "Surely our little town can take care of itself for a few hours," commented Mrs. Boatwright. Her voice sounded smooth, rich, and at complete odds with her pinched face. Her brow knit as she watched me for my reply. "Be that as it may, ma'am, I aim to follow Mason's instructions." I tipped my hat again. That was her only comment as she picked up her coffee, but her husband kept following the line of conversation.
"I don't see why on earth Mason even hired you to begin with, Moore. Not that you're not skilled or qualified," he added, although his expression indicated otherwise. "But I just don't see how he'll be able to justify the extra expense."
Now, I privately disbelieved that I'd see even a single week's wage for this job, much less any amount for Boatwright to worry about. Then again, I couldn't say so, any more than I could tell him the real reason I'd been hired. You see, old Bart from up on Crow Mountain? He foresaw some sort of mysterious danger and somehow convinced Sheriff Mason to draft me in the fight against it. We're not sure exactly what kind of danger, mind, or where it is, but it's surely there. Try and explain all that to Rufus Boatwright? Not on your life. I simply shrugged instead. I don't know about all that, Mr. Boatwright. All I know is that I got sent for, so I came a-running. He sighed, and his expression softened a mite. Well, I don't suppose I can ask you to know what's in someone else's mind. After all, a man's thoughts aren't a trail you can follow. Not without a good, clear sign, at any rate, I agreed. For some reason, that comment tickled at a thought in my mind, some half-buried memory. Then it hit me. The trail sign. I swore out loud, causing Mrs. Boatwright to jump in her seat and glower at me. Beg your pardon, ma'am. I hastily apologized. I just remembered something important. She harumphed, but I paid no mind as I headed out the door, pulling the 6-pointed metal star off my vest. No sooner had I looked at it than I spotted what I expected to find. I felt like a fool for not cluing into it earlier. Right there, scribed in amongst the glyphs on the back side of the deputy's star, lay the symbol, a semicircle crossed with 2 long lines and a short, Bartholomew's trail sign for this way. Sure enough, right there against that semicircle sat a peculiar S-shaped glyph, one I recollected spying on a certain cabin door up on Crow Mountain. Bartholomew, you old fox, I muttered. I pinned the star back on my shirt, trying to put it through the same holes so as not to do any more damage, and went to fetch Char. The ride back up the Crow was even prettier this time around, what with the morning sun twinkling through the trees. Rosy, hickory-filtered light washed over me. Char's coat seemed to glow, causing his black streak to stand out even more than normal. Even atop the mountain, the morning chill had long since gone, driven away by the touch of the sun's rays. I spotted a couple of foxes stalking through the underbrush, and even glimpsed a deer through the trees. A shadow flickered across my sight, and I looked up to see a buzzard flying around overhead. Death! I jumped and had Quicksilver half out its holster before I realized it was just that blasted harpy again, sitting by the road like it was waiting for me. Shoo! I yelled, flapping an arm at it. It croaked in response and lurched upwards, awkwardly winging its way over a few yards and settling in a nearby tree. I glared at it as we passed it by, then flicked the reins to urge Char forward. After another 100 yards, I got an itchy feeling between my shoulder blades and glanced back. Sure enough, that dratted harpy trailed us, drool seeping around its cracked lips as it gummed the air. It reared its head back and screamed again, Death! I urged Char forward. Forget it, Pard. It's just a dumb animal. I didn't want to think of all the stories I'd heard about how harpies knew when someone was about to die. It's generally considered powerful ill luck to be followed by a harpy. Tying Char to a nearby young oak, I made my way through the brush and approached the cabin with a fair amount of caution. Just because it was empty the last time didn't guarantee it'd be empty this time. My fingers twinged with the memory of my previous attempt to gain access to the cabin. This time would be different, I was certain. Sure enough, the S-shaped glyph burned into the door of Bartholomew's cabin matched the one on the back of my deputy's star. I guess I should have figured, I muttered, seeing as how it's in a star shape and all. Truth to tell, I felt like a right fool for not having spotted it earlier. I unpinned the badge from my shirt and touched it to the glyph on the door. A soft tone sang from the star like the call of a distant dove. The glyph glowed with a subtle light for maybe half a second. I replaced the badge on my chest, took a deep breath, and pulled on the latch string. My hunch proved correct. Nothing sparked, and I didn't go flying backwards across the clearing. The door swung open, and I entered Bartholomew's cabin. A single room took up most of the space inside the structure. In the back, I could see a horsehair blanket covering the only other door, which I'd guessed led to Bartholomew's sleeping area. I couldn't spot any signs of struggle, nothing out of place and no messes lying about. Everything lay in good order, as I'd expect from Bartholomew. Pushing the rough-hewn door further, I stepped inside. The fireplace had been swept out, with wood laid in expectation of the next time Bartholomew would need it. A pot and kettle hung over the fireplace. Coils of rope hung neatly on the log walls. Off to the left, A pair of small tables sat side by side next to a single wobbly-looking chair. One of them bore a small collection of books in an orderly row. I frowned. The other held nothing but a narrow leather satchel and 2 plain pine boxes. I stood there for half a minute, just watching and listening. Finally, I pulled the door shut behind me and stole over to the horsehair blanket. Twitching it aside, I leaned into the next room. Like I thought, Bartholomew's bedroom, such as it was. One low bed near filled the room, with enough extra space for maybe a pair of prairie dogs beyond that. Nobody lay in the bed. Moving to the fireplace, I peeked inside the pot. A thin layer of dust testified as to the number of days since it'd last seen use. Where was Bartholomew? He obviously hadn't been here for a while. I glanced at the books, recognizing most of them right off. Bartholomew was the one who taught me to read. Taught me from some of these very books, as a matter of fact. I knew the titles of some of the others, but had never looked inside. Wandering over to the other table, I lifted the satchel. This is heavy. Opening it, I looked inside and let out a low whistle in response to the glimmer I saw within. I reached in and drew out an ingot of shining silver. Even without trying, I could feel it humming in my hand. Plain silver. I shook my head. With a few exceptions, glyphs need to be made out of material from the outer planes in order to work properly. Even at that, most of that material works poorly at best, or will give out after 1 or 2 uses. Plain silver, on the other hand, holds up for, well, nigh on to forever, so far as I know. The glyphs on Quicksilver were all scribed in plain silver. Nothing else I knew of could have stood up to the strain I put it through whenever I bent bullets. Any sort of substance from the outer planes was rare enough to be costly, but plain silver could be especially dear. I glanced back in the bag. Bartholomew had left easily a dozen ingots of the precious metal in that satchel, along with what looked to be a fair supply of other magical material. No wonder the door was booby-trapped. A small fortune in precious otherworldly metal had been sitting in plain sight. Puzzled, I reached into the bag and pulled out the only other item it contained, the cylinder to a Colt .45 six-shooter. Glyphs had been meticulously scribed all over it, some of which I recognized. On a hunch, I drew Quicksilver and compared its cylinder to the one I'd just found. My suspicions were dead on. The new cylinder looked as though it had been made for my gun. I examined it closer and spotted a few differences, particularly the prominence of the Solaris glyph on the new cylinder. As matters stood, Quicksilver scribed every bullet I fired with glyphs that altered its shape and its interaction with gravity. This new cylinder would do something a sight different, but I couldn't rightly tell exactly what, just by looking. Solaris produced or interacted with celestial energy, more commonly known as sunlight, so I'd wager this new cylinder had something to do with sunlight, although I couldn't guess what. I dropped the cylinder back into the satchel and reached for the nearest pine box. It sat about 8 inches square and maybe 4 inches high. The lid came right off to reveal a shiny silver flask. A shiver ran right up my spine when I saw that flask. It had been scribed with a veritable forest of glyphs, heavy lines scratched deep into its surface and filled with plain silver. The largest 2 signs on the flask occupied opposite corners of the one face I could see. One of them was Bartholomew's personal brand. The other was mine. 2 interlocking triangles with a small circle inside them, a slightly larger circle intersecting them all the way round, and a third circle encompassing the whole thing. It stared up at me, practically identical to the one tattooed onto my chest, perfect in shape and proportion, although the one on the flask was a mite smaller. I gulped. Knowing a man's personal brand was a mark of great trust, since the scribe could use a body's brand alongside certain other glyphs to do some mighty powerful things. Seeing mine etched into this mysterious flask made me feel a touch queasy. Shaking myself, I reflected that, knowing Bartholomew, it was doubtful that my brand was there for any nefarious purpose, particularly seeing as how my old mentor's brand also lay there, scribed alongside it. Not for the first time, I wished I had retained a more complete knowledge of glyphs. I recognized many of the other symbols on the flask, but I couldn't have done much more than guess at their purpose or how they'd interact with each other. Something caught my eye. Letters burned into the underside of the lid. I held it up, frowning. Only 3 words were written there. The first was in Latin, a language I'd never had much truck with. However, Bartholomew had insisted I learn a few words, including this one, inedia, I muttered to myself. Then the English word immediately under that, release. The copy of my brand on the flask bloomed with the sullen red glow of a dying fire. At the same time, a terrible sound erupted from outside the cabin. Ferocious growls mingled with an inhuman scream. Chills shot down my spine, but that was only partly because of the noises from outside. Right when that flask lit up, a cloud of deepest black started to pour out from it. It didn't billow naturally like smoke would. Instead, strange spheres of solid darkness marred the air. Like raindrops on the surface of a pond, they appeared and vanished, drifting in all sorts of direction during their visibility. Somehow, they managed to seem up close and far away at the same time. The cloud was for sure not something from Terra. I felt the sheer malice radiating from it toward me and every living thing around. The spheres drifted my direction, and one word cut through to my mind, skipping my ears entirely. Hungry. None of that was the worst part, though. You recollect how I told you that the past never dies? Plenty of folks come out west in order to try and leave their past behind, whether because of crimes they committed or crimes committed on them, or lack of opportunity or disease or starvation or bloodshed or something entirely else. The West is full of refugees of one type or another, all seeking a better life for themselves and their kin. In that sense, most of the plain folk that make their way to Terra ain't much different from the rest of us. The ones that squeeze their way through little cracks in reality or manage to grab on to whatever magical line some fool tosses out into the outer plains are generally here in search of something better. They say there's a special type of person that hears and answers the call of the West. Likewise, I guess you could say there's a special type of plain folk that hears and responds to the call of Terra. Problem is, some of that type, both person and plain folk, ain't precisely the kind of folk you'd want hanging around. No matter what sort of trouble a body's running from, he'll carry its marks to the end of his days. Any suffering worth escaping isn't one to rest lightly on a man. That doesn't mean he can't overcome it and pursue something good. It just means that the shadow of the past is always there, waiting to be dealt with. Add to that this fact. Sometimes what folks try to get away from is caused by something broken deep inside themselves, or the consequences of their own faults. Wide horizons can look mighty inviting when all around you lies the results of your own misbehavior. And misbehaving is one thing that plenty of plain folk know all too well. All that to say that the worst part of the situation currently unfolding round about my ears wasn't the horrible noises from outside, or the unearthly black cloud, or the inhuman voice, or the fact that the cloud even now gathered around me for who knows what purpose. The worst part was that I recognized it. See, I ain't no exception to any of this. I've got my own past to deal with, too. Part 2. Hole in the Wall. 8. Harper's Grave, Tennessee, 1856. Come on, it's right over here. Heedless of any danger, John scrambled around rocks and over fallen trees. His bare feet crunched the occasional autumn leaf as he led the way deeper into the woods. Red clay stains mottled his shirt and pants, both of those articles having been repeatedly torn and haphazardly mended. He looked back, displaying the smudges of dirt on his face. "Hurry up!" "I'm coming," I called, ducking under a leaning tree, partially uprooted by some storm. Passing by a small spring quietly seeping from out of the earth, I caught up to my brother. He hopped from one leg to the other like he was so full of excitement he couldn't bear to stand still. He waited by a cluster of boulders, which lay scattered in a rough line, forming a sort of wall in the middle of the woods. I looked back over my shoulder and squinted, realizing that I couldn't even make out our cabin through the trees. Although I'd spent every bit of my 10 years playing in and around that cabin, I'd never ventured out this far before. "I don't think," I started, but John didn't hear me, or pretended not to. "Come on," he repeated. He vanished among the boulders. I blinked a bit, then set my jaw and walked over to where he'd stood. My toes dug into the clay as I leaned forward. The spot where John had gone lay right where one boulder jutted out past its neighbor, curving around a little bit so it looked like it was all part of the same rock. In between the boulders hid a tiny little gap, invisible unless a body stood in just the right spot. I heard John's voice from the other side of the gap. "Hurry up, Maddie!" I looked around, nervous at the thought of snakes or what have you, but my brother's plaintive encouragements won out. I gulped, ignored my overactive imagination, and pushed through the gap. The other side looked pretty much the same as where we'd come from, but John beamed with pride like he discovered a secret foreign country. "Ain't it great? Come on!" He turned and scampered up a hill. I sighed and trailed along behind him. It wasn't like I had much else to do. Harper's Grave was a lot of mountain with only a few folks, and we generally didn't see anybody outside our family for days on end. Pa and the twins managed to keep food on the table between hunting critters and raising whatever livestock they could. I had some vague memories of a far-off time when my parents had worked hard to make a good home, but after Ma passed, it seemed like the fire had sort of gone out of Pa. Nowadays, it was all he could do just to rouse himself enough to provide for us. There were 9 of us kids at last count, although the oldest 4 had left home already. I fell third from the last in birth order, John coming right after me. My older brothers and sisters tended to be quiet, hard-working sorts, in marked contrast to John, who forever blabbed out whatever thought entered his head or got distracted by a cloud or a butterfly. Me, I'd just as soon skedaddle off into the woods for the day, so long as I could get away without Pa seeing me and set me to work. John staggered to the hilltop, his enthusiasm having outpaced his stubby legs. He pointed over it at something I couldn't quite see yet. "Just look at that, huh?" Pushing my way to the top, I strained to set eye on whatever had him all worked up. "I don't know, John. I don't see what's so—" My words trailed away as the cave entrance came into view. John just laughed at me. "Come on!" He ran down the hill, oblivious to any possible briars or stones that might threaten his bare feet. I followed with more caution, albeit mixed with growing excitement. A cave! There's nothing particularly special about finding a cave up around Harper's Grave, with limestone mixed up in the hills, leaving honeycombs and pocket caverns. To my 10-year-old self, though, a cave was something unique and exciting. The cave entrance barely opened high enough for John to climb in without bumping his head. Me, I needed to duck just a bit. We picked our way around loose stones, my eye watchful for snakes and such. John eagerly pressed forward until I grabbed his shoulder. "Hold up, John. We ain't got a torch or anything." John widened his eyes and looked fit to cry. "Oh, come on, Maddie. Let's just go so far as we can." I hesitated long enough for him to set his jaw and turn back around, pushing forward into the cave without waiting for an answer. I knew I shouldn't have let him go first. I was older, and it was part of my job as the big brother to take the lead. Trouble was, John tended to jump headlong into things, while I liked to stop and consider a little bit, and sometimes even a little bit more after that. So, although I followed my little brother into the dark interior of the cave, part of my mind still worried away at what might be in there. Holes, snakes, bats, spiders, maybe even a bear or a mountain cat. Another part of my mind couldn't help but think about how neat it was to be exploring a real cave. This could be our hideout, a place to go whenever we didn't want Pa or the twins to find us. We'd need to fix it up first, of course. We could stack torches by the entrance and bring some sort of box or something to put things in, maybe some corn pone or even salted meat if we could sneak it out of the cabin. Of course, I'd have to get— A shout jerked me out of my daydreams, accompanied by scrambling and sliding sounds from just in front of me. What little I could see of John's towhead disappeared. I yelled, mostly because I didn't know what else to do. Clapping my hand over my mouth, I forced myself to be still and listen.
"Maddie?"
John's voice called from somewhere close, although I couldn't tell exactly where he was, what with noises bouncing all around the cave walls.
"Maddie?"
His voice rose in pitch and began to mix with gasps and sobs. I eased forward until I sensed the floor opening up right in front of me and held my hand over my head.
"Hey, I'm right here. Close your eyes, John."
Without waiting, I started to channel energy. Yellow-white sparks flew up from my hands, illuminating the cave's interior with intermittent flashes of light. I saw John, eyes tightly shut, sprawled on the cave floor at the bottom of a short, steep hill. He must have tripped and rolled or slid all the way down, thankfully without bashing his head on a rock. My head started to spin, and black spots swam in front of my eyes. I stopped making sparks and stood quiet for a few seconds, breathing deep to clear my head. When I felt better, I knelt and called to my brother.
"Hold still, John. I'm coming down."
I half crawled, half slid to the bottom, and found John's hand with mine.
"You okay?"
I shivered. Those few feet made a sight of difference in this place. All of a sudden, it got too dark to see. Or was that just my eyes having not yet adjusted from the light from my sparks? A clammy chill crept up my bones. I shook my head.
"Come on, let's get out of here. How come you didn't spark before I fell down there, huh?"
He sounded a bit put out as we struggled back up the slope. I sighed.
"I told you already, it don't work like that."
He grunted, unconvinced, and pushed ahead of me. I could see his outline as he crested the slope, a brief, dim silhouette only slightly darker than the rest of the cave. I started to follow, and something whispered from behind me. I froze. What was that? Slowly, I turned to look, but all I could see was blackness. Unsettled, I resumed climbing the hill, but the sound came again, a little louder. "Hungry."
"Hey, John."
I tried to whisper and shout at the same time, which only served to make my voice sound hoarse.
"John, can you hear?"
"Hungry." I heard the word in my head, cold and terrifying. It wasn't a person. It was some kind of haint we'd found in that cave. I yelled and ran up the slope toward the cave entrance as fast as I could, calling for John to follow me. I'd made it less than 10 feet before I skidded to a stop, staring in fright. Right before my eyes, between me and the daylight, a black circle hung in the air. Solid black it was, like someone had dribbled pitch on the air, and it had just hung there instead of falling to the ground. The circle floated up and down like a soap bubble made of the deepest black. Dumbstruck, I rubbed at my eyes just to make sure it wasn't some trick of the light, but when I looked again, it was still there. "It looks bigger now."
"Madigan?"
John's voice shook.
"What is that thing?"
It disappeared. Before I could react, 2 more showed up, then 5, then too many to count. They winked in and out of sight like fireflies, but bigger and made of the deepest black I could imagine. Is the cave getting colder? My head swam like it did whenever I made too many sparks. I trembled a bit, not understanding what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure. I had to get out of there.
"John!"
I yelled.
"Run for it!"
I took a step sideways to try and go around what was now a cloud of black circles, but before I got any further, the cloud leapt at me. Black orbs vanished from where they floated in the sky and appeared right on top of me. That horrible voice screamed in my head, one word that felt like it smashed a hole through my skull. "Hungry!" Freezing cold gripped my skin wherever those black circles touched me. They first appeared on my arms and legs, but quickly moved toward my chest and up my neck. I blinked, all of a sudden unable to tell up from down. Panicked, I tried to run, but somehow wound up falling sideways on the cave floor. Next thing I knew, those black circles appeared on my mouth, my nose, my eyes, and God only knows where else. I couldn't see or hear a single thing aside from that voice thundering in my head. "Hungry!" I passed out. 9. Did you ever have that feeling when you wake up in the morning that everything's mostly, but not completely, a dream? That maybe you can look around and see the world around you, and even though you know it's real, you also somehow feel at the same time that it's all in your imagination? That's how I felt when I woke up. I had a vague idea that I should be scared or worried or something, but truthfully, I didn't really feel anything much. My vision adjusted, and I saw a familiar-looking boy with blond hair and dirty clothes, crying and babbling blubbery nonsense. I frowned. I know his name. Hang on. John. His name's John? I think we're close, maybe. The thread of a memory fluttered in my mind, but the next moment it was gone. Oh, well. I didn't care to do anything much at the moment, deciding instead to just sort of drift. Gradually, I became aware of his actual words. "Have to be all right," he sobbed. "Come on, I'll take you home." He started walking, but stopped after a few paces. "Come on," he wailed, running back toward me and seizing my hand. "Come on, just follow me." I blinked. Follow? After a moment, I realized that my feet could move. Clumsily, I followed behind the boy, whatever his name was. How to explain to you what happened next? I sort of fell back asleep, but I reckon I must have kept moving. I only have little bits of recollection for the next little while. Once I stumbled by a spring, looking down to see a face in the water. Green eyes peered back from under dark hair. That's all I remember. I made the rest of the walk home in some kind of haze, which didn't stop when I got home. Actually, it didn't stop for a long time after that. I don't rightly know how long I stayed in that condition. I could walk when someone led me. I guess I got dressed and such, although I recall so little about that time that there surely could have been days when I wandered about without a stitch on. All I can remember is pictures, all blurry, like someone flipping the pages of a storybook in front of your face so fast that you can see everything but not really focus on anything. There's a little girl there with brown hair and snot in her nose. That other boy is back, always talking to me with tears threatening to fall out of his eyes. There's a man with a thin, beardless face standing a little ways apart from me. A couple of other figures drift in and out of my mind, but details about them fail to attach. Worry. They all look worried, all the time, near as I could tell. Worried and tired. In the background, always just behind them, although they never knew, floated those black circles. They just hung there, like a dog waiting on a scrap to fall off the table. Although, unlike with most dogs, I could tell that those black circles were bad. If I knew nothing else at the time, I at least knew that much. Like I said, I'm not sure how long that fog of missing memory continued, but I sure recollect the day it started to go away. He wore a black suit when he came a-riding down the trail in front of our cabin. Now, all of that in itself was a rarity. People in Harper's Grave having little time or reason to be riding around, and no decent clothes to speak of. Even more odd was the fact that he was a stranger. I'd been standing out in front of the cabin for some reason. Maybe that other boy, John, I recollected, had brought me outside. Not that I did much, aside from just stand there, mind you. Regardless, the man in the black suit came riding straight toward me as soon as he saw me. Some kind of flashing light reflected off his saddle. Maybe a trick of the sun or some such. John stared at the stranger for a second, then turned and ran inside. I stood there, empty-headed, while the stranger intently watched me. Black circles drifted past, but he couldn't see them either, so far as I could tell. Nobody spoke. "Welcome, stranger," called the thin-faced man who lived in the cabin. He came walking up, John trailing behind him. "Come and sit for a while. We don't have much, but you're welcome to share." "Thank you," the stranger said. His voice came out deeper than you'd guess, given his slim frame. He had an accent unlike any that our family knew. He must have been from somewhere pretty far away. The one thing I noticed is how the black circles sort of shied away from him, giving him a little more space than they gave anyone else. My last memory of that scene is the stranger dismounting and leading his gray mare to the trough. Everything sort of went fuzzy for a bit, and next thing I remember, everyone sat around a table. We surely must have eaten, since somebody, who was it, circled the table, clearing away everyone's plates. "So what are you saying, Mr. Evers?" the thin-faced man, Pa, said to the stranger. "You're hunting magic or some such?" He looked troubled.
"Not precisely,"
said the stranger, whose name, I guess, was Mr. Evers.
"I've taken it upon myself to travel the country and catalog different phenomena and events related to the outer planes. You could call it magic, if you like."
He kept shifting his eyes toward me.
"For instance, did you know that some people have the ability to channel energy into light and heat from their fingertips?"
"Sparkers, yeah," John said defensively. "What about 'em?"
"Mind your manners, John,"
Paul said, quick and sharp. John glowered, but kept quiet.
"Yes, I believe some people call them sparkers," Mr. Evers continued. "The phenomenon I'm currently tracking seems to be related to that. Would you folk happen to know if there are any sparkers around these parts?"
No one said a word, but all of 'em looked at me for some reason. I couldn't guess why. The thin-faced man said something at that point, but my mind grew fuzzy again and everything went black. Next thing I knew, I stood in the tiny bedroom I shared with John and the twins. Mr. Evers was right up in my face, peering disconcertingly into my eyes while I stared at nothing. Abruptly he stood and turned around. I closed my eyes. Why was I so tired? I could still hear Mr. Evers speaking to someone.
"Yes, I'm certain. I can help, young Madigan, but it will be a painful process."
Another voice. The thin-faced man? Painful. What kind of painful?
"The kind that's worth it. Frankly, either I help Madigan, or he'll be dead within a few days, a week at most."
A gasp. "That can't be true."
"I wish it was so, but I assure you that I have never been more serious in my life."
Muted conversation. Finally. "All right, what do I need to do?"
"Nothing. Just give me the room and some time to work."
He hesitated.
"I promise that I will do my best to save him. However—"
My mind fuzzed over, and I missed whatever else the stranger said. Next thing I heard was Pa speaking in a shaky kind of voice. "You just do what you can for him. You will, won't you?"
"I will,"
said Mr. Evers.
"I promise."
The door closed. I opened my eyes to see Mr. Evers standing there.
"Finally,"
he muttered. He opened his black jacket and pulled out two small objects. One was a thimble, a dark metal cover he fitted over his thumb, squeezing it into place so it wouldn't slip. The other object was a top. I looked at it for a second, feeling a touch of memory. I've seen this sort of thing. The moment moved past, and that flicker of memory vanished. The top was carved out of some sort of dark wood, and it had a letter on it, inlaid in some sort of metal. I didn't know my letters, but whichever one was on that top made me feel a little bit queasy to look at.
"All right, Madigan, just sit here on the bed for me,"
said Mr. Evers. I looked down, then back up. He sighed, took my shoulders, and gently but firmly guided me to a seated position. He held the top up for a moment, looking at it intently, and gave it a twist with his fingers. The top immediately started spinning and hung unmoving in the air. With a satisfied nod, Mr. Evers tapped the top with his finger, eliciting a dark purple aura from the object. Although I had scant memory remaining, I was sure I had never seen such a thing before. I watched with a bare trace of interest as the dark purple expanded like fog on the mountain, tendrils drifting out at random. Mr. Evers tapped the top again, and the tendrils moved toward me. Should I have been afraid? I didn't really feel much anything. How long had it been since I'd experienced fear, or joy, or sorrow? I sat unmoving as the dark aura touched me. The tendril that brushed my skin immediately latched on, growing and thickening until it was the size of my leg. More tendrils followed, surrounding me with such a dense purple cloud that I could barely see Mr. Evers standing over me. Ow! Pain, like a hidden thorn, blossomed in my stomach. Though short-lived, it had only just begun to fade away when another struck my leg. No sooner had that one gone than another hit my arm, then two more, then an entire chorus of sharp, stabbing sensations rolled over my body, back and forth. I couldn't scream. I hadn't made a sound in who knows how long. All I could do was sit there and shake uncontrollably in response to the pain. It appeared before my eyes in a wink. a solid black circle hovering between me and the flying top. I don't know how, but I could tell that this one didn't lurk invisibly in the background where only I could see it. Instead, it hung in the air, visible to anyone. Mr. Evers reacted immediately, grunting and reaching out to touch the circle with his thimble. The orb flashed brightly and disappeared. A tear crept from my eye and slid down my cheek. Another circle appeared, and another. Each time one of them showed up, Mr. Evers snapped at it with his thumb, and it vanished with a flash. More and more circles showed themselves, and poor Mr. Evers was hard-pressed to get at 'em all, like a man single-handedly swatting at a whole swarm of flies. I couldn't help but strain for every breath. Gasping for air, I heard a noise I'd completely forgotten existed. My own voice. A dry, raspy moan forced its way from my throat, and Mr. Evers's mouth curved into a hard and satisfied smile. "That's it, boy. Come on back to me now." He redoubled his efforts, not letting a single black circle escape him. More tears swam in my eyes, and the next thing I knew I was crying, sobbing with the pain. Gradually I stopped shaking as the last few circles fled my body, only to meet Mr. Evers's thumb. I slumped down onto the bed and passed out. I awoke with the sun shining full in my face. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. Where am I? I lay in my bed, which had been moved so the sunlight streaming in from the single window shone directly on me. Realization rushed in like a flood. "Hey!" I coughed violently, then caught my breath. "Hey! Hello?" Footsteps thundered as Pa and all my siblings ran in. "Madigan!" They swarmed me, and I knew a moment of panic. I gazed at each of them, wide-eyed, trying to remember their names. John is the one with blonde hair, and the girl with the brown hair and the pretty eyes, she's, Those two older boys look alike, both with freckles and upturned noses. Are they brothers? Wait, aren't they my... I began to pant, my breath coming faster and faster without asking my leave. Why can't I remember anything? Frantic, I looked at my pa. I knew he was my pa, so why did his face seem so unfamiliar? Pa's expression changed, that thin face stiffening just a bit. "All right, children, leave Madigan alone for now. He's had a hard time." John protested, as did the girl. My sister? But Pa refused to relent. They left the room, and he shut the door and sat down, taking me by the hand. "Madigan," Pa said. I looked up, wide-eyed. "We're so glad you're back." His voice was so soft. Was it always like that? I couldn't recall. All of a sudden, he had his arms around me, and I returned the gesture with no small amount of awkwardness. A few minutes later, he sat up, wiped his eyes, and spoke again. "I've been told you might have some trouble remembering things." I lowered my eyes, ashamed. He patted my shoulder. "It's not your fault, Maddie. I know it's not your fault." For some reason, I couldn't find it in me to look him in the face. I just sat there, wishing he would go away. Eventually he did. It was probably an hour later when Pa returned, holding something wrapped in a napkin. The scent of corn pone swept across me, and my mouth filled with water in an instant. I swear to you, it was like that smell climbed up through my nose inside my head and demanded every bit of my attention. It was maybe the hungriest I'd ever felt in my entire life. Pa handed me the napkin, and I unwrapped it and tore into that pone just as fast as I could. The golden brown meal filled my mouth, crumbly, just a touch on the greasy side, but so good I wanted to swallow the entire thing at once. I don't think I'd ever tasted anything so delicious before. It wasn't until the pone was gone, and I was picking crumbs from out of the napkin, that I realized Paul was still standing there, alongside Mr. Evers. Mr. Evers approached the bed. "How are you, son?" I shrugged. He nodded with understanding. "You've been through quite an ordeal, haven't you?" Still, I said nothing. Mr. Evers looked back toward Pa. "I think Madigan could use a drink. Wouldn't you agree?" Pa, a troubled look on his face, nodded and left. Mr. Evers watched just long enough to make certain Pa had left, then turned back toward me. His hair was dark, nearly as dark as mine, and his eyes were blue, so light that they almost seemed gray. He stared intently at me with a determined set to his strong-looking jaw, reached into his vest pocket, and pulled out a finger-sized crystal. It looked a bit like a piece of quartz, such as you'd find all over the mountains around Harper's grave, but it had a sort of greenish color to it. That was something I'd not seen. Clear quartz, sure, or even quartz with a sort of rosy cast, but never green. He held it next to my face. The crystal ignited inside, lighting up with a glow the color of summer lightning. It got brighter and brighter until I had trouble keeping my eyes open. Then it suddenly winked out. I blinked a few times. The light hadn't disappeared, but had instead been covered by Mr. Evers' hand. He stuck the crystal back in his pocket, a pleased grin spreading across his face. What was that all about? I wondered. Before I could ask, Pa walked back into the room with the water dipper, handed it to me, and watched until I had drunk every drop. "Good boy," he said. "Is there anything else you need right now?" When I shook my head, he squeezed my shoulder again, as if to make sure I was really there, and carried the dipper away. Mr. Evers hesitated, like there was something more he wanted to say, then followed Pa from the room without a word. I just lay there, worry gnawing at my belly for reasons I couldn't really wrap words around. The next several days kinda all seemed the same. I lay in the bed pretty much the whole time, sorta sleeping whenever I wanted. Pa would bring me food and sit with me some, although he seemed scared to speak. A few times he'd mention people or places like he thought I'd remember 'em, but almost nothing he said made sense to me. It was similar with John and others. They'd come in every day to talk to me about things they thought I might remember. Like with Pa, for a few days I'd forget what they said as soon as they left the room, and would even have trouble recalling the face of the person I'd just spoken to. Gradually, though, my memory began to get better. I started to hang on to the names of my siblings even after they left the room. John, of course, but also little Rachel and the twins, Timothy and Mordecai. I could recognize them when they walked into the room and remember them after they left. Some things never came back. I never could remember Ma's face, for instance, or the sound of her voice. But over a few days, the missing pieces of my memory mostly showed up well enough that I no longer felt like a stranger in the cabin. Then there was Mr. Evers. Him I could remember without trouble, and I can't tell you why that should have been so. He would come in and ask me how I felt, but not saying much else besides. He never mentioned the time he'd held a glowing crystal up to me, and I never asked about it. After a few weeks, I woke up one morning restless and tired of being in the bed. I swung my legs over the side and stood up, wobbled a bit, and almost fell back down. The plank floor felt strange against my bare feet after so much time spent lying down. I waited for a moment until I had my balance, then tipsily headed through the door in my nightshirt. I stopped in the big room and looked around, taking it all in. Timber walls surrounded the space, with a single window cut into the right-hand wall and a swinging door leading out into the yard. The fireplace sat in the back wall, next to the door I'd just stepped through. The walls didn't hold much adornment, save for a faded wall hanging Ma must have knitted at some point long ago. The room felt familiar, but somehow strange at the same time. There were a total of 4 rooms in the cabin, 1 for Pa and 2 for us kids, plus the big room where we cooked and ate. I had figured that the whole time I'd been stuck in bed, Rachel and my brothers must have all slept in the same room. Now, standing at the doorway from where I'd been sleeping, I noticed bedrolls stacked near the fireplace. Maybe the twins had been sleeping on the floor alongside Mr. Evers, while I had one whole room to myself. I felt guilty at the sight for some reason. Mordecai walked in the front door. He froze when he saw me. "Pa!" John emerged from behind Mordecai, a smile breaking out across his face when he noticed me. "Maddie!" He squeezed around Mordecai, came a-running across the room, and flew into me, which wouldn't have been any trouble except that I was still mighty shaky. We fell over in the doorway into a tangle of arms and legs, which is how Pa found us. I grew stronger with every passing day. Mr. Evers was most particular about me getting plenty of sunshine every morning and afternoon, so I spent a lot of time out in the yard. Although I played some with John, I got weary far too quickly, and so I wound up passing most of my time sitting on the ground under an old oak. Everything around the cabin seemed at once both new and familiar, like something I'd heard described in great detail but never actually seen for myself. I learned later on that this was a lingering effect of the cloud of black circles. All I knew at the time, however, is that everything I saw or heard or smelled interested me more than a little. It was that, probably more than anything, that drove me to rebuild my strength by exploring the cabin and the surrounding area. I investigated all the rooms inside the house, peering intently at everything and trying to nudge my memories back into place. I reacquainted myself with the chickens in the coop, watching the bright-eyed hens scratch at the dirt and ruthlessly gobble up whatever poor bugs they disturbed. I sat there, fascinated, not recalling how plumb mean the old rooster was, until it was too late. I still have a scar on one leg from that red-feathered devil. At one point, I found myself meandering in a slow circle around the cabin, pressing and rubbing my hands against the wood just to feel the coarse timber. I'd looped around the back and just rounded the corner on the far side when I heard the sound of conversation from the window. I stopped, curious.
"Come to a decision?"
Mr. Evers's voice.
"I've been considering it a lot," Pa replied, "and I'm sure enough grateful for all you've done for him since you came. I reckon it could be the best thing for him, hard as it is."
His voice sounded a mite unsteady.
"So, yes, I reckon he can be apprenticed to you and go with you when the time comes, but I'll need your vow to treat him like your own, and that you'll let no more harm come to him."
"Absolutely," declared Mr. Evers.
"You have my word. I swear it."
Absently, I picked at the splinters in my palm. Somehow, I knew they were talking about me, but I wasn't sure what it all meant. What's an apprentice? I wondered. 10. 2 mornings later, the day broke fresh upon us as we gathered outside to say our goodbyes. Mr. Evers bid farewell to my family and mounted his horse. I followed behind, pausing to hug Pa. His hand lingered on my shoulder, and in a solemn voice he told me to take care of myself. I nodded and mumbled something in reply. He picked me up for the last time and set me on Mr. Evers's mare, right in front of him. John had been in tears as he told me goodbye. I'd promised that I'd come back someday, and I meant it at the time, but what person can actually foretell the future well enough to make that kind of promise?
"Well, Madigan,"
said Mr. Evers,
"shall we go?"
I nodded. The trail meandered down the mountain, probably following a path taken by game, long before any people had settled near Harper's grave. Sunbeams pierced the treetops, lancing between the dying leaves as autumn made way for winter. The air carried a hint of sharpness, which mixed with the strong scent of Mr. Evers's gray. I held on to the horse's mane with all my might, unused to riding. I felt as though I was liable to fall off at any time. By noon, my soreness stretched from head to toe, with special attention paid to my seat. My fingers cramped from spending the morning clutching that gray mane. Mr. Evers said something about rest and turned the mare off the trail and into a small clearing. I awkwardly slid from the horse and stumbled, my long days of bed rest and a full morning's worth of riding all catching up with me at once. Mr. Evers had dismounted and appeared beside me pretty quick with a steadying hand.
"Do you need to sit down, Madigan?"
I shook my head. "No," I lied. He narrowed his eyes.
Well, then, do you know how to lay a fire?"
"Do I?" I hesitated. I couldn't remember. His expression softened.
"Gather some dry wood of all sizes, from as thick as your arm to as thin as your smallest finger, and bring it to me."
I did as he instructed, and he showed me how to clear a patch of dirt. He then arranged the wood in a carefully planned structure, explaining to me how the fire would need to breathe and grow. At the heart, surrounded by the smallest pieces of wood I could find, he placed a bit of tinder from a box he carried with him. The situation seemed familiar. Had Pa taught me this before? I thought so, although I couldn't be sure. Once the fire was ready, Mr. Evers pointed at the tinder. Sparks leapt from his finger into the fire, which caught almost immediately. I blinked. I said slowly, speaking the recollection as it came to me. I can do that too. He stared at me a bit disconcertingly.
Yes, you can.
He picked up a small stick from our pile of kindling, laying it apart from the rest of the wood.
Show me. How many sparks can you land on that stick?
I frowned for a moment, concentrating. I pointed a finger at the stick and reached out with my mind to the place where the sparks lived. 10 minutes before, I'd not remembered that it even existed, but all of a sudden, I felt like I'd always known exactly how to find it. A valley spread out before me, visible not to my eyes, but to my mind. The valley appeared as though it was formed from solid golden light, but when I looked close enough, I could see that it was made of sparks. Thousands upon thousands of burning points of light shone, each of them connected to the others in a giant glowing web. Although I couldn't see it, I knew they were also connected to me, somehow. Breathing deeply, I closed my eyes and pulled hard inside my head. The world seemed to shift sideways, and I nearly staggered. Mr. Evers gasped. I opened my eyes to see the stick of fire, white flame dying toward redness as the wood dwindled away. Spots swam before my eyes, and I staggered a bit. I might have fallen if Mr. Evers hadn't caught me.
Good lad,
he murmured, a hint of astonishment in his voice.
Sit down and rest now.
We didn't speak at all while Mr. Evers rustled up some grub, putting jerky and peas into a pot over the fire. He had sort of a faraway look in his eye the whole time. For my part, I felt a little bit stretched out, tired in the head, like I'd just thought through a long and difficult problem. I fell asleep without meaning to. I awoke at dusk. I blinked and rubbed sleep from my eyes, and then I looked around trying to recollect where I was and what I was doing. Oaks and maples surrounded me, their shades of bark mingling together into a mishmash of vertical streaks marked by the occasional gleaming birch. Some of those trees loomed over our little campfire, their leaves already mostly gone. The scent of wood smoke filled with the smell of cooking food, and my stomach rumbled. Where's John? Oh, right. It hit me afresh that I'd just left my family for the first time, and all of a sudden I felt mighty lonely. Mr. Evers sat by the fire, peeling the bark from a twig with a knife. I watched absently as he finished and blew off the shavings, which landed in the fire. He removed the lid from a small jar I hadn't noticed sitting there next to him. Dipping a thin brush in the jar, he began to draw on the twig. He did so for several minutes before he stopped, examined his work with a critical eye, and set the twig down near the fire alongside several other similarly scribed sticks. At some point he must have realized I was awake, for he showed no sign of surprise when he looked up.
Come here, Madigan.
I stood, and a rough-spun blanket slid off me and fell to the ground. Mr. Evers must have covered me up while I slept. He picked up one of the sticks from the pile he'd created. He held it up, and the end of the stick abruptly burst with yellow light like an enormous firefly. Startled, I blinked and jumped back. After a moment, I noticed the writing that covered the stick. Intrigued, I moved toward it. Letters and such hadn't been a large part of my life up to that point, so I didn't have much of a frame of reference. But I was pretty sure that writing didn't normally glow red like that. Fascinated, I stretched a hand toward the stick. The yellow light faded. The writing ceased glowing and rapidly deteriorated into black ash, shedding from the stick and drifting away to intermingle with smoke from our fire. Dumbstruck, I looked up at Mr. Evers' faint grin.
You and I have something in common, Madigan. We're both tangents. You use the word sparkers, but it amounts to the same thing.
He set the stick down and picked up another, its smooth wood covered in black writing.
Did you know that our sparks can do more than just burn things?
Again, the end of the stick flared into yellow light. Again, the writing glowed deep red. After a few seconds, this light faded as well, leaving no trace or mark on the wood. Mr. Evers tossed it into the fire. I sat on the ground. How do you do that? He chose a third stick and pointed at the black writing.
"These markings are called glyphs. If you write or craft the proper glyphs in the proper material, they can do all sorts of amazing things. If you get them wrong, on the other hand, they might very well destroy you, just like that."
He snapped his fingers, and I shivered. He eyed me for a moment, then held the stick toward me. I reached for it, but hesitated, fearful from what Mr. Evers had just said. I looked up, and he sighed with impatience.
"This one won't harm you. I scribed it. It's perfectly safe."
Relieved, I took the stick and examined it. The black ink had sunk into the wood, staining it with the curious design Mr. Evers had scribed upon it. I held the stick up, and nothing happened.
"Make sparks,"
said Mr. Evers.
"Not all willy-nilly, but directly into the wood."
Isn't that kind of dangerous? I didn't feel like setting myself on fire. He shook his head.
"No. Go ahead, now."
This time around, it was easier to find the place where the sparks lived. Nervous, I pulled on 'em as hard as I could, and immediately felt a curious sensation all over my palm where it gripped the stick. It felt like a blanket of pins and needles spreading itself all over the inside of my hand, or like my hand had gone to sleep and then woken back up in a split second. At the same time, half the stick exploded into riotous flame. Startled by the sensation of needles in my palm, I yelled and dropped the piece of wood. It lay on the ground with smoke curling around its entire length. The writing had disappeared, and what sat there now was nothing but a burning twig. Mr. Evers swore and stamped on the stick till the flames went out. He turned a speculative eye my way, noting how I inspected my palm, rubbing it in response to the memory of those phantom pins.
"It feels a bit odd, doesn't it?"
I nodded, shaking my hand to try and banish the lingering prickly feeling.
"That sensation is completely normal. You'll get used to it in time."
He paused for a moment, thinking.
"Try again, but with less strength. You have a lot of power in you, but these glow sticks don't need much at all."
Picking up another scribe stick, he handed it to me.
"Also, try to hold on to it this time."
I took the stick, clasped it firmly, and easily found the place where the sparks lived. How can I pull at 'em with less power this time around? I thought about how I used to try and force our goat to go somewhere he didn't want to go, and what that felt like compared with the times I'd lead Rachel around, back when she was little. In my mind, I held out a hand and gently guided a few sparks into the world. Here we go. I was ready for it this time. My palm erupted with that prickly feeling, but I didn't let go of the stick at all. The writing started to glow red, and the stick lit right up, bathing Mr. Evers's smile in a luminescent glow.
"Our world is called Terra,"
Mr. Evers said.
"although some folks call it Earth. It lies in the middle of 6 other worlds called the Outer Planes."
He held the reins loosely in his hand as a reminder to the mayor of who was in command. I sat in front of Mr. Evers, gripping the gray's mane and sitting as straight as possible. I still harbored a mite of concern that I might fall off.
"Although we can't always see or feel it, there's a constant energy of all different kinds flowing into and out of Terra from the Outer Planes. For most people, that's just an interesting fact. But something like 1 out of every 2,000 or 3,000 people born is like us, a tangent."
He ducked under a low-hanging branch.
"That means you and I are on the very border of Terra, close enough to pull energy to ourselves from out of the planes. That's how we make the sparks."
I looked around, confused. He must have noticed, since he let loose a little half-sigh.
"Not that kind of border."
Fog rose from the ground, molded by invisible air currents into bizarre shapes. The forest around us echoed with the sound of thousands of drops of water sliding off tree branches onto the carpet of leaves below. The occasional drip landed on my hat with a light tapping noise. It was the kind of thing you get used to after a while.
"Listen closely, Madigan,"
said Mr. Evers.
"Your feet can take you in different directions, forwards, backwards, or side to side, right? If you were a bird, you could scale the air and move up or down as well. Understand?"
I nodded. "Yes, sir." Well, in addition to all that, there's an entirely different set of directions, one that most creatures can't observe or move in. In fact, so far as I know, those directions don't even have proper names yet. But along those directions lie windows into the outer planes, so people born into the right position, people like us, are close enough to reach out and grab hold of a little essence from the planes. Is that more clear?
I think so, I said.
Truth to tell, it's still a little confusing. We'd settled into a daily routine over the past week. Rise early, break camp, and ride hard for the whole morning. By mid-afternoon, we'd find a new place to sleep, and Mr. Evers would set up camp while I worked on what he called training exercises for the remainder of the afternoon and on into the night. Mostly that consisted of my copying glyphs onto a slate he carried with him, writing the same glyph over and over until I felt like it had burned its way into my eyeballs and visions of it danced throughout my dreams. Mr. Evers insisted that every glyph be perfect. I can't remember how many times he glanced over the slate with a frown before narrowing his eyes at me and commenting, "If you scribed this in something besides chalk, you'd melt your own hair off." I like to think he was exaggerating, but what'd I know? Following supper, I'd practice channeling energy until I was too exhausted to summon another single spark. This didn't generally take long. Then to bed, to rise early, and do it all over again. Mr. Evers didn't waste much time. He filled our daily rides with lecture and conversation. For the first time, I heard about the world beyond Harper's grave. I learned about America, the history of her founding, and other people and places across the world. I learned to figure in my head and to commit my multiplication tables to memory. I had a faint recollection of Ma doing the same sort of thing with me years before, but either time or the monster in the dark had stolen most of those memories away from me. At one point, Mr. Evers handed me a book he had pulled from the saddlebags. It was a chilly day, and my breath fogged the air in front of me as I took the book from him.
"Turn to the beginning," said Mr. Evers, "and read the first chapter aloud to me."
Embarrassed, I held the book up and squinted at the page, hoping against hope that the letters would make sense. But I had no such luck. I don't rightly know how to read," I mumbled to the tune of Mr. Evers's exasperated sigh.
"I should have guessed," he muttered. "Very well. Starting tonight, we will set the glyphs aside for a time and teach you to read."
My shoulders slumped forward in humiliation, which did not escape his notice.
"Don't let it trouble you, Madigan. Your life to this point has been quite different from the one you'll have with me. You have a rare gift, and you owe it to yourself to make the most of it."
I sat up a little straighter, nodding. Not rightly sure what kind of life Mr. Evers meant for me to have, I was still sure and certain that I did want to make the most of it. 11. The weather had turned downright cold by the time we reached the Clinch River and the town of Fellas Crossing. Although it could have rightly been described as a one-horse kind of town, consisting mostly of a trading post and a ramshackle boarding house, to my 10-year-old eyes it was a veritable metropolis. A handful of smaller shelters were scattered up and down the waterfront, with a particularly small one positioned next to the ferry, but the trading post and boarding house dominated the scene. Dusk had fallen by the time Mr. Evers halted the gray, just outside the edge of town. I wished he'd hurry. My coat was so thin the wind blew right through it, and I couldn't feel my face. Carefully, he pulled the glove off his right hand and fetched a cloth from his saddlebag, giving me a good look at the green-tinted crystal he unwrapped. It seemed somehow familiar. I watched with curiosity as Mr. Evers held the crystal out toward the trading post and the boarding house. A series of lights pulsed in the crystal's heart, abruptly shifting between several different hues. The light winked out after a bit. Mr. Evers murmured, his brow wrinkling as he wrapped the crystal back up. He frowned and sat in silence for a moment.
"Nothing to be done about it, I suppose,"
he sighed.
"We need supplies, and we need shelter."
We dismounted, and he led the gray to a stable around behind the boarding house. 2 other horses and a mule already stood inside, leaving just enough room for Mr. Evers's horse. He unloaded the saddlebags, and I helped him to see the gray, Then he led me back around to the front and through the door. Warmth filled the common room thanks to the fireplace. We stepped inside through a curtain of comfortable heat, and straightway my nose began its transition from icicle to faucet. No furniture filled the room aside from a long table and a couple of rough benches. 2 men sat at one end of the table, the both of them bent over plates of stew. My mouth watered at the sight. One of the men looked up when we entered, displaying a weathered face beneath black hair liberally mixed with gray. He nodded toward us and swallowed his bite.
"Evening to you."
Pointing with a tin spoon, he indicated a door at the end of the room.
"You want to eat, you'll need to head to the kitchen and speak with Rains."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a large man with a round belly filled the door. His hair was cropped short, and he had no beard or mustache, giving the world a full view of his wide eyes.
"That's me. Welcome to you, stranger."
He held up a ladle, careless of how it dripped onto his already stained apron.
"Stew?"
Mr. Evers answered in the affirmative before leading me toward the unoccupied end of the table. We kept our coats on for the time being. Although it made things a bit awkward, Mr. Evers also kept a small satchel at his side, slung across his chest under his coat. By the time we'd settled onto the wobbly bench, Rains had a brace of bowls set in front of us, along with a couple of hunks of coarse bread. An orange cat slunk from the kitchen alongside Rains, weaving in and out of the man's feet while he walked. Although the large man paid no apparent mind to the cat, it expertly avoided being trod upon while managing to stay no further than a few inches from the cook. Once we'd received our food, the cat retreated to the far corner of the room. Mr. Evers and I sat too, and for a moment I forgot everything besides the taste of fatty beef, onion, and thick, salty broth. Rains may not have been able to keep his apron clean, but he could throw together a decent bowl of stew. Before I knew it, I was sopping up the last few drops with my bread. I swallowed and eyed Mr. Evers's bowl, wondering if he planned to finish it. While I'd been absorbed in my supper, Mr. Evers had kept a watchful eye on the room. I happened to glance down and noticed that he again held that green, quartz-like crystal in his hand, which he surreptitiously oriented toward the cat in the corner. The crystal flickered with rust-colored light, and Mr. Evers nodded to himself. He transferred his spoon to his left hand and continued eating while he slowly unbuttoned his coat with his right. He stowed the crystal in his satchel and retrieved a pair of scribe sticks, laying them on the table alongside his bowl. I glanced over toward the cat. Its ear twitched, but it didn't move a muscle beyond that. I shrugged and resumed eyeing Mr. Evers's food. After we'd eaten, we introduced ourselves to the other 2 men at the table. The one who'd spoken to us went by the name of Kimball. He had a stooped back, a wrinkled face that looked like he smiled a lot, and a long gray mustache that drooped from his face. How does he keep his whiskers out of his stew bowl? I wondered. The other man, big, with a bulbous nose and smooth chin, was simply called Burley. He wore a dark green hat of an odd, pointed shape I'd never seen before. The 2 of them were hunters, making their way up the Clinch River toward Virginia in search of a good place to hole up for the winter. Leaving me at the table with Kimball and Burley, Mr. Evers got up and walked over to the kitchen door. Keeping an eye on the cat, he called through the door,
"Any chance of a private room for me and the boy?"
Rains stepped up to the doorway, wiping his hands.
"We have a couple of rooms, but they cost extra."
He shrugged a shoulder.
"Most folks just bunk down in here by the fire. It's cheaper and warmer, too."
Mr. Evers smiled, a polite veneer.
"We'll take the private room."
He pulled out his coin purse.
"How much?"
While the 2 of them haggled, something caught my eye from the other side of the table. Burley held up a pebble, theatrically displaying it to the room like a performer of some sort. I glanced around. I was the only person there, aside from Mr. Evers, Rains, and of course Mr. Kimball, although the latter just kept eating stew, paying no attention whatsoever to his partner's antics. Burley smiled. He gestured toward the pebble in his hand, closed his fist around it, and then opened his hand to show that it was empty. I goggled. Burley's smile grew wider, and the nostrils of his outsized nose flared to a disturbing level. He gestured, raising his hands above that green hat. He showed me their fronts and backs with a flourish, proving that they were empty. then reached over and pulled the pebble, apparently right out of Kimball's ear. I grinned, and Burley tossed me the pebble. I caught it and looked it over suspiciously. It was smooth, brown, and completely ordinary, virtually identical to 1,000 others out in the woods. I pocketed it just as Mr. Evers called me to come and follow him. Our room lay not too many steps from where we'd eaten, being just around the corner and down a hall scarcely long enough for the name. Short as the journey was, it was plenty long enough for Mr. Evers to work himself into a quiet lather at the state of our accommodations. By the time we reached the room, I could make out about half the words he grumbled to himself, although I'd always been taught never to use language like that. The room had no door, just a horsehair blanket for privacy. Mr. Evers swept it aside and we walked in. The solitary bed smelled musty and looked cramped, and the lone nightstand sitting by the bed bore a thick layer of dust. Mr. Evers set the candle we'd been given on the nightstand, placed his saddlebags on the ground, and rummaged around inside 'em. Straightening up, he carried his small jar of black ink over to the door and started to work. I watched with interest as he drew the blanket across the door, then scribed a series of glyphs on the floor next to the wall on either side. He then drew a thin line on the floor right across the doorway, connecting the two glyph constructions. Peering closely, I pointed at a particular glyph. "Lumos," I said, proud of myself. Mr. Evers smiled a bit. "That's right. You should know this one, too." He indicated the next glyph over. I hesitated. "Maybe? It looks like—" I shook my head. "I don't know." "Sonant." "Oh, it looks different from how I scribed it." I bent closer. The sonant glyph, written on the floor, sprouted different lines connecting to some glyphs I didn't recognize. I pointed to one of them, a curious combination of different S shapes forming a kind of star pattern. "What's that one?" "That," Mr. Evers replied, "is not one you'll need to know any time soon." He abruptly stood. "Time to practice your letters." I groaned inwardly, but knew better than to complain. I spent the remainder of the evening copying the simple word list Mr. Evers had given me, wiping my slate and copying them again. He, on the other hand, sat on the bed and read into the night as our candle burned lower. Eventually, he declared that it was time for sleeping. Although narrow, the bed was just big enough for the two of us to fit without falling off. I felt a bit crowded, but still preferred it to sleeping on the cold floor. I got comfortable and lay as still as I could, but I had trouble drifting off. It was always times like these when I started to think of Pa, John, and the rest of my family. My memory still grew stronger each day, gradual but steady. This made for a mixed blessing, as the more I remembered, the more I became aware of my family's absence. I sniffed a couple of times, wiped my eyes, and rolled over. I awoke from a sound sleep to a noise like a bird's cry, only softer and somehow more shrill. I struggled for a moment to remember where I was. Oh, right, the boarding house at Fellas Crossing. Darkness filled our room, save for a blue glow pulsing slowly from the direction of the door. Mr. Evers was awake, sitting upright in the bed, holding something toward the doorway. Sitting upright, I spied a silhouette framed in blue on the floor by the door. It was about the size of a chicken, but a different shape. I frowned. Funny, but it looks almost like— I blinked. It was the cat from the common room. "What are you after, Farrell?" said Mr. Evers. I looked at him, rubbing my eyes. Was I still asleep? Surely Mr. Evers wasn't talking to the cat. I felt like I must have still been dreaming, a sensation that did not subside when the cat answered my teacher. "Touched one," said the cat in a voice like sandy velvet. It sat down and licked its paws with an indifferent air. "I knew I smelled your kind in my den." The blue glow faded, and the room fell dark for a second before sparks from Mr. Evers's finger flashed, igniting the candle on the nightstand. All the while his left hand gripped an inch-thick stick, scribed with glyphs, and pointed toward the cat. "Fascinating," the cat said, stretching itself and standing upright. Its eyes reflected the candlelight, giving it an otherworldly appearance.
Humans use twigs dipped in foul substances, or all manner of other ways to make fire, but you have different methods available, don't you, Touched One?"
"You didn't answer my question."
Mr. Evers kept the stick, I guess you could call it a wand, trained on the talking cat.
"Why are you here?"
The cat's tail lashed back and forth once, casting bizarre shadows on the wall. It remained silent for a while, yawned, and twitched its head. "I've heard the Touched Ones will keep the dead as pets. Well, I, of course, have no need of such a thing. I must confess to a little bit of curiosity as to how it could be accomplished." The cat looked to the side and its ear twitched. "Visitors to the den owe tribute to the host. A demonstration of taming the dead might suffice."
"That curiosity will get you killed, Ferrell."
Mr. Evers's voice turned cold.
"You won't find any of that sort of magic here, so I suggest you turn yourself around and leave us be."
The cat purred as though pleased. "Very well." It casually strolled back through the curtain after waiting just long enough to establish that it acted according to its own free choice, and certainly not because of Mr. Evers's words.
"Irritating beast,"
muttered Mr. Evers, carefully placing the wand down on the nightstand. He got up, shivered a bit outside the blankets, and bent over the glyphs he'd scribed on the floor. Placing a finger on the pattern, he grunted, and the glyphs shimmered with light for a moment before fading back to black. Mr. Evers blinked and swayed a bit before steadying himself. He managed to stand upright and get back to bed.
"That will do,"
he told me.
"I recharged the glyphs, so our alarm will sound again, should anyone or anything else try to come visit us in the night."
While I was grateful for the explanation, I was also full to bursting with questions about the scene I'd just witnessed. "Why did that cat talk?" I asked, blushing. It seemed like such a silly thing to say.
"That's not really a cat, or at least not one from Terra."
Mr. Evers lay back, rubbing his eyes.
"It's a beast from the feral plane. Occasionally one will find its way into our world. They're not as smart as humans, and they have an unusually high opinion of their own abilities, so they generally find themselves on the wrong end of some sort of trouble before too long."
"But what did it want?" He opened one eye and fixed it on me.
"It wanted to know if we had anything from the ravening plane. Revenants, dreads, or anything of the sort. I don't know why. He might have just been curious."
Wait. My brow wrinkled, and I tried to wrap words around my question. He didn't say anything about revenants. He just asked about the dead.
"Ferals sometimes use different terms than we do, Madigan."
He held up his hand before I could ask anything else.
"I'm tired, and we're leaving as early as we can in the morning. Save the rest of your questions for tomorrow."
"But
tomorrow."
He blew out the candle. I sighed and leaned back into bed, trying to get comfortable. It took a while for the thoughts to stop swirling around my head, but I finally drifted off to sleep. 12. Morning dawned cold and dark. I couldn't stop shivering as I put on my boots and helped Mr. Evers gather our things. I really needed to visit the privy, but I had to wait for him to erase the glyph alarm across the door first. He bent down, placed a finger on a complex cross shape at one end of the glyph line, and in less than a second the entire series had dissolved instantly into smoke and completely vanished. No sooner had it disappeared than I fastened my coat around myself and ran outside like the devil was after me. I returned to the common house to find Mr. Evers standing in the common room conversing with Raines in a low voice. I craned my neck, looking around, but I couldn't see the cat anywhere. Kimball and Burley were still abed, rolled up in their blankets as near the fireplace as they could safely get. I guess the hunters weren't in any hurry to hit the trail in the frigid early morning air, and I couldn't blame 'em one bit. Mr. Evers nodded, wrapped up his conversation, and bid Raines farewell. He led the way outside. The sun had just started to peek over the horizon, washing the sky in tones of light gray. Our breath created clouds of vapor with every exhalation. I shivered and stamped my feet on the hard-packed earth between the boarding house and the trading post, doing my best to keep warm, while Mr. Evers fetched his horse. Within a few minutes he had rejoined me, and together we headed toward the trading post.
Although better constructed than the boarding house, the trading post looked a bit older. Gray moss grew on the outside of 2 of the weathered log walls, and the door's planks had long since warped and twisted with age. A sign hung crookedly by the doorway. Its letters faded almost to the point of illegibility. I was still learning to read, but I could make out the word post well enough. I felt a bit unsettled as we approached, but Mr. Evers showed no hesitation. He rapped on the door and called out, "Hello? Anyone here?"
Come in,
a voice called from within, and Mr. Evers pushed open the door. If the exterior of the trading post had seemed a little unsettling, its interior was downright creepy. Only the barest hint of light found its way through the bottle-glass windows, and shadows swathed the clutter filling the walls, floor, and parts of the ceiling. Food and other supplies had been haphazardly mixed in with all sorts of junk. In one corner, oddly shaped bottles sat atop a stack of folded shirts. The opposite corner held the large carved wooden statue of a man with a head like a bird and the wings of a bat. Sausage links hung from the wings, draped over the statue as though it was any old rack. One shelf, high up on the east wall, held a collection of skulls from various animals. A few of them looked human. I gulped. A figure sat against the far wall, a man leaning back with his boots crossed atop a small table. Between the dim light and the outsized hat he wore, I couldn't make out any of the details of his face.
Hello there, stranger. Come on in,
said the figure in a rough voice. He swung his feet from the table and stood up.
What are you hunting?
Mr. Evers stopped inside the door and scanned the room with a watchful air. Supplies, he eventually said. Jerky and dried beans. A warmer coat for the boy, if you have one.
Victuals and such are over that-a-way,
replied the man with a gesture.
I have a few coats in that corner over there.
He pointed in the opposite direction. A soft rattling noise accompanied each of his gestures. He sat down and propped his feet back up on the table, leaving us to find our supplies for ourselves. The supposed trading post looked more like a junk heap with 4 walls, if you ask me. Mr. Evers and I were forced to pick our way over and around erratic piles of debris in search of the items we'd asked for. Once my eyes adjusted to the room, I noticed that much of the junk looked a bit occult, I guess you'd say. In addition to the monstrous statue and the shelf of skulls, I caught sight of a rack of dried birds' feet, an oblong sort of plant with wickedly sharp thorns, and a large stuffed toad with glass eyes that seemed to watch me. I shivered a bit inside, though I tried not to show it. Stay close to me, Madigan, Mr. Evers said, his mouth pulled tight. He glanced toward the shopkeeper and stealthily drew the pale green crystal from the satchel beneath his coat. Shielding it from the shopkeeper with our bodies, he held it up and examined it closely. It gleamed a dark purple with flickers of other colors, and he frowned. As Mr. Evers replaced the crystal in an inside pocket, I noticed a few scribed wands attached to his belt with leather bands. We found a barrel of dried beans, which Mr. Evers examined as thoroughly as he could in the dimness. He shook out a nearby empty sack, raising a small cloud of dust, and filled it with beans. He sniffed the jerky for a bit, but must have decided that our need outweighed his ability to be picky. My coat, however, was another matter. He poked through the jumbled pile of cloth, muttering to himself in irritation, for quite a while. Eventually, he settled on a flannel overcoat, grumbling to himself about musty something or other, although it looked fine to me. Mr. Evers carried our purchases to the shopkeeper, who'd leaned there the entire time, watching us without saying another word. Mr. Evers piled our supplies on the table and pulled out his coin purse. How much? The shopkeeper slowly raised his head, giving me a decent look in his face for the first time. It was thin, hard, but with a callousness to it. Though a man full grown, he had to have been at least a couple of decades younger than Mr. Evers.
Well, that all depends, don't it?
He said.
What do you got to trade me?
My master hesitated. He gestured with the purse in his hand to make sure the shopkeeper had seen it. I'll pay a fair price. Don't worry about that.
I ain't worried.
The shopkeeper folded his arms across his chest.
But see, I don't have much use for coins. I'm more interested in goods, if you catch my drift.
He nodded his head toward the overflowing room.
Anything you got from the outer plains will get you more than enough supplies. And that coat, too.
Mr. Evers's hand tightened slightly around his purse. He forced a smile.
"Friend, I'm sure you can find a use for my coin. You run a trading post, after all."
"That's right,"
said the shopkeeper.
"Special emphasis on trade. Open up your bag. Let's see what you got."
He uncrossed his arms and reached toward Mr. Evers, and I noticed two things in that moment. The shopkeeper had adorned his arm with the most curious array of jewelry I'd ever seen on anyone, man or woman. Strands of threaded beads, stone, glass, bone, even a few old coins with holes drilled through 'em, wound around his wrist and down his forearm, forming a loose tangle of chaos. The other thing that caught my eye was the light. When his hand got close to Mr. Evers, a few of those beads lit right up with an ugly sort of glow. A faint purple flicker, probably only visible due to the poor light, flashed in amongst that tangle of jewelry, just for a moment. At that, the young man's face broke into a wolfish grin, and he paused.
"Well, now, I reckon I can definitely find something to take in trade today. Unless you're planning on going hungry. It's a mighty long way to the next settlement."
Mr. Evers made no reply, and the shopkeeper's mouth twisted in a sneer as he leaned forward, preparing to stand. Mr. Evers moved with more speed than I'd seen from him before. As the shopkeeper pushed up on the table, my master's foot lashed out in a violent motion. The table skidded sideways, sliding out from underneath the stranger's hands too quickly for him to react. He wobbled on one foot, and Mr. Evers reached out and shoved him down. The shopkeeper thudded to the floor in a heap, beaded jewelry rattling as he tried to catch himself. It must have taken him a moment to figure out what happened. Then he started to push himself up off the ground, and a snarl emerged from his lips.
"Why, you—"
He stopped cold, face to face with the wand Mr. Evers held not 6 inches from his nose. Electric blue threads jumped and swirled around the wand, their glow a wordless promise of pain should anyone make a wrong move. In the darkness of that disturbing room, that light stood out like a unicorn in a cattle pen. Everyone froze. The younger man stopped half off the ground, sweat forming on his brow and reflecting the sparkling electric wand light. I was shocked by the sudden violence of it all. We were just standing there talking, and then in the space of a few seconds, a man lay on the ground, held there only by threat of force. At the same time, I was fascinated by the lightning playing along the wand. The raging power of storms I'd hidden from as a terrified child was right here, contained by the symbols my master had painted on a simple piece of wood. Is this what it means to be a tangent?
"Madigan,"
Mr. Evers said in a voice of cold iron. I blinked, jerking out of my reverie.
"Pick up our supplies. No, walk behind me. Don't get between us. Hurry, now."
I moved to obey, picking up my new coat. Wrapping it around me, I gathered the scattered pieces of jerky and stuffed them into the sack with the beans. I stood, hoisting the sack over my shoulder.
"Now,"
Mr. Evers said to the shopkeeper,
"we'll be going. You'll stay here. And if you take my advice, you'll let busy travelers simply do business with you, instead of trying to bully them into relinquishing their personal possessions."
He stopped, then glanced around the trading post.
"Also, clean this place up. It's a mess in here."
He dropped a couple of coins onto the floor and firmly guided me toward the door, keeping his wand trained on the shopkeeper until we were outside. I paused just past the threshold, blinking in the early morning light. I thought I caught a flash of ginger fur from the direction of the boarding house, but when I looked again, I didn't see anything. Mr. Evers didn't think much of my standing around.
"Come on, Madigan. There's no time for dawdling."
He led the way toward the mare, still holding the wand in his right hand, although I could no longer see any sparks on it.
"You'll need to lead her,"
he said, indicating the horse.
"Hold the reins here. Good. Now stay close to her head and walk firmly toward the ferry, but don't yank on her."
He clicked with his tongue, and the mare moved, following me over to where a post the width of a tree had been sunk into the bank. A thick rope line was tied firmly around the post, passing from it across the river to a similar post on the opposite bank. A large raft floated there, bumping gently against the bank, but unable to float away thanks to the cords that held it fast to both post and line. There was no one there. Eyes still on the trading post, wand held ready, Mr. Evers made his way to a bell that had been hung next to the post. He reached toward the bell with his left hand, but was interrupted by a gravelly voice.
"Don't touch that bell now. No need. I'm right here."
I whipped around to see a squat man emerge from the tiny shelter by the ferry. He wore moccasins and appeared to have thrown a large coat on over his nightshirt. He gathered it about his shoulders and stalked toward us.
"People crossing at all hours of the evening and morning. No sense in waiting for a proper time, no. Well, what are you waiting for? You got a penny?"
He glared at us from beady hazel eyes.
Right, said Mr. Evers after a confused moment.
He took his eyes off the trading post and pulled out his purse. A door banged open, and I turned around to see the shopkeeper come a-flying out of his store, his oversized hat flapping as he ran. In the light of day, I could see for the first time that his clothes were all a muddy jumble of nondescript gray, and he clutched a rusty old muzzle-loader in his right hand. He drew closer to us, skidded to a halt with a rattle of beads, and took aim. Mr. Evers had looked up at the sound of the door, and I heard him grunt with annoyance. He lifted the wand, and a jagged streak of light, brighter than any I'd ever seen, simply appeared. It wasn't like it moved in the space between the wand and the gun. It just flashed and vanished quick as a wink. At the same time, a violent popping noise filled the air, as if someone, or several someones, had shot their firearms all at once. Although I didn't realize it immediately, what I had just witnessed was a pint-sized lightning bolt, up close and personal. The shopkeeper glowed bright blue and flew back, but I didn't see what happened afterward. I had my own problems. The gray mare hadn't reacted too well to the noise or the flash of light. She neighed and reared back, pulling the reins from my hands. I didn't have the presence of mind to let go soon enough, and she yanked me off balance. I sprawled to the ground directly beneath her and hit the dust hard. Disoriented, I looked up in time to make out hooves descending toward my face. I covered my eyes, certain I was about to die. A metal-clad hoof struck the ground about an inch from my head with a thudding sound that shook my skull. I swiftly rolled away and lay still, breathing hard. Mr. Evers quickly grabbed the reins and calmed the horse. The ferryman, meanwhile, stared at my master with wide eyes and trembling lips. He mouthed the air a few times, then managed to squeak out, You, what did you... He pointed at Mr. Evers, his hand shaking so hard I could see it despite his heavy canvas gloves. I shook my head, blinked, and hauled myself upright. Why am I breathing so hard? The shopkeeper lay in the dirt some 10 feet further back than he'd started. He was covered in black smudge marks and, near as I could tell, slightly smoking.
"Linus, you just killed Linus,"
the ferryman yelled at Mr. Evers, having finally found his words. Nonplussed, my master shrugged.
"He had a gun pointed at me."
He resumed soothing the horse, then added almost as an afterthought,
"I doubt that he's dead, anyway. Perhaps he's a little wiser now, although personally I doubt that as well."
The mare settled, and he bent down to pick up his purse from the dirt.
"I believe you said it's a penny to get across?"
The ferryman spat.
"I don't want any of your witchy money. I'll take you across, and you just get far away from here. You hear?"
Mr. Evers thought for a moment, then replaced his purse.
"As you wish."
It took a decent amount of time, however, before the gray mare had settled down enough to risk bringing her on the raft. We waited in awkward silence, the ferryman glaring at Mr. Evers, and me on occasion. I glanced toward shopkeeper Linus a few times. He stirred a bit once or twice, so I knew he was still alive. I turned and frowned at Mr. Evers. I'd been traveling with him for a while, and so had first-hand experience of his impatience, but I had never before seen him turn violent, and with so little warning. What else might set him off? I wondered. As if he could sense my thoughts, he looked over at me.
"I'm sorry you had to see that, Madigan. Force should never be our primary response to conflict. Even when it's necessary, it's still regrettable."
He gestured toward Linus, lying on the ground surrounded by the scattered beads from his now broken armbands.
"In this case, he had a gun pointed at me and you both. When a man chooses to point a weapon, he takes responsibility for everything that arises from that choice."
The ferryman snorted, earning a hard side-eye from Mr. Evers, but he didn't say anything. I looked over at Linus once more, noting the length of smoking twisted metal that had been his muzzle-loader. It had been a weapon, a tool for hunting or protecting, capable of killing.
Now it was useless. Something else caught my eye. The wand Mr. Evers had used to call lightning. It lay in the dirt at my feet, vestiges of smoke curling around it, all the glyphs my master had painstakingly scribed gone from its surface. I stared at the blank wood thoughtfully for a few moments. Finally, Mr. Evers declared the mare calm enough, and we loaded onto the ferry. Bracing himself, the ferryman cast off the lines and leaned back, pulling on the rope that stretched across the clinch. He refused to make either eye contact or conversation with us, and almost before we set foot on the other bank, he was back in the river, pulling on the line like the devil was after him.
"She's still a bit unsettled," said Mr. Evers, patting the mare. "Let's walk for a bit."
On we traveled through more of the same, up hill and down dale, through trees mostly bare. I didn't pay much heed to where I put my feet, being wrapped up in my own thoughts. I had around 1,000 questions for Mr. Evers, but at the same time I was a little scared of him, too. I looked at him out of the corner of my eye, watching the way he walked, slightly stooped, and the way he swept his gaze back and forth across the terrain, always watchful of possible trouble. A couple of times I took a breath to ask him something, but always chickened out, not wanting him to be angry with me. I needn't have bothered. After a few minutes, my master himself broke the silence.
"Do you understand what happened back there, Madigan?"
I shrugged. "You made lightning."
"And?"
"I don't know." "And almost killed somebody?" He sighed.
"That man would have tried to kill me, and maybe you also. Should I have let him do that, you think?"
"No." I thought for a bit. "But didn't you attack him first back in the trading post?" He was silent for a moment.
"There's a little more to it than that."
He dug around in his satchel and pulled out the pale green crystal.
"You've seen this a time or two. Have you figured out what it is yet?"
I shook my head, but privately I thought I might have a notion or two as to what the crystal did. Mr. Evers turned the crystal around in his hand. It was symmetrical, but imperfectly so. I looked more closely, although it seemed at first glance as though the crystal itself had no color. Traces of that pale green hue clung to the surface of each of its edges and facets.
"This is called a resonator," Mr. Evers said. "It's from Terra, but it contains some of the essence of the outer planes. I use it to find energies or creatures that come from outside Terra. It's how I found you, in a manner of speaking."
He held the resonator up and tilted it toward himself. The crystal lit up with a brilliant glow. He turned the resonator toward me, and the glow became stronger and brighter, almost to the point of discomfort. He stowed the crystal back in his satchel, leaving me blinking a bit to clear the afterimage from my eyes.
"Different colors mean different things," he said. "That light you just saw indicates that we're tangents. If it had been a deeper orange color, it would have meant you were a feral, or bonded to one. It's a most useful device, although this particular one requires the power of a tangent to work."
My suspicions confirmed, I slowly nodded. "So, what about the purple lights on that Linus man's arms?"
"Who? Oh, right, the shopkeeper. Yes, that."
Mr. Evers took a careful step over an awkwardly protruding root.
"I doubt he's a tangent, so his tools would be far less powerful than mine. But somehow it seems he managed to lay hold of a resonator that reacts to the presence of ravening energy. Once he detected that on me, I could tell he was determined to take it from us. I couldn't have that. I'm afraid he left me no choice."
I wasn't sure I agreed with him about not having a choice, but I held my tongue, at least until another question occurred to me. What makes ravening energy so bad? Mr. Evers thought for a moment.
"Imagine a bucket, Madigan, filled with clean, pure water. Now, hang it over a cesspit or a privy hole. Then poke a small hole in the wall of the bucket, so there's a tiny stream of water falling into the cesspit. Got it?"
Thinking hard, I nodded. I would have preferred to close my eyes to imagine, but that seemed a mite dangerous, seeing as how we continued walking a trail.
"So, think of it this way. Our world, Terra, is that bucket. The ravening plane sits at the bottom of that stream of water, right in the cesspit. It's filled with things that would love to crawl out of that pit and into the bucket, but if they ever managed to accomplish that, then their very presence would corrupt the water. Thankfully, the stream pushes them away, no matter how hard they try to climb in. You understand so far?"
"Yes, sir. I could picture it as clear as day." Good. So our problem is this. Whenever a scribe or a tangent uses ravening energy, we run the risk of poking another hole into the bucket, or worse, accidentally dangling a thread from the bucket down into the cesspit, letting something nasty scale that thread into our world. Only in our case, it's far worse than just a cesspit. The ravening plane is a place of eternal corrupting hunger, filled with monsters that, and I am in no way exaggerating, would devour our entire world and still not be satisfied. Ravening energy puts all of Terra at risk and should never be played with.
Oh. We walked in silence for a minute, and I looked at the world around me with fresh eyes. Hundreds of trees surrounded us, each one the same, and also somehow completely unique. The sun had climbed higher, casting its morning light across the sky. A few clouds drifted overhead, traveling one direction, while those of us on the ground moved another. I became more conscious of the solid earth beneath my feet with each step I took. The ravening plane would destroy all of this. I shivered inside my new flannel coat, but it had nothing to do with the chilly morning air. "I reckon I get it," I said at last.
Good lad.
Satisfied, Mr. Evers nodded like he'd wrapped up the conversation satisfactorily. However, something else had occurred to me. "So, if ravening energy's so bad, how come Linus sensed it on you?" He threw me a sharp look. I didn't cringe, although I felt like it. His expression softened a bit, and he muttered to himself,
"Smarter than I gave him credit for."
He didn't say anything else right away, and although he never stopped surveying our surroundings, his blue eyes got a far-off look to him. I patiently waited, walking beside him, and eventually he cleared his throat.
"Do you believe in divine providence, Madigan?"
"What? Well, yeah, I reckon. What kind of a question is that?" Growing up the way I did, we never questioned the existence of providence. God just always seemed kind of a long way away, like a great uncle we'd heard tell of but never met. Like all the other families we knew, we had a Bible up on the shelf, and Ma used to read from it every Sunday, Pa not being much for reading. That habit had kind of fallen by the wayside after she died, but he still tried to get us to live right and to be respectful. I suspect questioning providence would have sent him right through the roof.
Would you be surprised to learn that many people don't? That some believe we're all alone, with no greater meaning than what we create for ourselves?
I didn't have much of a response to that. It sure didn't seem like an answer to my question. I knew that much.
Personally, I don't care much for the idea of a life without purpose. Call it God or providence, destiny or fate, call it whatever you will. But I'm convinced that each one of us is given the tools we have for a particular reason, a purpose. Whatever your purpose is, you'll be given the ability to accomplish it.
I waited for this to make sense.
I've been given something rare and powerful, the power of a tangent. It's a tool that I use to try and make this world a better place, and I have long since decided that I'll never fail to use whatever tools I have for good, even if I didn't ask for them.
Mr. Evers softly clucked his tongue, and the mare stopped moving. He handed me the lead and opened up his satchel. Carefully, he withdrew a tiny cap of dark metal riddled with a pattern of holes. I blinked, suddenly recognizing it. A thimble! I met Mr. Evers's eyes. "Is that—" He nodded before I could figure out what to ask.
"Yes, Madigan. This is what I used to save your life. You would have been dead within days if I hadn't."
I remember. I struggled to recall that day and the ones before. I remember black circles and a voice.
"Yes."
Mr. Evers replaced the thimble and put a soft hand on my shoulder.
"Those black orbs are a telltale sign of a powerful ravener moving in Terra. Somehow, an exceptionally dangerous creature has made its way out of the cesspit and into the bucket. It found you, and to a ravener, a tangent is the most coveted meal of all. By the time I came along, it had almost finished breaking down your mind, so it could feast on your power."
He closed the satchel.
"It could have been much worse. A person who wasn't a tangent would likely have been destroyed within seconds, a few minutes at the outside."
I shivered, staring at nothing, unable to grasp what he was saying. He noticed and gave my shoulder another squeeze.
"It's okay, Madigan. Don't think too much about it right now. I probably should have waited to tell you, but you did ask, after all." He patted the satchel underneath his coat. "I would never dream of summoning a ravener into terror, especially one that powerful. But I do carry with me the means by which I might subdue them, and if fate sees fit to put one of them in my hands, then I will gladly hold on to it as a tool to use for good, whatever and wherever that may be." He weighed me with his eyes for a bit, then held his hand out for the lead. "I think you should ride. I'll walk for a bit and listen to you recite your multiplication tables." 13. The sunset ushered a chilliness into the air, but by that point we had made camp and built a fire in the center of a clearing. While Mr. Evers cooked, I practiced my glyphs by firelight, writing Lumos and Sonnet over and over again. I filled the slate, then sat back and scrutinized it. Not perfect, but I'm getting better. Stretching backwards, I looked up at the full moon, marveling at its brightness. I closed my eyes and inhaled, enjoying the smell of cooking beans and the sound of crackling fire. Something rustled nearby. I'd long since grown accustomed to the sound of the wind blowing through the trees, but this noise was different, like someone lightly treading on dead leaves. I opened my eyes in time to see an orange streak sail from the underbrush, gracefully land by the fire to sit, and smugly lick its paws as though it had always been there. It was that feral cat from Fella's Crossing. Caught flat-footed, we just sat there for a moment. Then Mr. Evers snatched a wand from his belt and brandished it. The cat simply ignored him. "Feral?" Mr. Evers said after a moment. The cat stood up with an exaggerated yawn and stretch before answering. "Touched one?" It licked its lips. "I bring tidings." "Tidings?" Mr. Evers' eyes narrowed. "Tidings of what?" "It will be chillier tonight. Be careful. There is a patch of briars just over there. Tame dead follow behind you. I am hungry. That sort of tidings." My eyes widened. "Tame dead?" "What do you mean?" Mr. Evers demanded. "Well," the cat purred, "I haven't had anything to eat for many breaths, so any food you would care to yield to me as tribute would be—" I could have sworn I heard a dog growl, but the next second I realized it was Mr. Evers. He gestured wildly with the wand. "No, that rot about tame dead. Are there revenants following us?" Said the cat, lashing its tail at the interruption. "The kit from the nearby den seems to have taken offense at your scent in his territory. He follows with his dead." Stunned, Mr. Evers lowered the wand. He didn't say anything for a minute. The longer he waited, the faster my heart raced and the worse things I imagined, until I couldn't take it anymore. "Mr. Evers?" My voice trembled. "It makes no sense." He grumbled to himself. "It would have to be that Linus fellow, but I swear he wasn't a tangent." He looked up at the cat. "Are you sure about this, Feral?" "The kit is not a touched one," said the cat, sitting down and curling itself up by the fire. "But he has collected trinkets and baubles to play with. Surely you smelled them while you played in his den?" He yawned again and closed his eyes. "Dratted beast," Mr. Evers said. He stood still for a moment, then nodded. "Right. Madigan?" I jumped. "Yes, sir?" "Pack the saddlebags. I have a few preparations to make." Without further explanation, he immediately turned his eyes to the ground, muttering to himself. Nervous and fearful, I hastened to obey his instructions, stowing the slate and chalk in the bags and rolling up the blankets I'd laid out in anticipation of a good night's sleep. I hesitated over our simmering beans until Mr. Evers snapped at me to throw 'em out and be quick about it. Regretfully, I obeyed. I packed everything up, then somehow managed to throw the saddle over the mare's back, while she watched me with what I imagined to be reproach. "Sorry, girl," I whispered, though, truthfully, I could have felt worse for her if I hadn't been so terrified for myself. The whole time I worked, the picture kept running through my mind of a bucket with a hole in its side, and disgusting creatures slithering through that hole into my world. In my mind's eye, they looked something like inky black leeches with needle-sharp fangs. If only I'd known. By the time I had everything packed away, Mr. Evers had found 5 similarly sized sticks. shaved one end of each of them into a point, and stripped the bark away from a few inches of the opposite end. When I rejoined him, he had just finished working on the last one. A sixth, larger stick lay on the ground beside him, all of its bark already peeled away. Mr. Evers turned back toward the cat, who watched him work with a detached air.
"How close are they, Ferrell?"
"I traveled for a multitude of breaths to reach you, so they're likely far off yet."
The cat stood abruptly, one ear twitching.
"Or perhaps not. Where?"
With that, it sprang off into the brush, but any noise it made was lost in the sudden crash of branches from the southwest side of the clearing. A figure crashed into our little ring of firelight and stopped cold, and I mean cold. It didn't shift or move or breathe. It did loom a bit. Taller and wider than Mr. Evers, the intruder stood there in perfect silence. Its clothes were smeared with dirt and covered with bits of leaf and stick. Notably, streams of deep red had dried on its clothes, trailing from a gash across the front of its neck. A familiar-looking hat sat atop that head, green, with a kind of pointed shape. I met the lifeless eyes of what had once been Burley, and yelled in shock. Mr. Evers reacted swiftly, seizing the wand from his belt and pointed it at the revenant. This wand must have been smaller than the last. Instead of a thundering sound, this streak of lightning brought forth a series of middling sound pops. The mayor didn't even react. Sadly, neither did Burley. He just stood there, motionless, as the lightning struck him and disappeared. The sparks shredded one of his boots, and smoke rose from the ground as the energy left his body. The revenant didn't even blink. Or maybe he just couldn't do that anymore.
"Damnation,"
whispered Mr. Evers.
"Madigan, get on the horse, quickly."
He gathered all the sticks he'd been working on, stuffed them into his satchel, and wheeled to meet me at the mare. We shouldn't leave the fire burning, I thought vaguely as Mr. Evers held me with one arm and snapped the reins with his other. The mare broke into a gallop. More branches crashed from the opposite side of the clearing, and Kimball emerged into the firelight. He bore the same slash across his neck, with the same crusty red waterfall on his shirt. Close behind him, Linus from the trading post approached, holding something shiny in his outstretched hand. As soon as he saw us, he pointed and yelled something, but by then we were off and gone. You don't gallop a horse in the dark, especially through unfamiliar terrain. The full moon helped a bit, but it just wasn't bright enough, so Mr. Evers soon slowed the mare to a trot. Even that much haste was risky enough, but we didn't dare go any slower with the sound of crashing brush behind us. Numb from shock and horror, I hardly noticed the branches that slapped at my coat, hat, and face. Truthfully, it was all I could do just to think about keeping my seat on the back of the mare. The imaginary danger of raveners destroying our world was one thing, but having seen men I'd known and spoken with changed into revenants was something entirely different, like the difference between listening to fireside yarns about a cougar versus catching a glimpse of the actual beast stalking along your back trail. Gradually, the noises of pursuit faded into the distance behind us. About the time I couldn't hear him anymore, Mr. Evers turned the mare off at a right angle and slowed her to a walk. After a few minutes, we dismounted, and he whispered to me, "Be quiet now, Madigan." The two of us and the mare stood on the shadowed side of a great oak. Cold breezes swirled around us, and I shivered. I hadn't gotten to eat any supper, and my body needed fuel to stay warm. From the direction we'd come, the thrashing noises increased in volume, sounding for all the world like a great many-legged beast flattening the woods in blind pursuit of its prey. I hunkered down and focused on being as silent as possible while Mr. Evers soothed the mare. The racket suddenly stopped. I looked up and started to speak, but Mr. Evers shushed me. We waited, straining our eyes and ears for evidence of our hunters. Have you ever sat outside in the nighttime with no crackling fire or conversation to distract you? There's a sort of rhythm to the night. It's like a wild tapestry of sound created by the wind in the trees, the calls and cries of the animals, and all the things that happen in the dark, far away from civilization. A hunting owl hooted nearby, its voice startling me so that I jumped. "Calm down, Madigan," I told myself. "Mr. Evers will take care of everything." From out of the night's music, I picked up a discordant tune, a slight sound that didn't quite belong. Somebody's out there. It wasn't the same crazed thrashing through the brush that had marked our pursuers earlier, but the habitual stealthiness of someone or something who knew the woods and understood how to move in 'em. My heart thudded in my chest so hard that I wondered if Linus could follow its sound right to us. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and I about lost my mind until I forced myself to calm down. "Come on, Madigan, pull yourself together." I breathed deep, counting each breath one by one, as quietly as I could. Mr. Evers held the mare's head, waiting in silence like me, although at some point he had pulled another wand from his belt. How many of those does he have? I wondered. I'm not sure how long we waited like that, but after what seemed like days, the horrible crashing sounds resumed, interrupting the music of the night before receding into the distance. Again, I started to say something, and again my master held up his hand for silence. We waited for perhaps another 15 minutes before he finally nodded and bent down to me.
"All right, Madigan," he whispered. "Let's get you back on the horse, and we'll get moving. Keep quiet for now."
And off we went. I had been ready to stop for ages when Mr. Evers finally called a halt in the middle of another clearing. A sack of potatoes would likely have fallen off the horse with more grace than I did. I probably would have unrolled my blankets and fallen asleep right there had my master not handed me a piece of meat.
"Eat this," he said, "and watch what I do."
Blinking stupidly, I shook my head and tried to wake up a bit. The jerky helped some. Mr. Evers had cleared the dead leaves from a patch of ground, then knelt at that spot and opened up his satchel. Out came the bundle of sticks he'd been working on back at our campsite, as well as a small jar, and I squinted in the moonlight. Was that a turnip?
"Here, Madigan,"
said Mr. Evers, holding up the turnip. Silvery light flared from it, then softened almost to imperceptibility, almost like a strengthening of the moonlight around the turnip. He handed it to me, and I examined it with interest. Light glowed in the shape of the Lumos glyph, although I could faintly make out a couple of other glyphs surrounding that one.
"Turn it this way, please,"
Mr. Evers said curtly. I obeyed, holding the light for him and watching him work. First, he laid out his 5 identical sticks, each of them stripped of bark for about half their length and shaved to a point on the opposite end. He opened the jar, and an overpowering rotten chemical smell filled the clearing. What is that? My eyes watered as I watched him dip a brush into the jar and carefully scribe a complicated glyph on each of the 5 sticks, the same glyph all 5 times. While he scribed the first one or two, I stared at the glyph intently, trying to make heads or tails of it. I couldn't remember ever seeing it before, but I thought it looked a bit like a spider. By the time he started in on the last one, I had become thoroughly bored, despite our situation. I yawned. My master glanced up at me.
"Watch and listen now, Madigan. This glyph has no name. It does nothing on its own, aside from mark this stick. You could push energy into this glyph right now, and absolutely nothing would happen, no matter how many sparks you filled it with."
I frowned.
"However,"
he continued,
"because all of these stakes now bear the same glyph, we can scribe any pattern somewhere else and push energy through it into every stick at once."
He held up the 6th stick from our campsite, the one he'd completely denuded of bark, and proceeded to scribe the same glyph onto its surface at one end, connecting it to a longer and more complicated pattern that ran down its full length. I recognized one of the glyphs, I thought. Is that Ignis?"
"Very good. Now,"
he held the larger stick close to the light and carefully examined it.
"When I push sparks into the stick here,"
as he indicated the line at one end of the pattern,
"it will bundle these glyphs up together and duplicate their effects into all of these other sticks. You see?"
Nodding, I leaned forward. The ink he'd used had kind of a reddish tint. "Is that paint?"
"No."
He laid the stick carefully down.
"Common ink can't conduct nearly enough power for this. I had to use my expensive ink."
He sighed.
"It's mostly Feral's blood mixed with spirits."
I made a face. I guess I'm glad the cat's not here right now. I wonder if he's okay. I voiced the question, to which Mr. Evers waved a dismissive hand.
"He'll be fine. Feral's prime instinct is always self-preservation."
His eyes narrowed a bit.
"Come to think of it, that's probably why he even took an interest in us in the first place. Having a neighbor who fools around with the ravening plane doesn't exactly make for a safe situation. I'm sure he'd like it if we took this Linus person out of the way for good."
He sighed.
"Well,
Best to get started. Help me, please." Together, we cleared leaves, sticks, and grass from a circle about 20 feet across. Mr. Evers carefully paced off the circle and pushed each of the stakes into the dirt, more or less equidistant from each other. We led the mare a good ways outside the circle and looped her reins around a tree branch. We then sat together on the ground, wrapped in blankets, and shared a packet of crackers we'd been saving. Mr. Evers took a long drink from the canteen and told me to get some sleep. I didn't need to be told twice, although I did decide to ask something that had been nagging at me for the past few minutes. "Mr. Evers, what do you mean when you say to put Linus out of the way for good?" He sighed. "Madigan, don't worry about it." I did, though. "Are you going to kill him?" My master was silent for a few moments. "I'm not setting out to do that. If he leaves us be, or never finds us again, I won't hunt him down." "But we just set a trap for him." How many times could a grown man sigh in one conversation? "Let's just say that someone who's desperate enough or deranged enough to murder folks and create revenants, well, I thought it best to be prepared. And if the man comes after us, and I do need to kill him, I'll likely sleep easy that night." I kept quiet after that. 14. The sun shone full in my face, waking me up. I lay drowsily for a second before my recollections of the previous night came rushing in, jerking me out of my reverie. I jumped up. Ouch! I'd slept on something hard, making my legs sore. "That really hurts." Mr. Evers turned toward me, his face haggard in the morning light. "Madigan, you're awake." He yawned. "I need to catch some rest as well, I believe. Please keep an eye and ear out and wake me immediately should you see or hear anything out of place." Almost before I could agree, he had stretched out and fallen asleep. I looked around and decided to walk our horse for a bit. Absently, I rubbed at my leg, which still hurt. My fingers found an unexpected lump in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out the pebble I'd been given by Burley back at Fella's Crossing. Oh, right. For some reason, a tear formed in my eye as I recalled his silly theatrics and his partner's grumpy tolerance of the same. They had been living people, just making their way through the world, and they didn't deserve to be killed. Did they have friends or family who might never know what had happened to them? It's not fair. Even as a boy, I knew that what had happened to Kimball and Burley wasn't right. Did that make it okay for Linus to die too? Mr. Evers had his opinion. I wasn't so sure, but one thing I did know is that I was terrified at the thought of being chased down and killed. I would do whatever I needed to help keep that from happening. We made a cold and dry camp that day with no fire and no source of water. Mr. Evers looked grim as he pulled his stakes from the ground that evening, being careful not to smudge the glyphs. "We'll travel at night for a while," he said by way of explanation. "Revenants don't do well in the sun, so if Linus is chasing us, he'll have a harder time catching us unawares that way." He squinted at the sun setting behind the horizon. "Better if it wasn't winter, but we play the cards we're dealt." So went the next few days. It was grueling, waiting until the sun went down before we moved, pushing through the darkened woods until exhaustion refused to be denied, and only then finding a place to sleep in the early hours of the morning. The nights grew longer as the season passed, leaving us less and less daylight. Each and every time we made camp, Mr. Evers would insist that we clear the ground in a rough circle about 20 feet across and plant his scribe stakes in the ground with the glyphs facing inward. He refused to let us unpack a single thing until that task was finished. The second or third time we did this, I asked him what the stakes would do. He grunted, pushing a length of wood into the dirt. "Well, I have a few more lightning wands in my satchel, but, as we discovered, lightning apparently won't stop a revenant." He stood, pacing off the distance around the circle to the next stake. "Fire, however, will work every time." He looked up at me. "But what do you think might happen if we started throwing flames willy-nilly around the woods?" I gulped, imagining the trees becoming engulfed in smoke and flame. "You'd start a forest fire, I reckon." His lips narrowed. "Precisely, which is why these," as he indicated the stake he held ready to stick in the earth, "are designed to shoot a plume of flame for a few seconds, but also to contain those plumes so they don't catch the trees or brush." Standing up, he stretched his back. Still, if we don't clear the circle, they could catch leaves or such on fire and wind up burning everything down anyway. Magic sure seemed to take a lot of preparatory work. I said as much, and in return I got the only smile I'd seen from him in days. That's a good lesson to keep in mind, Madigan. Aside from that conversation, my training all but ground to a halt during this time, which was truthfully something of a blessing. Even if we had found the time and opportunity to do lessons or practice glyphs, I don't think I could have remembered anything. It was a hard, stressful time, and it wore on me. I always felt tired, yet still had trouble staying asleep. Although he never said as much, I think Mr. Evers was in just as bad a shape as me. His eyes acquired a haunted cast to them, and he spoke little. A couple of times he left me alone to go back and scout our back trail just long enough to confirm that Linus was still very much in pursuit. Each time he returned from one of those scouting trips, his face looked a little grimmer. "Revenants don't wear out," he said, "and our Mr. Linus appears to be a competent woodsman. He's making no effort to move with stealth, but neither is he having any trouble following our trail." He gritted his teeth and shook his head wearily. "We'll just have to keep pressing on." And press on we did. I started having nightmares. I could never remember 'em in detail, but nearly every time I awoke, easily 5 or 6 times during the day, I had a picture in my mind of swirling blackness and sharp teeth. The worst of these took place after an especially difficult night. The temperature had steadily dropped throughout the day, and we found ourselves riding through hilly terrain covered in frozen leaves. We had to dismount and walk, seeing as the slippery slope was dangerous enough for the horse, even without our weight making things even worse. Mr. Evers looked worried. He must have thought we were losing ground, what with the way he pushed me to walk faster the whole night, even when I couldn't feel my toes, and half expected my legs to give out underneath me. At one point they did buckle, and I fell to the earth. Mr. Evers reached down and hauled me back up with surprising strength for someone as slim as him. "Come on now, none of that," he brusquely said. He did, however, slow down a bit. We located a suitable clearing for our camp around a half hour after dawn. I wanted nothing but to fall down in my blankets, but I forced myself to work with Mr. Evers in clearing our customary circle of sticks and leaves. I tried to help him push the stakes into the ground surrounding our campsite as well. However, the frozen earth was too hard for my meager muscles to make any headway. Mr. Evers gently took the stake I fruitlessly leaned on and told me to go lay down. I was asleep before I hit the blankets. The dreams that filled my head were such as I'd never had before. Pa, John, and my other siblings surrounded me on all sides, staring at me with dead eyes. John reached for me, and I awoke and sat bolt upright. Darkness surrounded me. Instantly, I knew that something was wrong. Mr. Evers always took his turn to rest before nightfall. I thrashed to my feet, struggling with the tangle of blankets I'd managed to wrap around myself, only to see Mr. Evers sleeping soundly a few feet away. He didn't have blankets or anything. He just sat with his back flat against a rock. He must have just been too tired. I rushed over to wake him up. "Mr. Evers!" His eyes snapped open and came into focus. He hissed something I couldn't quite make out and sprang up. "Madigan, put your stuff in the saddlebags. We'll pull our stakes and eat on the road. Quickly, now." I hastened to obey, but I'd only gone 2 steps when a great crashing noise erupted from the forest nearby. Mr. Evers put his head in his hands. "Damnation," he whispered in a voice as bitter as lie. "We're too late. All right, Madigan, grab your things and lead the mare a few yards that way," he said, pointing in the opposite direction from where the crashing sound came from. "We make our stand tonight." Heart-pounding, I did as he instructed. I held the reins as tightly as I could, but remembering the last time I'd done that, I also wrapped them once around a tree branch so I wouldn't get pulled down again. The crashing noises grew louder, homing in on our position, and Mr. Evers opened up his satchel. Muttering to himself, he selected 3 wands. One, the stick with the matching glyph to the stakes around our circle, while the other 2 featured a prominent jagged glyph I thought I recognized. I was fairly certain they were lightning wands such as he'd used before. He stuck all 3 of them into his belt, 2 on one side and 1 on the other. He hesitated for a moment, staring into the satchel with a curious expression. Finally, he blew air angrily from his mouth and reached into his bag again. "Found ya." We looked up to see Linus lurking at the edge of our circle. Whereas the chase had worn us down, it seemed to have given him life. He smiled wide enough to see from across the clearing, even in the waning moonlight. He held a knife in his right hand and something square and shiny in the other. Even as he stood there grinning, the crashing sounds grew louder until the revenants that used to be Burley and Kimball bulled through the brush and flanked Linus on either side. Both of them wore layers of dirt and leaves like an overcoat. Burley's broken boot had fallen completely apart, leaving one foot bare. He didn't seem capable of noticing. Mr. Evers turned, slinging his satchel behind him. "You should stop chasing us. Turn around. Go home." "Not a chance," said Linus. "I ain't going anywhere without the power you got on you." "You have no idea what you're dealing with," Mr. Evers said sharply. "None. You'll destroy yourself if you keep meddling with these forces." Linus spat. "I seem to be doing all right so far." He gestured with his left hand. "Get him." Immediately, Burley and Kimball lurched forward, seemingly off balance, but somehow incredibly fast. Mr. Evers swore and turned, racing for the clearing's edge while reaching for his belt. I yelled as the revenants closed in on my master, their fingers clutching toward him. Right as Mr. Evers crossed over the nearest stake, he closed his eyes and held up the trigger wand for the circle. It flared with blinding light, and a pillar of fire erupted from the ground behind him. For the barest instant, I fancied that I made out Linus's face, still wearing an expression of victory, before the flames blocked him from my view. Even from a distance, the heat was almost unbearable against my skin. Two silhouettes writhed in the column of flame, falling to the ground with nary a cry or shout. I squeezed my eyes shut. They were already dead, I reminded myself. It was still terrible. Mr. Evers lay on the ground. Leaving the horse, I ran over to him. "Mr. Evers!" Muzzily, he rolled over and got to one knee. He bent over and breathed deeply a couple of times before standing upright. He swayed a bit, blinked, and shook his head. "That was a touch harder than I thought it would be," he murmured to himself. He turned back toward the clearing. Our stakes had been consumed, becoming ash. Flames still licked around the remains of everything that had been in the circle, including the thankfully now unrecognizable remains of the two revenants. In the light of the diminishing flames, Linus's face registered his shock for a moment before transforming into a hungry expression. No, it was more than just hunger. He craved. I could read it in his face, plain as day. He stalked toward us, knife held low and blade out. "Now that right there's what I'm talking about. I've been setting a few toys by for a rainy day, and I'm thinking whatever you got on you will suit my collection just fine." "You forget," growled Mr. Evers. "You're fresh out of revenants." He brandished one of his lightning wands at Linus and took a wobbly step forward. That worried me. I remembered how dizzy it made me when I summoned up too many sparks. Mr. Evers had a fair bit more experience than me, but he'd just done a powerful lot of magic. Maybe Linus had seen the same thing because he didn't act one bit scared of Mr. Evers. He just stood there, staring at us for a bit, then held up his left hand. By the firelight, I could finally make out what he held there, a silver flask. "Mayhap," said our attacker, soft as you please. "Or could be you're not as all-fired smart as you think you are." A sudden rustling sound came from our left. Mr. Evers wheeled and pointed his wand, but he was still dizzy and far too slow as a figure leapt from the trees and tackled him. After a second, I recognized the ferryman from Fella's Crossing, still in his nightgown and overcoat. His throat had also been cut, and his dull, empty eyes focused on nothing as he bore my master to the ground. The lightning wand went flying, landing in the dirt a few feet away from me. Mr. Evers struggled, but the revenant seemed possessed of supernatural strength and easily pinned him to the ground. "Now," said Linus, "you should realize that I didn't set out to be a killer." He spat. "But you had to go and force my hand, so this'll be on your account." He stalked forward, knife in hand. "Stop!" somebody yelled. I realized it was me. Linus barely glanced my way, then ignored me almost completely. Well, that was his mistake. I dove for the dropped wand as Linus started to kneel beside Mr. Evers. I pointed the wand at him, desperately hoping I had it right way up, and triggered it with every spark I could summon. That, as it turned out, was far too much power. The wand exploded, knocking me sideways to the ground. I lost control of my limbs and lay there shuddering for a few terrifying moments. I slowly regained my feet and saw that I'd at least hit Linus with something. He lay a few feet away from Mr. Evers, the knife still clutched in his fist and his eyes closed. Even as I watched, they started to flicker open. In desperation, I launched myself shoulder first at the ferryman revenant. My 10-year-old strength was no match for a grown man, much less a revenant, but my flying weight knocked him just off balance enough for Mr. Evers to break a hand and foot free from the revenant's grip. Without further commands from his master, the revenant didn't seem to have any inclination to try and regain its advantage, allowing Mr. Evers to scramble up and wheel about. At the same time, Linus came off the ground. "Little whelp," he fumed, glaring murder at me. "And here I was, dead set on leaving you out here. Alone maybe, but alive. Well, not any more." He licked his lips and advanced, his revenant standing to join him. Mr. Evers snarled in anger. "All right," he growled, desperate frustration written across his face, and extended his left hand. I didn't understand what was happening until I saw the piece of dark metal covering his thumb. The thimble. A single glyph had been scribed on the cap. One disturbing pattern of lines and curves. Mr. Evers focused his eyes on the advancing revenant. The air shifted as if wind stirred within in the clearing, but the trees surrounding us stood still. Linus paused, looking around in confusion. The wind seemed to take shape. I shivered. Is that a voice? It was a voice, one I'd forgotten, even in my dreams. But the memory came rushing back to me alongside the certainty that all of us were in grave danger. My heart pounded harder with every two-syllable repetition. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Dark circles sprang into existence all around the revenant, more than just dark in actuality. Even in the dim light of a waning moon and the flickering remnants of magical firelight, those fears were unmistakable, blacker than mere black, more solid than the darkness at the bottom of the deepest cave. They were almost like holes in the world. The circles surrounded the revenant, winking in and out of sight with no discernible pattern. It looked like a flock from hell. The revenant lurched and flailed about, frantically covering its eyes, ears, and mouth to no avail. It screamed, the only time I'd ever heard a revenant make a noise, keening an unearthly cry like a crow, but higher pitched and far longer. The noise cut off abruptly, and the ferryman pitched over and fell to the earth, unmoving. The black circles milled around the body for a moment before Mr. Evers raised his hand again. Linus had stood, watching all this take place with growing confusion and fear written on his face. Comprehension dawned as Mr. Evers shifted his left hand and pointed at the would-be dead wrangler. Linus's eyes widened, and he threw up a hand. "No, wait!" The black spheres winked into existence all around him. He turned to run, only to trip and fall headlong in the ash of our flame trap. A flock of darkness descended, and he began convulsing. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound emerged. I watched all of this happen with grim fascination. I hadn't even realized I was walking toward Linus until an iron hand fell on my shoulder. "Madigan," said Mr. Evers in a voice of sharpened steel, "stay well away from that thing." I froze, realizing with icy shock that I had been about to go expose myself to the Ravener again. I backed away several steps. Breathing hard, Mr. Evers pulled his satchel around and rummaged around, emerging with the top. I thought I knew what was about to happen, but instead, Mr. Evers just stood there, waiting, while Linus thrashed about on the ground. "What are you doing?" I asked. "He's too far gone," said Mr. Evers grimly. "If I saved his life now, he would be hopelessly insane at best, or catatonic at worst." He looked away. "Anyway, he's getting exactly what he deserves," he said in a much softer tone. I'm not sure I was supposed to hear that last part. Linus's spasms grew weaker until he at last fell still. The black orbs began to drift away from his body, winking into and out of existence at a further distance. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it seemed like the cloud was hunting for something. "That's enough of that," remarked my master. He spun the top, and it hung in midair. Gesturing for me to stand back, he tapped it. A haze that I could barely see gathered around the top before extending toward the black circles. The last time I'd seen Mr. Evers capture this Ravener, I hadn't been in much of a good place to remember it. This time, I watched in fascination as the haze seemed to draw the swarm's attention, attracting it and occupying it long enough for my master to touch the thimble to each of the circles as they appeared. As before, every black sphere disappeared as soon as it came in contact with the thimble. I get it, I thought. The thimble absorbs the circles. Mr. Evers is capturing the Ravener. Frowning, I realized that meant that the Ravener had been traveling along with us the entire time, stowed away in Mr. Evers's satchel. I hope it can't get out. Maybe the Ravener was stronger this time, or maybe Mr. Evers was more tired, or maybe a little of both. Whatever the reason, my master was panting before he finished with the Ravener. Truthfully, I started to wonder if maybe he should take a break, but he soldiered on through to the very end. The last circle vanished, and Mr. Evers snatched the top from the air and collapsed. He yanked the thimble from his thumb and practically hurled it into his satchel, then looked over at me. "Devoro," he gasped, holding up the top while pointing at the large central glyph inlaid on its crown. "Never, ever scribe this glyph without my permission." I nodded. Would it be really bad if I got it wrong?" He shook his head wearily and collapsed, sitting right in the dirt. "No. However, it would be disastrous if you somehow got it right." We decided to find a different spot before we made camp again and began gathering our belongings by the light of the luminescent turnip. We had no shovel, so we covered the bodies with a pile of leaves and brush. We departed and walked for what turned out to be hours in search of a place with water. It was a relief to no longer worry about clearing the ground and putting stakes in the dirt, although Mr. Evers did insist that we continue to sleep in shifts for the time being. Naturally, he let me go first. I awoke to the sun on my face, feeling more refreshed than I had in ages. Mr. Evers sat some distance away, looking thoughtful as he examined a silver flask in his hand. I frowned. I hadn't realized he'd taken that from Linus's body. "Tools for a purpose," he muttered to himself. "Purpose needs the proper tools." Seeing me, he smiled and shoved the flask into his satchel. "Madigan, sleep well?" I gave him a nod, which he returned. "Wonderful. I'll take my turn and then we'll talk. I've been looking around. I think we'll camp here for a few days and regain our strength. Then we'll resume your training and travel toward the west for a bit." I was immediately curious. "Where are we going?" He hesitated. "Linus wasn't a tangent, but he still posed quite a threat. It's only sheer happenstance that he targeted us instead of those who would be unable to fight back. It made me realize that there are some gaps in my knowledge about the ravening plane that need to be filled in, and immediately. But none of that has to concern you right now. You are to put all of your effort into reading and learning glyphs." "Yes, sir." I stretched a bit, wondering if we had any more jerky. "Madigan." "Sir?" "You did well with the lightning wand last night. You saved my life. Well done." He smiled. After the days and nights we'd just endured, he somehow smiled. So help me, I smiled back. Part 3. The Monster. 15. Bone Creek, Texas, 1870. Hungry. A disembodied voice wailed inside my mind. Inhuman screams resounded round about the outside of Bartholomew's cabin. Spheres of inky blackness gathered around me as the most powerful ravener I'd ever encountered prepared to consume my soul. I flinched, but as a dark circle the size of a saucer appeared next to me, it flared with a sudden wash of green and shied away. Pain. Another circle appeared, only to be rebuffed with a similar green flash. Then another. Soon enough, it became clear that the monster couldn't touch me, as if I carried an invisible shield of protection. I blinked in confusion. From the pine box, a soft green glow emanated, pulsing whenever one of the black circles got too close to me. Cautiously, I reached a hand toward the box, watchful to make sure my protection moved with me. Thankfully, it did. I picked up the flask with a bit of trepidation. My brand, the interlocking triangles containing 2 circles and bounded by a third, shone with a green light. My eyes narrowed as I realized where this flask had come from. It had been 14 years, but I recognized it as the one Linus had carried, using it to direct the revenants he had set after us that night. Mr. Evers.
Bartholomew, what in all terror have you gotten yourself mixed up in?" In the soft green glow, I noted the third and final word burned inside the lid of the pine box. I read it aloud. "Return." My brand on the flask flared brightly. In my mind, the spheres all howled in ghastly unison as they elongated and became streaks, which swirled for maybe a second before converging on the flask and vanishing. I shuddered with relief before realizing that something was still wrong. While the unearthly shrieks had faded from my mind, in tandem with the ravener's confinement back within the flask, another set of screams continued outside the cabin. Still inhuman, but from terror. I swore as realization hit me and dashed outside, fearing I might be too late. Char was down. The screams came from my poor horse, terrified and desperate sounds that tore at my heart. Fastened to his neck was the biggest mountain cat I've ever seen, a great tawny beast with enormous jaws clamped around Char's neck while it raked at the roan's flank with its vicious rear claws. Even in all the chaos, I spotted wisps of golden smoke curling off every inch of its fur and dissipating into the air. With an icy chill, I realized that this was more than a giant cat. It had feral blood. My adult self knew much more about ferals than I had as a 10-year-old, enough to be especially leery at the prospect of tangling with them and their get. So I had an inkling as to the danger this particular beast posed to me and mine. I didn't have time for caution, though. I drew Quicksilver and yelled, "Hey, Ugly!" The feral-born released Char's neck and wheeled my way with frightening speed. My poor roan fell heavily to its side, gasping. Its eyes narrowing, the cat growled at me, a low rumble that seemed to resonate with the deepest terrors in my core. Golden smoke gathered around its head and neck, an unmistakable sign of its inborn connection to the outer planes. I pointed my 6-gun at the beast's face. It wasn't an empty threat. I fully intended to kill it, not in anger, but rather in recognition of that fact that if I didn't, it would stalk and hunt me time and again until one of us was dead. With a toss of its head, the feral-born recognized my challenge. It skedaddled to my left, then vanished in a puff of smoke and reappeared 10 feet away on my right side. Panicked, I squeezed the trigger, shooting with haste and poor aim. I'd not spared the thought to bend the bullet. Not that it would have mattered anyhow. I'd been caught off guard by the beast's ability, and my bullet sailed through the cloud of golden smoke lingering around the place it had leapt from. I swore. I heard tell of the feral-born, but had never encountered one myself, and so had no experience with fighting them. From what I could remember, the blending of Terran blood with feral showed itself in a couple of different ways. For instance, their ability to leap along the borders between Terra and the plains, instantly transporting themselves to a nearby location within a short range. The cat snarled at me. Smoke curled from its lips, another mark of the feral-born. Thanks to its mixed heritage, this beast's body existed in a state of perpetual degradation, wisping away bit by bit with each passing second. The only sure way for it to stave off its death was to consume as much energy as possible from the outer planes. That is, it needed to hunt and eat plain folk, and, of a special concern to me, tangents. This one must have been mighty hungry, seeing as how it didn't turn and vanish into the brush as it had the other night. Instead, it stalked my way and tensed for the pounce. I twisted and triggered Quicksilver right as it jumped, being sure to visualize the path that would send my bullet right through its skull. I hadn't reckoned on its instincts or intelligence. Again, the cat vanished, this time from mid-air as my bullet whipped through the space it had occupied. Eyes widening, I immediately dropped to the ground. Something knocked my hat from my head, and I swear I felt hot breath on my neck. The cat sprang in from behind me. Due to luck, more than anything, it overshot me by a whisker and landed in the dirt, scrambling to halt its momentum. Acting on pure reflex, I pulled the trigger twice, managing to hit the feral-born in the side and a rear paw. Great gouts of golden smoke burst from the cat's body, and it yowled in pain, a terrifying screech, somehow louder than I'd have expected. Limping, it turned to approach me again. "Cat, you must be starving," I said.
Although I didn't have time in the moment for pondering and such, I still felt a pang of regret at the necessity of killing this beast. I couldn't blame it for hunting me. For all its curious ancestry, it was still an animal, and it obeyed its survival instincts. Of course, I had a fairly strong survival instinct on my own. Theatrically, I thrust Quicksilver toward the cat. It reacted exactly as I expected, vanishing in a tawny puff. I immediately stepped toward the spot it had vanished from, spun, and spotted it charging in from behind. I shot, bending a bullet directly through its left eye. And that was that. The feral-born's head vanished in an explosive plume of smoke, and its body dropped to the ground to curl away in wind-blown wisps. It's the kind of thing I'd naturally inclined to wonder about. How long would its body take to dissolve? Why smoke? Did part of its body return to the feral plane, or did all of it stay here? Given my circumstance, however, I had no time for inquiring about such things. My horse was dying. Char lay on his side, no longer panting as heavily, for it seemed he lacked the strength even to gasp. His blood stained the churned-up ground in an oozing crimson puddle, and pink foam had formed around his mouth. I rushed to his side and fell to my knees, knowing there was nothing I could do for him, but hoping against hope that I was wrong. I wasn't. I took his head in my hands and spoke to him soft. "I'm sorry, boy. That cat was after my scent, you know that? This one is on me." He managed to whinny, soft and weak, in response to my voice. "Shh, now, it'll be all right. I'm not ashamed to tell you I shed a tear or two. Horses come and go in the West, but Char had been an uncommon good one, strong, with staying power, and eager for the trail. I'd miss him more than I'd have cared to admit to another soul." I sniffed once and patted him on that streak of black that had given him his name. I held his head and waited, giving him what comfort I could as he passed. Seemed like the least I could do. I might have sat there, eyes closed, for a few seconds or a few hours. I can't rightly be sure. All I know is that my eyes snapped open when a familiar rasping cry shattered the stillness. "Death! Death!" I jerked upright, swearing bitterly. Wiping tears from my eyes, I looked upward to see the damnable harpy circling overhead with a couple of buzzard companions. I swear to you the harpy almost sounded victorious, like it gloated, screaming in hoarse, self-satisfied triumph. "Death!" Furious, I snatched up Quicksilver, intending to blow that accursed bird right out of the sky. I had the gun half raised before I thought better of it. I'd likely need to bend the bullet to hit the thing. Best not to waste the energy. Or the bullet, for that matter. That foul creature's not worth either of 'em. I went back into Bartholomew's cabin and found an old blanket. Carrying it out, I removed my saddle and other tack from Char's body. I then covered him with the blanket, weighed down with the heaviest stones I could carry. I had no idea how long that would keep the buzzards and such off his body, but I fully intended to come back and bury him before anything else got to him. Re-entering the cabin, I sat in the rickety wooden chair for a minute and took stock of my situation. I still had no idea where Bartholomew had gotten to, but I was beginning to get a picture of how things might lie around Bone Creek. Much of it was still hazy to me, but it was clear there was, like a snake in the tall grass, something deep and dangerous hidden in amongst this business with Raveners. First, Cromwell and that lot, and now the monster Bartholomew had kept sealed in the flask, although not actually sealed at that. I frowned, picking up the silver flask with a bit of trepidation. The glyphs that someone, presumably Bartholomew, had scribed all over the flask lay mostly beyond my ken. Still, given what I'd just witnessed when I spoke the words burned into the box, it seemed as though these glyphs provided a simple way to loose the Ravener from its container, then lasso it and pull it back in. I sat back, my brow wrinkling of its own accord. The flask was a vessel meant to contain Raveners, like the thimble Bartholomew carried when I was a kid, but larger and likely stronger, as well as more convenient when it came to releasing and recapturing its prisoner. And right now it's been keyed to two people, me and Bartholomew. The hair stood up on the back of my neck as I eyed our 2 personal brands scribed onto the flask. This isn't just a prison. Memories forced their way to the front of my brain. Bartholomew, Mr. Evers, holding up the thimble inside of which he'd corralled a ravener, and speaking of tools that had been given to him for a purpose. Bartholomew turning that same monster loose on Linus. Bartholomew examining this flask with an inquisitive eye. This is meant to be a weapon. I shuddered involuntarily, and the burned letters under the pine lid caught my eye. I looked again at the Latin word, the spoken key to this prison. Inedia. I deliberately didn't say the word, given that I wasn't too keen on accidentally freeing the monster again. I moved to set the flask back in the box, but before I released my grip, words sounded in my brain. Free this presence. I pulled my hand back like I'd found a scorpion, then froze for maybe half a minute while my curiosity played tug-of-war with my caution. Eventually, I eased a hand forward and rested one finger on the flask. Hungry, free this presence. I removed my finger more slowly this time, troubled at the realization that the ravener could actually communicate. I'd heard that different types of raveners existed, but aside from that, I knew precious little, and I'd never heard tell of one that could say much of anything in the way of complete sentences, unless maybe a human helped it out somewhere along the trail. Something was very wrong here. I needed answers, but I couldn't leave Bone Creek without finding Bartholomew. That left exactly one place I knew I could go to get information about raveners. Hooray! I gritted my teeth and started to gather some of Bartholomew's things. I'll just head back to town and regroup. After that, if Cromwell doesn't want to help me out, I'll just have to persuade him a little bit. 16. Hiking down the Crow could have been a pleasant experience under different circumstances. However, given that my horse had just been killed, I was lugging a couple of bags worth of knickknacks, and how worried I was at what I'd discovered in Bartholomew's cabin, I didn't happen to be in the right frame of mind to appreciate the late afternoon sun twinkling through the hickory leaves or the open horizon in the distance. I'd left my saddle in the cabin, rather than carry it down. I did decide to bring my saddlebags, though, as well as the satchel full of plain silver ingots I'd discovered. A few of Bartholomew's books looked especially interesting or useful, so I made some space for them in the saddlebags. After some worry and a lot of second-guessing, I'd also stuck the flask-bound ravener in my left-hand pocket. Maybe the monster couldn't communicate unless I touched the flask directly, or maybe it just didn't have much to say. Either way, it remained silent, for which I was grateful. The sun hit level ground about the same time that I did, and I picked up the pace to try and make Bone Creek before nightfall. I'll confess I didn't pay enough attention to the trail on the way to town, which is not the wisest way to walk in the West. Given that I'd just fought off a half-magical beast intent on eating me, I could have stood to be a bit more cautious. Trouble was, it had been all of 2 hours, and I was already second-guessing my plan to head out to the Grinning Face looking for answers. It wasn't just the little spat I'd had with Cromwell the last time I rode out that-a-way. That figured into it, sure, but it paled by comparison to the issues of Gleason's death and the questions surrounding it. Pierce's attempt to dry gulch me the day before, and the plain and simple fact that I just didn't trust Cromwell any further than I could throw him. I supposed I could run it by Mason and get his thoughts on the matter, although I was reasonably certain I could guess what he'd say, if not his exact words. He'd want me to figure out some other option. Problem was, my options were mighty thin on the ground. All that to say that I didn't pay as much attention to my surroundings as I should have, which is why I walked right into the ambush. About 100 yards from town, Pierce stepped out from behind a rock not 10 feet away, brandishing his 6-gun. "I got you now, you—" That's as far as he got before I hit him. There's a time for words, and there's a time for fists. When a fella who took a shot at you once before pops up with gun in hand, well, at that point, talking just seemed like a waste of time. But Pierce was a blowhard. He wanted to lord it over me a bit, plainly never imagining that I'd come after him and risk getting shot. His problem was that he hadn't understood or bothered to think through the natural consequence of his actions. He'd picked up a weapon and pointed it at another person, me, declaring his intent to end my life. If I was good as dead already, why wouldn't I strike back any way I could manage? Pierce had placed a parcel of confidence in my freezing up at the sight of his weapon, and so hadn't bothered to pull back the hammer or even really aim. Thus, he got caught completely off guard by my response. Pierce jumped out, mouth full of bluster, and I reacted on pure instinct. I hurled the saddlebags at his head, and he flinched and broke off whatever threats he had lined up in his head. By the time he got his wits back, I was on him, coming in low and fast. I seized his right hand with both of mine, forced his gun up and away, and drove my forehead into his face, eliciting a sickening crunch from his nose. He dropped his gun, his face a mask of pain and shock. Flailing wildly, he caught me a couple of times, a shot to my shoulder I just shrugged off, and a glancing blow to my temple that caused me to see stars. I dropped his arm and twisted, slashing at his jaw with my elbow, and managed to break away. He spat blood and glared daggers at me through watery eyes. His nose had already started swelling, changing his voice into a nasal whine.
"You're asking for it now, Moore."
I slipped the satchel off and removed my gun belt, lowering them both to the ground with one hand. I probably should have just shot him, but for some reason I had compunctions against shooting an unarmed man. Also, I thought, I'm a sheriff's deputy now. I should try to take him alive if possible. Truthfully, there may have been more to it than that. Pierce had riled me up to the point that part of me felt as though merely pulling the trigger at a distance would be inadequate, sterile, detached. My blood was up, and something stirred inside of me, a visceral demand that I claim victory over Pierce, such that he would know he had been defeated. Was that the smartest thing to have done? I can't claim that it was, or offer any excuse for my doing it, but it's what I chose in the heat of the moment. We rapidly closed, each of us eager to get at the other. I slipped Pierce's first punch and threw a quick jab at his broken nose. He reeled back, saving himself from a worse break, and swung a wild hook I didn't see coming. It connected with my left cheekbone and tore the skin. I winced and shook my head. Stars still swam across my vision, and that blow hadn't helped. I backed up to gain space. Although I had more bulk, Pierce was taller and had a longer reach. Plus, I'd had a wearying day and a long hike and had nearly reached the limits of my stamina. I needed to end this quickly. Rushing in, I feinted toward his face. He ignored the feint and hit me in the gut with a surprisingly quick left. I gasped, and he pressed his advantage, raining blows on me with both fists. I deflected the best I could, but received another couple of strikes to my body, as well as a second glancing hit to my cheek, further opening that wound. I hunkered down and weathered the storm the best I could, biding my time until I sensed his attention toward defense lag. There. I feinted again, a sudden violent thrust that caught him completely off guard. This time he bit, bringing his hands up too far. I pummeled his stomach with 3 quick blows. He bent over, gasped, and dropped his hands. I put my whole body into a right cross to the head, and he spun half around and dropped in the dirt, out cold. Panting, I shook out my hand. That hurt me about as much as it hurt him. Then I took another good, satisfying look at the way he lay all sprawled out on the ground. Well, maybe not. I retrieved my saddlebags and opened them, checking on the condition of their contents. I'd bent the pages of a couple of Bartholomew's books. I shook my head ruefully and winced when the movement stirred up another flare of pain in my cheek. Before Pierce came to, I'd gathered my things, plus his gun, which I'd methodically unloaded and stowed in my saddlebags. I sipped water from my canteen while I waited for him to wake up. The sun had almost fully set, and twilight was fast giving way to darkness. Pierce lay on his back in the gathering dark. He suddenly coughed, rolled over, and sneezed a couple of times, showering the dirt with a spray of blood. He groaned and stood to his feet muzzily, blinking in the darkness. I swallowed, replaced the stopper, and slung my canteen around my shoulders. I pulled Quicksilver and cocked it. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the darkness. Pierce froze. "All right, Pierce, let's go." I threw him his hat, which he fumbled and dropped on the ground. "Put that on, turn around, and start walking." He obeyed, a blank expression written across his face. Finger off the trigger to avoid any unhappy mistakes, I followed, none too close, mind. The wind blew cool and dry across the prairie, swirling around the pair of us before it continued on its way. Pierce stalked ahead of me, likely bristling with things he wished he had the guts to say. Far above, the stars had made their appearance. 1,000 points of light twinkled in the sky, each of them a portal to the celestial plane, if legend could be believed. If it weren't for the larger situation, this could have been a right pleasant little stroll. As it was, I couldn't help but feel a rush of relief when we arrived at Bone Creek. Nobody waited inside when I walked Pierce into the dark jailhouse. From the empty hat rack to the undisturbed desk, I saw no sign that Sheriff Mason had returned, which left me a mite worried. I lit the oil lamp with a single spark, and the shadows retreated. I gestured toward the cells in the back. "Be my guest. Pick one." Looking mad enough to spit nails, Pierce stalked into the nearest cell and sat on the cot inside. I kept one eye on him while I tried various desk drawers. Once I found a key ring, I walked over and locked him in. I looked around a bit until I located a bucket, then went and dipped it in the rain barrel outside and brought it into the cell. "This one's clean." I pointed at a second bucket sitting in a corner of the cell. "Dirty. Try not to mix 'em up." The grinning-faced hand glared daggers at me while I exited the cell and closed the door. But I wasn't done with him just yet. I pulled Mason's chair up close to the bars and leaned forward. "All righty now, Pierce. Let's have a little chat, you and me." He jerked his head up, wariness in his eyes. His nose had turned purple and swollen to about twice its normal size.
"Ain't got nothing to say,"
he muttered. "Sure you do." I leaned back, wincing at the soreness in my muscles. "For starters, you can tell me why you've been trying to kill me. That's the kind of thing a body might take offense at." He looked away guiltily, mouth clamped firmly shut. "Yeah, I thought so." I shook my head. "I saw the mud on your boots, Pierce. I know you were around where Gleason was shot. Only question I have is, why'd you do it?" He didn't respond, so I kept talking. "His body wasn't disturbed, so I don't think you stole anything from him. Were you two fighting about something? A girl, mayhap?" Although he still didn't look at me, I swear he rolled his eyes. "No, you weren't fighting, seeing as how Gleason got shot from behind when he wasn't expecting trouble. Now there's a surefire sign of a coward, shooting a man in the back. You know of anyone else around here who's tried killing someone from ambush recently?" That one got to him. His eyes flashed and his head snapped toward me.
"You don't know nothing," he spat. "You ride into town stirring up trouble, take up with Mason and think you're a big man. You got no idea how things work around here."
"Maybe not," I responded mildly. "But I know it's not right or proper for a fella to be killed for no reason, and doubly so if his killer is never brought to justice."
"No reason, huh?"
Pierce looked at me with disgust.
"You don't have the first clue what it takes to run the face."
"What it takes to run the face, huh?" I tried to hide my interest. "No, I don't. Like you said, I'm new around here, but nobody's mentioned this kind of thing happening around Bone Creek before Gleason."
"People are dumb. That's what the boss says, and he's smart. Smarter than Mason, and smarter than you for sure."
He stared at me hard, like he dared me to disagree. I shrugged instead. "Sure, could be. But I'm the one whose job it is to find the truth and set things right. And right now, all the trails I'm finding lead to you." I deliberately let my eyes fall to his muddy boots. He surprised me by laughing and leaning back.
"A little mud don't prove nothing. And anyhow, you can't do anything to me. The boss will take care of me."
My eyes narrowed. "Seems like Sheriff Mason might have something to say on that matter whenever he gets back." He scoffed.
"Mason ain't coming."
He abruptly shut his mouth and looked away. My blood ran cold. "What was that, Pierce?" Try as I might, I couldn't drag another word out of him. He just lay down on his cot, his back to me, and ignored everything I said. Troubled, I sat at the battered desk and tried to collect my thoughts. That Pierce had shot Gleason, I now had no doubt. As to the why, I hadn't the first clue, although Pierce's comment about what it took to run the grinning face was a likely hint. More pressing, though, was how he'd started to say that Mason wouldn't be returning to town. For a half a second, I considered bundling up my things and heading over to the face right away. But I wasn't prepared for any kind of showdown. Hell, I didn't even have a horse. Instead, I sat for a bit thinking, then pulled a ragged piece of paper and a charcoal pencil from my saddlebags. Bending over the desk, I took a deep breath and began to scribe. I hadn't lied to Mason. My knowledge of glyphs paled in comparison to Bartholomew's, or most other scribes for that matter. Still, I know a few useful patterns and combinations. When Bartholomew's message had found me, I was working as a scribe for a small town, putting together a few local improvements on the mayor's behalf. And there was one thing that every settlement, city, and hamlet seemed to want these days. I finished sketching the glyph series and nodded. That looked right. I set the paper down and walked around, stretching my back and blinking. I was exhausted from the day and really needed sleep. I cast a glance at Pierce, who lay unmoving on the cot. I shook my head and moved back over to my bags and the satchel I'd taken from Bartholomew's cabin. While digging around for what I needed, I came up with that mysterious extra cylinder for quicksilver. I looked at it more intently this time around, trying with a bit more effort to suss out the purpose and effect of the complicated series of glyphs it bore. I pulled my gun out and spun the cylinder slowly, comparing the two. I couldn't be sure, but it seemed like the second cylinder would substantially alter the bullets themselves as they fired, not just change their direction. Several types of transformation glyphs figured into its design. I marveled a bit once I realized that. Transforming material was tricky, dangerous work. I'd never mastered even the most basic forms. Whoever scribed this cylinder stood several levels above my understanding. I shook my head and stuck the cylinder in my right side pocket, then retrieved what I'd been looking for in the first place. Sitting back down at the desk, I meticulously laid out my materials: a small jar of black paint, a set of delicate brushes ranging in size from finger-thick to feather-thin, the charcoal design I'd created, and my bowie knife. I sighed. This is going to be a long night. I leaned forward, picked up a brush the width of a cigarette, and started to work. 17. Dawn broke about the time I finished triple-checking my work, making sure every line connected and each glyph was the perfect shape. This might be a simple glyph series, but the power it was designed to hold could make things mighty dangerous if I were to somehow miss a connection or scribe the wrong thing. I finished tracing the last line with my finger and sat up, rubbing my eyes, which felt as though I'd coated them in hot tar. I need sleep in a bad way. Instead, I went outside to the rain barrel and scooped out a double handful of water, splashing it into my face. As I stood, shaking water from my head, a hammer began to ring out from the forge. Perfect timing. I retrieved my bowie and headed toward the smithy. Seemed like Sam the bull man had grown even larger in the past couple of days, or maybe that was just my imagination. His back was to me when I walked through the door, but he must have smelled me or similar. He put his hammer down.
"Madigan Moore,"
He turned around.
"you are awake early this morning."
"I've got some important things to do today, Sam," I yawned. "Need your help with something." I showed him my bowie and the glyphs I'd painted on the blade. "How long would it take you to inlay that pattern into this knife, do you reckon?" His eyes betrayed his curiosity as he reached for the bowie with his human-shaped hand, turning his massive head to the side and scrutinizing the bowie with one eye.
I see. This is not an easy thing you ask. I could do this today, yes? 8 hours, maybe 9. My other work would grow cold."
He turned that same eye on me. It was a mite disconcerting.
is important, you said?
I grimly nodded. I'm afraid so. I hesitated. I can make it worth your time. He waved his left side hoof.
I am not concerned about that. You smell of honor. Also, sweat.
He eyed me again.
I am thinking you have brought your own material for this design, yes?
You'd be right. I showed him an ingot of plain silver, one of the ones I'd found in Bartholomew's cabin. He sighed with reverence when he caught sight of it. His breath smelled like hay.
So wondrous. You see the shine? Plain silver carries its own spark inside, it seems.
He took the ingot from me, bowing slightly as he did.
Yes, it will be my honor to do this thing.
I nodded. Thank you. So you know, it's fairly important that the inlay follow the paint design as close as you can make it. If it's off even a little bit, that could make things, unpleasant. He smiled, which was a sight to behold on that big bovine face.
I know 2 or 3 things about glyphs, Madigan Moore. You can trust me. I am Minotaur.
He turned away as if I didn't exist and began pumping his bellows. I hung around and watched for a few minutes before wandering off to the boarding house in the hopes that food would do for me instead of sleep. Despite the early hour, I wasn't the first one in the dining room. A sandy-haired fella sat in the far corner reading a leather-bound book. I looked at him for a bit, trying to place him before it clicked. He'd been the first person I'd met when I rode into Bone Creek, just outside the jailhouse. He didn't appear to have noticed me, being absorbed in his reading. May came bustling in from the kitchen. "Deputy Moore, you'll be wanting breakfast, I take it? Steak and eggs sound good?" "Yes, please, May." It occurred to me that I'd better not starve Pierce either. And if I could get a couple of eggs on a tin plate, I got a skunk in the jailhouse I should probably feed as well. "Oh, all right then." Her eyes sparked with curiosity, and I noticed her glance toward the swollen cut on my cheek. She didn't put voice to her questions, however, and I wasn't inclined to volunteer any further information. Weary, I slumped down into a seat near the middle of the room, facing the door, although I immediately closed my eyes anyway. It felt like only a couple of seconds before May reappeared, setting a plate of tasty-looking breakfast before me. She'd also brought a cup of coffee, strong and black. Grateful, I seized the cup. The coffee burned my mouth, but I didn't care. I ate in silence. I'd nearly finished my meal when a bulbous silhouette loomed in the doorway. Rufus Boatwright strode in and made his way straight to my table. His mustache bristled.
"You, Moore," he demanded. "Is it true?"
Taken aback, I replied, "Is what true?"
"Don't play dumb with me."
Red color crept up his face like a miniature sunrise.
"I demand that you come clean this minute."
I started to get a bit hot under the collar. I don't have time for this. "Boatwright, you can tell me what you're talking about, or you can go on your way and let me be. I couldn't give 2 shakes which one you choose."
"Have it your way,"
he spat and pointed a finger not 3 inches from my face.
"Are you a sparker?"
"Oh, put that finger somewhere else," I said evenly. He complied with a touch of chagrin as I peered at him with suspicion. "And yes, as a matter of fact, who told you?" He waved a dismissive hand.
"That doesn't matter. What matters is that you're sneaking in here under false pretenses, coming in like you're just a normal person, hiding the fact that you're a sparker. What's your game, then?"
I forced myself to take measured breaths. No games, and I'm not exactly hiding anything here. As a matter of fact, Sheriff Mason knew about me before he hired me, so I'm not sure what false pretenses you could even be talking about.
"A likely story."
His red face deepened by a few shades.
"Bad enough that Mason hires a newcomer as his deputy without so much as a by your leave to the council. Then to find out this."
His face contorted.
There will be serious consequences for this, believe me. Bad enough, even if you were normal."
That did it. I had my mouth open to say, well, something that shouldn't have been said, but someone else cut in first.
"That's enough, Rufus."
Surprised, I craned my neck to look back at the reading man. He'd closed his book, and he sat upright, his eyes turned on Boatwright with uncommon focus.
"You should leave it be." "Harold?"
Rufus seemed a bit flustered. Almost immediately, he calmed down.
"I didn't see you there. Good morning."
"Good morning," Harold responded. "Now, how about you leave off haranguing the, deputy for now? Come sit and have coffee with me, and then once Mason returns, we can get everything sorted out calmly. Sound all right?" Boatwright looked at me, and I looked right back at him without bothering to try and hide my exhaustion or impatience. I had important things to do that day, but he'd made me angry enough that if he wanted to push the matter right now, he'd likely find more than he bargained for. Thankfully, he backed down.
"Sure,"
he slowly said.
"I guess it can wait until the sheriff is around."
He looked at me with suspicion.
"Any idea when that'll be?"
"None," I admitted. "He and Mulvaney rode out to the Grinning Face yesterday morning, and I haven't seen hide nor hair of him since." "The Face, huh?" Harold rubbed his smooth chin. "I haven't seen any of their hands in town in the past couple of days. I didn't mention the one I had locked up in the jailhouse. May brought in the second plate of eggs I'd requested. I paid for my food, nodded politely to Boatwright and Harold, and left. I awakened Pierce by rattling a tin cup on the cell bars. He started, sitting up too fast, and blinked stupidly. I opened the cell door for just long enough to slide the empty cup and plate of food into the cell, then slammed it shut. He jumped up again and glared at me. "Good morning, Pierce," I said with more cheer than I felt. He stalked over and grabbed his plate. "Go to hell," he snapped. I tried not to take offense. Plopping back down onto his cot, he poked at his swiftly cooling eggs. "No fork?" "Nope. You might try and use it to escape. I can't have that." I picked up my saddlebags and walked out of the building, ignoring the cusses and deprecations Pierce sputtered after me. I had things to do. First, I went by the saloon. As I'd feared, it was empty. Tom Mulvaney, even if he had returned, was nowhere to be seen. Next, I visited the hostelry and arranged to let a horse. They gave me a gray that seemed to be in decent shape. I paid for 3 days in advance, conscious of my dwindling cash supply. Need to do something about that. Mason had mentioned the deputy drawing a salary. Possibly I could get paid for the few days I'd wind up working. Barring that, maybe I could rustle up some scribe work before I left town. Assuming more of Bone Creek citizenry didn't take the same attitude toward me that Rufus Boatwright apparently had. Finally, I headed back to the smithy, pausing just inside the missing fourth wall. Sam had beaten the plain silver I'd given him into a thin sheet and set it aside. It sparkled a little more than I would have expected in the indirect sunlight. My bowie had been clamped down, and Sam had a cutting tool grasped in his left hand. That is, his left hoof. His human-looking right hand tapped on the cutting tool with a hammer, carefully shaving away a sliver of the blade.
"This knife is well made,"
he commented, giving no sign that he'd noticed my leaving or returning. He could have been talking to himself for all I knew.
"Well tempered. Other smiths would have much trouble doing as you ask."
He straightened up. The up part forcibly reminded me again just how high he towered.
"Fortunate for you that you have come to Bone Creek, where Sam lives. You shall see a master smith at work."
He gestured with the cutting tool, and I moved closer to examine the blade. He'd cut a shallow channel in the blade in perfect alignment with my painted glyphs. My every brush stroke would soon be transformed into the thinnest piece of empty space in preparation for the inlay. I marveled.
"Yes,"
Sam said.
"I have long studied the craft. The secrets of the metal are known to me. I can see you are impressed, as you should be. Now, shoo."
I made way for the bullman Smith, and he bent over to continue cutting. Having nowhere else to be at the moment, I sat on a heap of old blankets in the corner of the shop. We sat like that, in silence for a good while. Not a strained or awkward silence, but the comfortable feeling that everything is right, just for that one moment. The gnawing worries I had about Bartholomew, Mason, Cromwell, and everything else didn't vamoose, but the anxious urge that I had to fix it immediately lessened by a considerable amount. After a little while, Sam spoke.
"Your face."
I blinked. Warmth filled the smithy, and I was quite tired.
"You have cut your face."
He tapped on the cutting tool, loosening a delicate fragment of knife blade.
"You have been fighting, or perhaps you practice at shaving because you are so bad at it? No, I think not."
I grinned wryly. "No, you're right. I tangled with Pierce yesterday." Gingerly, I touched my face. Ouch! I hadn't even bothered to look in the mirror. I hope it didn't look as bad as it felt. Sam glanced at me.
"Pierce, from Grinning Face?"
"Yeah." I left it at that, and Sam didn't pry. He turned back to his work for a few moments before speaking again.
"You have eaten?"
Oh, yes." I yawned. "Over at the boarding house."
"Ah, yes, the Flanders women. The bread they bake is heavenly. I have heard, as well, that they cook a delicious steak."
He turned toward me, hammer in hand.
"You eat steak?"
I did, as a matter of... I trailed off, realizing for the first time what that might mean, as the massive bullman loomed above me, hammer held casually above my head. He turned his face sideways to point one eye directly at me. I froze. He laughed, the echoing sound booming through the smithy.
"Good joke, yes? I get everyone with that."
Chuckling, he turned back to the bench and resumed chiseling at my knife. Confused, I asked, "So you don't care that people eat cows?"
"Why would I care?"
He shrugged with one massive shoulder. It looked like a miniature avalanche on Mount Sam.
"I am not same animal, even if we look alike. Would you care if I eat prairie dog? No, it's same thing."
"What?" I sputtered. "Humans are nothing like prairie dogs."
"Exactly."
He picked a sliver of metal off the blade.
"So you see my point."
Flicking the metal from his finger, he theatrically gestured.
"Now I must work, yes?"
All I could do was shake my head in confusion before breaking into a grin at the realization that somehow this gentle giant had gotten the best of me. Relaxing, I leaned back and listened to the tap-tap-tap sound as Sam worked on the bowie knife. I really was tired. I closed my eyes just for a moment. I awoke to an altered world. The shadows in the smithy all lay in different places, and the room felt uncomfortably unfamiliar. How many hours had passed? My gut lurched, and I sprang up from the pile of blankets in alarm. I hadn't meant to fall asleep, at least not for that long. The largest shadow moved, resolving into the figure of Sam. He loomed over me for a moment, then nodded that great bovine head.
"It is done."
I relaxed. "Thanks, Sam. Much obliged."
"It is my honor to work with such a metal again."
Frowning, I looked around, but I didn't see my bowie knife. "Where is it?"
"Ah."
Sam gestured for me to follow and walked out the front of the smithy. He led me around the outside of the building to the rear. Behind the smithy stood a wide yard containing all sorts of metal odds and ends. A square shelter had been built onto the back of the smithy wall. It would have been fairly spacious for me, but to Sam it probably felt mighty cramped. In the middle of the yard sat an old oak stump, maybe 3 feet across. My bowie knife lay in the center of that stump. The plain silver glyphs, now inlaid into the blade, sparkled in the setting sun, catching its rays and refracting them in a mysterious manner. As I approached the knife, I noticed how the plain silver seemed to merge with the steel blade. Every line was straight. Every part of each glyph had been captured exactly. Sam had polished the entire thing to perfect smoothness. It looked almost as if the inlay had always been a part of the blade. The Minotaur had not exaggerated. He truly was a master of his craft. I picked it up. Beautifully done, Sam.
Yes, it is.
He didn't lack for confidence, that was for sure. Reaching out with his right hand, he gently touched one of the glyphs.
Helios, what you call Solaris.
His finger traced the line of glyphs.
I do not know these symbols, but I have seen before, back east. In the city, they have lamps which drink the sunlight. In darkness, the lamps glow. Every day they drink sun, and every night shine bright.
His finger fell.
But you put symbols on knife, yes? Maybe is not the same.
He gestured toward the stump with his left-hand hoof.
I think to myself, perhaps Madigan Moore wants something like lamp, so I put knife behind forge to drink sunlight.
He turned a speculative eye on me.
But knife does not glow. Perhaps I am not knowing what I think I know.
I was taken aback as well as impressed at the bullman's perceptiveness. On a whim, I held up the buoy. No, Sam, you're exactly right. I slid my thumb onto the flat of the blade, putting it into contact with a simple trigger glyph I'd keyed into the rest of the series. With the tiniest amount of effort, I ignited the blade. The effect was instantaneous. The entire glyph series lit up with a bright, warm glow. Through the glare, I could see that every line swirled with light like it was on fire. Heat radiated from the blade, not like a red-hot branding iron, but softer, almost comforting. Although it wasn't yet twilight, the buoy still blazed brighter than the sunshine. Pleased, I noticed that even the blade's edges shone with a trace amount of light, like embers amidst a campfire. I extinguished the knife, and it immediately went dark, although it remained warm for a few moments afterward. Sam smiled widely, something of a shock to see on that bovine head.
Ha ha ha, yes, is good, excellent, I like.
He clicked the sides of his cloven hoof together in what I guessed was the bullman form of applause.
Well done, Madigan Moore. Also me.
Yeah. Staring at the knife, I took a deep breath. It was time. If Mason had returned while I'd been asleep, I could call this off, let him deal with it, and get back to finding Bartholomew. But I knew, deep inside, that the chances of that were mighty low. Mason had vanished. The last place he'd been seen was headed to Cromwell's ranch, and now it was up to me to go fetch him.
You ride to Grinning Face. Be careful.
I gave Sam a sharp look. How'd you know? He shrugged.
You fight with Grinning Face hand yesterday. Cromwell has many raveners. Raveners not fond of Helios.
He nodded toward my knife.
Is not hard.
I slid the bowie knife into its sheath. It would be my ace in the hole should this come to fighting, which, come to think of it, is pretty much exactly what I expected would happen. Part of me, the part that remembered with satisfaction the moment Pierce went down, even hoped for it. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll remember this. He waved his hoof.
Go with God.
18. I rode into the setting sun, my hat pulled low to shade my eyes. Intentional or not, that nap had done me a world of good, and I was thinking a bit more clearly on the way to the Grinning Face. Mason and Mulvaney hadn't returned. None of Cromwell's hands had been seen around town, save for Pierce, and he was only there because I'd managed to come out ahead in our little scuffle. The short of it was, I had every reason to expect trouble ahead. Remembering the last time I'd ridden out this way, I topped every rise with care, squinting against the sun's dying light to see that the coast was clear before riding onward. I couldn't afford to let myself get caught off guard this time around.
I had a sneaking suspicion that if I did, it wouldn't go as easy for me as it had the last time. I needn't have worried, though. I didn't see a soul the entire ride, not on my way to the Grinning Face, and not on the Face Range either. Matter of fact, I didn't see anyone or anything. So it was that I bore down on the Grinning Face with a mite of trepidation at what I might encounter. The empty ranch unsettled me more than a little. Even at this time of day there should have been some activity, but near as I could tell, not a soul stirred. Something's not right. I stopped just past the last gentle rise, looking out over the valley where the ranch house lay. By the last gasp of twilight, I watched for several minutes. No fires lit the night, and the only light came from inside the house. The moon rose, a crescent of shining silver. By its dim glow, I walked the gray down to within 100 yards of the stables, dismounted, and tied him to a wee cypress tree. "Stay here, boy," I whispered, patting it on the nose. It didn't respond. I frowned, feeling a bit of a pang. I missed Char already. Sneaking up to the nearest stable, I poked my head inside, intent on seeing how much of their stock was still there. Maybe they'd all gone off somewhere. As with any stable, the smell hit me full in the face. It wasn't a bad smell, mind you, just the scent of a cluster of livestock in close proximity, mixed with the odor of fresh hay. Nearly every stall contained a horse, indicating to me that their riders hadn't gone off any place, but probably all hung around somewhere roundabouts. The horses all acted a bit skittish, though for the life of me I couldn't see any reason that should have been so. Maybe they didn't like my smell. I looked around one last time and moved on to the next stable. I approached the stable's door, expecting to find much the same situation in this one as I had in the first one. A curious scraping noise came from within. I paused, listening. It seemed to come from within the stable, a sound like someone dragging a boot back and forth across gravel in fits and starts. I took a few cautious steps and eased my head over to look into the second stable. A different smell hit me this time. Not the scent of horses, but the stench of rotten meat. Far as I could see, this stable held no livestock. Instead, 8 or 10 long bundles hung, suspended by ropes from the rafters, gently swaying and bumping into each other in the middle of the stable. My stomach turned, and I realized what those bundles actually were. Bodies. Steeling my nerve, I stalked forward. Little moonlight made its way into the stable, shrouding the dead faces in shadow. They hung by their ankles, a cluster of corpses in various states of decay. I approached, fearful of what I'd find. I had drawn to within a couple of yards of the nearest body when I heard that dragging sound again. I froze, looking sideways to where it'd come from. Out from the nearest stall shambled Gary Gleason, cowboy, murder victim, and recent revenant. Unlike the last time I'd seen him, Gleason now seemed to move with purpose and intent. His arms still flailed somewhat, but his blank eyes pointed right at me. With shuffling, stumbling steps, he lurched my way. I backed up, trying to gain some time to figure out what I should do, and nearly ran right into another revenant. This one had been a tall fella in a checked shirt. At some point, possibly the moment when he died, something had taken an enormous bite out of his shoulder, removing the joint as well as his right arm. This revenant also fixed me with sightless eyes, reaching for me with his left hand. His mouth opened wide. I swore and sprang away toward the stable door. 3 shadows detached themselves from the inside of the stable and moved to bar my way. Their silhouettes against the moonlight revealed them as revenants as well. It's a stable, all right, I realized, but not one for horses. This was where the dead wrangler kept his other stock, the walking dead. Hungry raveners riding human bodies, and every one of them headed for me. As the figures closed in on me from both directions, I drew Quicksilver and pointed it at the revenant with one arm. It was fewer than 10 feet away, a right terrifying distance if I'd stopped to think on it, but one which meant I could hardly miss. I aimed, pushed magic into the gun, and pulled the trigger.
My gun lit right up, washing the stable in electric blue. Light reflected off that checked shirt, unlike my bullet, which passed clean through the place the revenant's heart would be. To all appearances, the creature didn't notice. Another lurching step brought it almost within arm's length. I swore, adjusted my aim, and put a bullet through its eye. That one took. The revenant fell to the ground in an awkward tangle of stiffening limbs and immediately stopped moving. I would have sighed in relief, except I was too busy worrying about the other 4 monsters drawing near. It had been years since I'd tangled with any sort of necromantical creatures, and the rumors and legends surrounding them were murky at best and outright contradictory at worst. Thankfully, at least one part of the mythos had turned out to be true. So far as revenants were concerned, they went right down if you put a bullet through their brain. 4 bullets remained in Quicksilver, and 4 shambling creatures converged on me, so the arithmetic was easy. The trick was in hitting 4 eyeballs in a row, in dim light, while trying not to bullet bend so drastically that I got dizzy or passed out. All in a timely enough fashion that I didn't get grabbed by a walking corpse possessed of bottomless hunger. I swallowed hard and started shooting. It almost worked. The first 2 went down easy as pie. The third shambled with an unusual gait, even for a revenant. Glancing at its leg, I involuntarily winced. It was hard to make out, but by the electric light of Quicksilver's glyphs, it looked as though the revenant's leg ended just a few inches above where its foot should be. The wobbly steps that resulted from that condition meant I had to take an extra couple of seconds to time my shot. By the time I dealt with that revenant, the last one was practically right in my face. I wheeled, aimed, and pulled the trigger. My palms prickled with energy, and my final bullet raced along the path I'd visualized for it. But at that exact moment, the revenant stumbled, and my final bullet ricocheted upward off its skull. It was on me. The monster half charged, half fell into me, knocking me to the ground. Quicksilver went tumbling to the dirt. Although its arms waved around with seemingly little direction, once its hands found me, they clutched at me with the strength of a bull. One hand latched onto my left arm, the other found my right shoulder, and the creature plunged its head down at my throat. Panicked, I forced my right arm up and just managed to get it across the revenant's neck. Its mouth gaped over my face, gnashing and twisting like the gates of perdition. It slowly forced my arm back, moving closer and closer to me. Its tongue, a swollen greenish-white mass, brushed against my chin, leaving a slimy, wet streak in its wake. Twisting and heaving, I managed to tear my left arm free, leaving behind pieces of my shirt and possibly some skin. My violent movements jarred the revenant, and for a horrifying second, his rotten teeth hovered an inch above my eyeballs. The creature's right hand, now free, found purchase around my neck. Its strength more than made up for its lack of intelligence, and it squeezed and pulled itself closer to my throat. Desperate, I arched my back, pushing with all my might against the revenant. I grunted, straining to reach downward for my knife. I could no longer hold the creature at bay. My strength was giving out, and my vision was turning dark. The fingertips of my left hand brushed against the handle of my bowie. With a final effort, I pulled it from its sheath and grasped it awkwardly in my fist. I slid my thumb over the guard, rested it on the flat of the blade, and squeezed it tight as I could. There was no question of bringing the cutting edge to bear. Instead, I whipped the blade off to one side and activated the glyphs Sam had inlaid into the metal. The sun exploded inside the shattered stable. My knife shone so brightly I was forced to look away, but not before I caught a glimpse of the revenant, its rotten mouth open in a silent scream, though its hands over milky white eyes. It scrambled off of me, reacting without apparent thought in an attempt to escape the celestial energy burning in my blade. Coughing, I rolled over, dragged myself to my feet, and turned to face the revenant. Given the chance, it might have tried to flee or cower or perhaps even regroup and spring at me as it adjusted to the light and its hunger reasserted itself. I opted to not give it the chance to do any of those things. I ran forward and slashed its throat. A knife fighter, I'm not. I have learned since that the method of attack I chose in that particular moment would have gotten me gutted in a trice had I been in an actual knife fight. But I have to say, given that I was fighting a dumb monster with magically stored sunlight, my technique didn't seem to matter a speck. By the light of my blade, I saw the cut I'd made across the revenant's neck open wide, and a deep black smoke poured out. The smoke burned away in the golden light, dissipating almost instantaneously. Within seconds, it vanished, and the revenant fell to the earth and lay still. I held my buoy high, scrutinizing the rest of the stable. Near as I could make out, the 5 revenants I'd dispatched were the only things that had been lurking in the darkness. Still, I didn't think it prudent to hang around. I bent and retrieved Quicksilver, inspecting it to make sure no dirt had gotten jammed in its barrel or firing mechanism. Satisfied, I set the knife down for a moment to reload my gun, and I turned my attention to the bodies that hung in the middle of the stable. I recognized him immediately. Sheriff Mason. Sighing, I shook my head. In truth, I had hardly known him, but so far as I could tell, the crusty old codger had tried to do right by me and Bartholomew both. "Sheriff," I said, "I wish to high heaven you'd either trusted me more or Cromwell less." He looked more or less the same as he had when I'd last seen him, apart from the enormous hole through his gut. I bent down for a closer look, fighting off the queasy signals my own gut was sending me. Near as I could make out, something had punched right through his body, leaving a gap in the shape of a perfect circle. I forced myself to lean in a bit, and noticed that the edges of the hole weren't ragged at all. They were as smooth as if they'd been cut by a blade, slicing cleanly through shirt and skin alike. I noted that some of his guts had sort of slid from his body to dangle in the middle of the hole, and that's about as much of that sight as I could take. I averted my gaze downward, and something less gruesome caught my eye. A corner of faded white jutted out from Mason's shirt pocket. Disturbing the body as little as possible, I reached out to retrieve what turned out to be a folded sheet of paper. Memory flickered. Wasn't he looking at this the other day? I started to unfold the paper before I became aware of the fact that my knife's light had dimmed something considerable, meaning the celestial energy it had drunk during the afternoon must have been running low. I grunted and shoved the paper in my own shirt pocket before extinguishing the buoy and exiting the stable. I paused outside the stable and looked around. The sound of gunshots hadn't seemed to draw any response from the ranch house, which was partially a relief, although also somewhat disturbing. What in tarnation is going on here that no one sees fit to even check on gunfire? I hadn't seen Mulvaney's body hanging among the corpses in the stable, but I hadn't looked all that closely either. I shivered and wondered what I might find at the ranch house. 19. I quietly crept toward the house, approaching from the north side. The front door faced east, so the only way someone might spot me was through a single north-facing window. Given that the window was currently dark, I felt reasonably safe in my approach. I heard voices as I drew near the house, tones of distress or pleading, it sounded like. I frowned and slunk forward to try and hear better. "Gone too far," said one. "That's Cromwell." I settled down to listen. "I'll never be able to cover this up. Whoever that was is surely dead by now, but someone else is bound to come start snooping around eventually."
"Let come,"
a different voice responded. My flesh crawled at the sound. It was low in pitch, but with a whining edge and different overtones that left the impression it was actually multiple voices, all speaking in unison. It didn't sound human.
"Kill, eat, get more bodies."
"What?" Cromwell gasped. You can't be serious. I can't just kill anyone who comes to the ranch from now on."
"Can, will, must, all serve. You serve, many die, no more hunger."
Cromwell's voice grew even more agitated. "More death? Too many have died already, even the sheriff, which only compounds my troubles, damn you." He grunted. "No, I refuse. We'll run away, escape, take the revenants, and start over somewhere else." The inhuman voice laughed in a way that turned my stomach and set my spine to quivering.
Run where? Nowhere. Run, and hunger follows. Run, and child dies.
No, please, Cromwell sobbed. Not Dobie.
Run, and child dies,
the voice repeated. Neither of them spoke for a bit. I wondered where Cromwell's kid was. Finally, the dead wrangler spoke, his voice tired and broken. Damn you. Fine. Just promise me that you won't hurt him any more.
Serve, and child is safe.
Right. A chair scooted across the floor, and Boots stepped toward the window. Time for me to move. I crept around the corner to the front door, softly treading up the porch steps. Cromwell's done it now, I thought wryly. He's gone and mucked around with raveners, and now he's in too deep. Well, I tried to warn him. I wasn't sure how this would go down, but I could be certain of one thing. Whatever the creature was that had Cromwell on such a short rein would need to be dealt with. Maybe I could talk some sense into the dead wrangler himself, although I didn't hold out too much hope for that one. The desperation in his voice was a far cry from the self-assured confidence he had displayed the last time we spoke, which stood to reason, I reckoned, given that his son was a hostage of some sort. I sighed, shaking my head. Despite everything, there was a spark of pity in me for the man. I shivered at the memory of that weirdly inhuman voice. How many different sorts of raveners are there exactly? Although 2 days before I would have sworn raveners couldn't hold a conversation, recent events had forced me to reconsider what I thought I'd known. My hand strayed near the flask in my pocket as my thoughts turned toward the creature inside. Inedia. The ravener that Bartholomew had kept close for all these years. Was whatever Cromwell had hidden inside the ranch house the same sort of thing? Well, there was only one way for me to find out. Ever so slowly, I lifted the latch and eased open the front door a mite. Oil lamps lit the interior. I put an eye to the crack and peeked inside, but I couldn't spot Cromwell or anyone else. I gulped and pushed a bit further, my left hand on the door and my right on my gun. "Stop right there." I jerked at the sound of a voice, reflexively jumping backward in time to lay eyes on something new and terrifying. Literally, right before my eyes, a thick column of darkness erupted from the door and across the yard. There's no good way to describe it. It was like a ray of setting sun, but in reverse. A beam of black that sapped the light from all around it. It sounds like a tall tale, but I swear to you it's true. A chunk of the door disintegrated where the dark ray touched it. It simply vanished into dust. Not scattering, mind you, like ash from a spit fire, but collapsing inward into the piercing darkness until there was nothing left. The column of black was gone in the space of a moment, leaving a perfectly cut circle in the front door not 2 inches from my face. I froze. "Moore? Is that you?" Cromwell's voice came from inside. "Get in here and keep your hands up." I obeyed. I like to think that if I'd been facing a gun, I'd have taken my chances on busting in with my finger on the trigger. But the pure, destructive power I'd just witnessed left me a mite rattled, if I'm being honest. The door softly creaked as I opened it. Cromwell stood behind a chair, where I guess he'd been hiding. With his feet wide, his black coat flaring around him, and his face contorted with rage, he cut a frightening figure, something almost like a sorcerer from the ancient myths. His right arm extended from his body, knuckles white, as he clutched his walking stick. The stone that decorated the stick pulsed faintly with a dark aura, a black halo that expanded and contracted with deliberation, almost like it was breathing. Cromwell's hand trembled, but his voice was steady. "I knew it was you, wandering around out there. Of course. Anybody else would have had the decency to just get killed by the revenants." His tone turned downright ugly. "But not you. Since the day you showed up, you've been riling up trouble for me. You could have just let us be and ridden on out of town, but no, you had to go poking your nose where it didn't belong. Well, that ends tonight." "Hold on, Cromwell," I said, taking a step forward. He bared his teeth and brandished the walking stick. "Stop. Don't move another step." I froze, partly in recognition of the violent fury evident on his face, but mostly because spooky things started to happen. Have you ever been out on the prairie at sunset? It can take you by surprise the first couple of times. It seems like one moment the whole world is lit up bright, and in the very next one, everything has turned deep red. You might watch the lengthening shadows and fancy that they're sneaking out from their hiding places, reaching toward you for their own purposes. The sun flares deep orange just for a wink, and then twilight is upon you. The day retreats and the night takes possession of the world. But you still have those last precious few seconds where you can see well enough to make your escape, hunkering down in some fragile shelter before the shadows cover the entire prairie and surround you with God only knows what lurks in the darkness. It's a time that might make even the bravest man wonder if he's secretly a coward. I say all of this because what happened in the sitting room of that ranch house was like a prairie sunset, all shrunk down to the space of a half second. Cromwell pointed his stick, and the oil lamp's already dim light turned red and dwindled. The black stone seemed to sparkle and glow with a deeper darkness, like maybe there was a whole assortment of different colors on the black side of things I just hadn't seen yet. The room turned to twilight, the browns and greens all fading toward red and gray. Cromwell blinked, shaking his head a bit, and the darkness subsided. The room's natural colors reasserted themselves, and I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding.
"I don't want to do this,"
he muttered, then glared at me.
"You hear me?"
I started a bit. I had thought he was talking to himself. "I hear you, Cromwell. Look, I can't pretend to know what all is going on around here, but I'm sure we can work it all out peaceably. Why don't you put down the cane and we'll talk about it?"
"Talk?" he howled. "Moore, you damn fool. We are so far past the point of talking."
He trailed off, and the anguish in his eyes put me in mind of a trapped coyote, hurting, desperate, and ready to lash out at whoever was near. I'd have guessed that Cormac Cromwell had but the barest finger hold on sanity at this point. This standoff was deteriorating fast. I decided to show my cards. "Look, Cromwell," I slowly said, careful to make no sudden moves. "I overheard you earlier. I know that your son is in danger." His expression tightened further. "Listen, I know there's something wicked in that back room." I glanced at the side door, the one that led to the place where I'd eavesdropped on his conversation earlier. "I can help you destroy it if you'll let me. Together we could make this right and save your son." His black eyes widened in shock. He stared at nothing with a stunned expression for a second before focusing on me again. His mouth twisted in fury, but I pressed him as gently as I knew how. "I know you're scared. I understand. I can help you." He froze for a moment, then chuckled. There was no mirth to the sound. It was nothing but the breaking of his mind escaping from between his lips. He grunted a bit, then broke out in full-on peals of desperate laughter. None of it touched his eyes, which remained trained on me the entire time, fixing me with a dead stare at complete odds with the sounds coming from his throat.
"Understand?" Cromwell finally sputtered. "Understand? You have no idea. Not the first clue, Deputy Moore."
Abruptly, the laughter stopped, vanishing in a trice. A bit of saliva clung to the dead wrangler's lip.
"I lost my wife. I couldn't lose Dobie as well. I won't. I'll do anything. Anything. Whatever it takes."
Blackness gathered around the stone of his walking stick, and the room began to dim again.
"Doesn't make any difference at this point anyhow," he muttered. "I'm sure enough already damned."
A ray of darkness shot from his cane toward me, an obsidian beam thicker than my arm. Powered by the glittering black stone, it completely consumed everything it touched. It clipped the top corner of one of Cromwell's chairs, leaving a curved cutout but no residue. The bits of wood pierced by the beam dissolved, absorbed, and devoured by the darkness. This, then, was the weapon that had killed Sheriff Mason, boring a circular hole through his body in the space of an instant. Damned, Cromwell had called himself, and while I'd not speculate on the state of a man's soul, I reckon I'd have to agree that the weapon he wielded was surely worthy of the fires of perdition. I had no defense against that power. There was nothing I could take shelter behind. The only thing that saved me was my realization that Cromwell planned to kill me, and I had best be where he wasn't aiming that cane. I sprang to the left, just a hair ahead of his arm. The hungry ray that ate part of the chair also carried away the right side of my hat. If I'd been the smallest bit slower, it would have been the side of my head instead. There was no question of further conversation while Cromwell held that blasted cane. I landed my sideways lurch on my left knee, seized Quicksilver, and brought it to bear. I thumbed the hammer back and pulled the trigger, pouring energy into the six-shooter and concentrating with all my might on the black stone at the end of Cromwell's walking stick. Blue light exploded from my gun, and a single bullet sped down the path I'd imagined for it, striking the stone like thunder from out of a clear sky. It shattered, sending splinters of glinting blackness all over the room. A cloud lingered where the stone had been. A cloud, or a swarm of black motes. I caught a glimpse of Cromwell's face, shocked and terrified, before the motes rushed him. It looked more like a flock of birds, come to think of it, or rather 5 or 6 different flocks, all swooping upon the same prey. They gathered together and split apart as they surrounded the dead wrangler, screaming out an angry, raucous chorus like a murder of metal crows. Several different flocks, each one moving as if steered by a single mind, rasped angrily as they plunged into Cromwell's mouth, his nose, his ears, into and out of his body. He raised his hands and tore at his face, crying out for a moment before he trailed off. His eyes rolled up and he crumpled to the ground, twitching. It took me a few seconds to register what was happening. By the time I'd hauled myself up from the floor, Cromwell had stopped moving, apart from the occasional spasm. Whatever raveners had been imprisoned inside that stone, they'd surely wasted no time in making short work of their recent master. Trouble was, they'd hollowed him out right quick, and the next item on their menu was a nearby tangent, conveniently standing slack-jawed close to hand. Being that particular tangent, I felt their attention shift when the swarming raveners reoriented themselves toward me. Their angry cries grew louder, motes of black zipped my direction, and I experienced a second of blind panic, stumbling backwards and falling to the ground. That could have been the end of the line for me, except as I fell, my sheath jabbed my ribs, calling my attention to my knife. In desperation, I seized my buoy, brandished it before me, and triggered the glyphs on the blade. I should have closed my eyes first. Golden fire raced across the glyphs, searing them into my vision. Stored sunlight burst from the blade, immediately dissolving a couple of flocks into smoke. Others tried to halt their advance. They were too slow, and so gradually disappeared in a ripple of darkened dust as each wave of black specks drew too near the light. Although my knife's energy was fast depleting, the preserved power of the sun still incinerated the raveners with ease. The screaming sound lessened as all but 2 of the swarms burned away. Those 2, too far away to have been destroyed by my light, managed to retreat to the far corner of the room. I stood and wobbled a bit, all too aware that my knife light was quickly dimming, and trying to think of a way to defend myself once it had vanished. I needn't have worried. After a few seconds, the swarms abruptly departed, sailing out the open window. Buzzing sounds carried across the prairie for a few moments, then dwindled to nothing. My knife winked out, its last scraps of celestial power used up. I breathed a sigh of relief. Those raveners wouldn't last past sunrise. Good luck hiding from the real thing, I thought with grim satisfaction. I dutifully approached Cromwell, but I already knew what I'd find. Sure enough, he was dead. The raveners had ravaged his mind and taken his life, leaving nothing but a husk. I sadly shook my head. Although I hadn't intended for Cromwell to die, I didn't feel any guilt at his end. He was the one who had first tried to kill me after all. I did, however, wrestle with a bit of compassion for the man. He had made some bad choices, starting with taking up necromancy in the first place, but I truly believed he'd been forced into this particular situation by whatever evil varmint it was that threatened his son. Speaking of which, eyeing the door through which lurked the monster with the inhuman voice, I cleared my throat. "Dobie?" There was no answer. The wind whistled through the ranch house, pushing the front door completely open with a bang. I tried again, with no better result. Nothing and no one responded. I thought hard. I didn't know where the kid was. I did know where the monster was, and although I'd avoided facing up to it before now, there wasn't the slightest chance I'd ride off tonight without confronting that thing. My hand still clutched the bowie knife. I frowned at it. Empty to sunlight, it was still a quality piece of cut and steel, but not much use against a devilish flock such as those I'd fought off earlier. I sheathed it. Then, with deliberate motions, half convinced I was making a mistake, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the cylinder I'd found in Bartholomew's cabin. Solaris gleamed prominently on the metal piece. With my knife drained and the sunset, this mysterious cylinder was my only potential source of celestial energy. Is this monster even a ravener? I thought. I don't have any guarantee that it is. Of course, given what all I'd encountered on the grinning face, I'd be a fool not to expect some sort of raven and plain mischief behind that door. I sighed, sat down, and swapped out the cylinders on Quicksilver. It only took a minute or two to pull the axle from Quicksilver, remove the bullet-bending cylinder and all the bullets, and replace it with the new one. I carefully stowed the original piece in my pocket. I grasped the gun, closed my eyes, and concentrated. My palms prickled a bit. There's a sensation I get just before I push power into Quicksilver, like I can feel how much energy I'll need to supply in order to get the magic going. Depending on how drastic my bullet bends are, I can usually bend all 6 shots from the cylinder in a row, but not much beyond that without some rest. This new Solaris cylinder would take much more power. I sensed it through the gun. A yawning gulf to be filled. I opened my eyes, troubled. I wouldn't be able to activate the magic of this one twice. I might be able to pull it off once. Better make it count then. I stood, gun in hand, and approached the door. The door swung open easily, almost like an invitation. A darkened room waited on the other side. 4 bare walls, maybe 12 feet square, enclosed a space emptied of everything, save for a circular table and a single chair. An oil lamp sat in the center of the table, trimmed so low that it scarcely even burned at all. The wall opposite the door had a window, the one through which I'd eavesdropped earlier, covered entirely by a horsehair blanket. Dobie Cromwell sat in the chair, the only one in the room so far as I could see. Bent forwards over the table, he held a haunch of some kind of meat up to his mouth, gnawing away at the bone with abandon. The lamp cast his shadow onto the wall behind him, exaggerating and distorting his every movement. His oversized hat sat on the table. Looking around warily, I took a couple of steps forward. Dobie raised his head, tilting it in curiosity. His mouth and face were stained, dark enough to make out even in the dim light. He swallowed the bit he'd been chewing. "Hello." I glanced downward. Dobie was short enough that his feet dangled inches above the floor. He wore one boot, while his other foot was bare. "Howdy, Dobie," I ventured. "Do you remember me?" "Yep," he said. "You're no one important, you said." He shifted in his seat, as did his outsized shadow behind him. "That's right." Something was out of place here, but I couldn't lay my hand on exactly what. I glanced around the room with unease. "Is anyone else here with you?" He tilted his head the other way. "No," he said after several seconds. "Just me and you." His eyes widened. "Where's Father?" I blanched. How do you tell a kid you've just made him an orphan? I looked down. "He's gone away for a little while," I said, ashamed of my own cowardice. "No." Dobie looked right at me, his eyes shining black in the lamplight. "I heard that loud noise. It was a gun. Father's gone. He's dead, isn't he?" His shadow danced on the wall behind him. I forced myself to nod. Dobie sat up straight and clasped his hands together on the table, stained fingers gripping each other. His voice was measured, even. "He's dead, and you killed him, didn't you?"
He sat there, calm and mild, displaying not even the tiniest scrap of emotion, like his father had meant no more to him than the meat he'd been tearing at when I entered. Less, even, given the gluttonous way he'd been devouring his food, like he'd been trying to chew with his whole body.
By contrast, he absorbed the realization of his father's death in perfect stillness, sitting upright with folded hands, while his shadow danced behind him. I froze, and my throat caught. His shadow danced by the light of an unmoving flame. He met my gaze with eyes of glittering black and grinned, baring his blood-soaked teeth. I raised my gun, but I was too slow, caught flat-footed by Dobie, or rather, by the creature that was not Dobie Cromwell. The dancing shadow exploded outward. Dozens of tendrils raced across the walls and ceiling, linking Dobie's shadow to mine. Loops like cold iron curled around my arms and legs, dragged me backward, and pinned me to the wall. My arms slammed against my sides, and quicksilver clattered to the floor, while my head thudded against wood, and stars exploded behind my eyes.
I shook my head, trying to clear my vision.
By the time I could see again, the monster, wearing Dobie's skin, was standing, arms down at his side, motionless. His shadow, on the other hand, writhed unceasingly on the wall behind him. Disturbing patterns and shapes blossomed, burst, and collapsed in a grotesque churn. That grin still split his face, his bloody teeth gleaming in the lamplight. He spoke, and his voice was no longer that of the child he had impersonated. Now, he used what I reckoned must have been his real voice, the low growl I'd overheard several minutes ago.
Foolish is human, is food.
The monster licked his lips. I struggled uselessly against my bonds. Looking down, I couldn't even make out what sort of material it was that held me. It looked like nothing but multiple cords of pure darkness that grew right out of the wall and looped around my limbs. The monster laughed, a deep and terrible sound with echoes that seemed to resound from the dancing shadows around me.
Is weak, is food, is like all others.
"You can't do this," I spat. "What have you done with the boy? Where's Dobie?" The monster blinked.
"I'm right here,"
he said in Dobie's voice. He laughed again, the echoes reverberating across the shadows.
"Is dead, is gone,"
he growled.
"Is gone, and I am now."
Through the clammy fear that crept up in me, through the desperate realization that I was destined to take my place on that table, I still found it in me to feel sick at what Cromwell had done. Driven mad by grief at his wife's death and terrified of losing his son as well, he must have snapped, summoning a ravener into his own son's dead body. Heaven have mercy on that man's soul. My insides twisted. How far gone would a man have to be to do something like that to his own kin? What sort of person would be content with a revenant in place of a child? Then again, this wasn't any old revenant that stood before me. This was a horse of a different color, something intelligent, controlled, with power to manipulate shadows and God only knows what else. However, in the way of a revenant, or any other ravening monster for that matter, it was certainly hungry. That disturbing grin settled back onto Dobie's face, and he sidled around the table and approached me, licking his lips again. I strained against my bonds. Quicksilver lay on the floor only a couple of feet away, which might as well have been clear on the other side of the county for all the good it did me right then. Although the oil lamp now sat behind Dobie, shadows still danced on the wall on the far side of the light. With every step he took toward me, their speed seemed to increase, like his monster's footsteps were a cracking whip driving the shadows into a frenzy. Dobie stopped not 2 feet away, his face shrouded in darkness. His eyes glowed in the dark, not with light, but with its inverse, blacker than midnight, like two holes offering up a glimpse into a well so deep it sank right out of terror altogether. If I had any doubts that Dobie was well and truly dead, the sight of those inhuman and soulless eyes laid him to rest. I broke into a cold sweat, gritted my teeth, and pulled harder, to absolutely zero effect. His mouth opened, yawning wide as he leaned my way. I struggled against the cords that held me, determined to resist this fate until the end, but I held out no real hope that I would be able to break free. Whatever witchery allowed this ravener to manipulate shadows was plain too powerful for me. "I'm sorry, Bartholomew." I twisted, wrestling with my bonds, and my fingers brushed against an unfamiliar hard surface, a rectangular shape in my pocket. The flask! Immediately, without stopping to consider whether or not it was a good idea, I pressed my fingers against my pocket and hollered, "Enidia, release!" "Hungry!" Enidia's black orbs erupted out of thin air all around me, a whole cloud of holes torn into our world. The swarm of dark spheres rushed toward Dobie. He reared back, stumbled, but managed not to fall. Dobie's mouth twisted, and he raked the air with his fingers, clawing at Enidia. Each time he did so, writhing vines of darkness burst from the walls or floor, stabbing at one of the flying spheres. Enidia dodged most of those attacks, the circles winking out before the vines reached him, only to reappear somewhere nearby. Enidia's counterattacks consisted mostly of trying to appear on top of Dobie, although what good that could do was beyond me. I got the sense that, in the main, this battle was being fought somewhere I couldn't really even see. But then again, I didn't have much chance to observe it too closely. I had something else to focus on. The clash with Enidia sapped Dobie's strength, or attention, which only stood to reason, and the cords around my arms and legs had loosened something considerable. Pulling harder than I would have thought possible, I made gradual headway against my bonds. Slowly but surely, I strained against them and felt them loosen ever so slightly. Then, a bit more, until I managed to pull an arm loose. It went quicker after that. In 2 shakes, I stumbled to the floor, free. Dobie didn't seem to notice. With a furious grimace on his face, he was fully engaged in the fight between the Raveners. I snatched Quicksilver up from the floor and pointed it toward the collision of monsters, at which point I hesitated. 1 shot, at most. I might hit Enidia, or even miss entirely. I didn't even know what was going to happen when I pulled the trigger. Maybe I should have tried it on for size before now. Well, that horse is well and truly out of the barn. So I aimed, took a breath, and yelled, "Enidia, return!" Black orbs streaked toward my pocket and vanished. Dobie wheeled on me, inhuman fury distorting his face, empty eyes turned directly on me. He raised a hand. I pulled the trigger. Light. Magical power rushed through me, far more than I'd ever put through Quicksilver at one time. No bullet flew from the muzzle. Instead, a rushing wave of sunlight burst from the gun and washed over Dobie, breaking against the far wall. Any light would have stood out in that den of seething shadow, but this particular cascade was so bright and intense that it seemed to surpass mere luminescence. It carried a presence and weight. I fancied that it pushed air against my face like a warm breath. It even seemed to make a sound, a faint ringing like far-off silver bells. The shadows skulking along the walls were immediately obliterated. Dobie lurched, driven backward a step as though the wave of light physically pushed against him. He gasped. Once, an echoing sound like an animal in sudden pain, too intense to even scream at all, and black smoke billowed from his eyes. The wave washed away. The light vanished. I wavered, blinking hard, and fell forward, just managing to catch myself on the table. The light had left me momentarily blinded. My head rang, and my vision swam from the magical effort I'd just expended. After a few deep breaths, I raised my head to see that the monster in Dobie's skin had fared far worse than I had. He stood still, swaying a mite like it was all he could do to not fall over. "What?" the monstrous voice asked, trembling and scared. His every breath rasped like a rusty saw on timber. "What?" His eyes were empty, not black and soulless as they had been just a few minutes before, but completely gone. Void sockets leached black smoke while his head turned to and fro in confusion. "What?" His breath grew more ragged and his swaying more pronounced. "Is..." Raising a hand, he formed what I reckoned was supposed to be a pointing finger. "Father..." He choked, and black ooze dribbled out from around his mouth. "Father will..." I pulled back the hammer and pointed my gun. "Drop the act, Ravener." The kid's dad is gone too." Dobie's face grew confused. He crumpled to the ground. Oily black smoke seeped from his mouth, nose, and missing eyes. It pooled around him and curled into nothingness. In about 30 seconds, it was gone. And so was the monster. 21. Quicksilver fell from my grip. I took a deep breath, thinking to steady myself, but the air smelled so foul I could practically taste it. I picked up my gun and stumbled from the room, in time to hear the thunder of hooves outside the house. I dragged myself through the front door and came face to face with an honest-to-goodness posse. 5 men on horseback came a-galloping up and skidded to a stop in the front yard. Some of their faces looked familiar, although I couldn't lay hold of most of their names. I did recognize Harold, the man who'd spoken on my behalf back in the restaurant, as well as Rufus Boatwright, barely clinging to his saddle in the back. Their leader, a broad-shouldered fella in a shirt and drab coat, hopped off his horse and handed over the reins to another of the men. He approached me with an even stride, sizing me up as he drew near. For my part, I was careful not to make any move that might appear threatening. I bore no ill will toward these men. However, for all that I tried to help Sheriff Mason, I was still a newcomer to the area, and one standing on the porch of their recently deceased neighbors at that. The leader stopped a few feet from me and met my eyes. "Moore?" he inquired. At my nod, he relaxed just a mite. "I'm Aloysius Cliven. I head the county council." His eyes moved past me to the house. "The bullman told us you'd ridden out here looking for the sheriff. You want to explain what's going on?" "All right." I eased myself down onto the porch steps. But it's not a pretty picture. Mason hung up like tomorrow's dinner, Cromwell hollowed out by his own pet raveners, Dobie empty-eyed and gone. Cliven remained standing, watching me and waiting. He had a full red beard, complete with bristly mustache, which made it mighty hard to read his expression. I blinked and shook my head, clearing away the images. The long and short of it is this. For a good while now, Cromwell's been engaged in a side of things far beyond what he should have. You know, I should take it, about him being a dead wrangler. Then I'll just say that he went clear outside the border of what any right-thinking man should. Murder, and worse.
"Now just a minute, Moore."
The rest of the posse had wandered up while I was speaking, and Rufus Boatwright looked fit to explode with indignation.
"You can't just slander a man's good name like that. Cromwell may be odd, but he's a pillar of the community."
His mouth pursed, and he looked around.
"Where is he, anyway?"
"Cromwell's dead," I said, and most of the posse gasped. Cliven shook his head, muttering a low cuss to himself. Harold alone showed no reaction. He merely stood in solemn silence, waiting for me to elaborate. He and his son they both perished on account of a tragic mishap in dead wrangling. If it's all right with you fellas, I'd rather say no more about it so as not to speak ill of the dead."
"It is most certainly not all right with us,"
Boatwright began, but Cliven cut him off with a glance.
"We'll pick this up later, Moore,"
Cliven said, looking at me evenly.
"I reckon we should take a look around first."
"Be my guest," I said. "If you enjoy your sleep of a night, you'll take my advice and not look too close. Although, Boatwright, since you're harboring doubts about what I said concerning Cromwell, make sure you take a gander at what's in the stables, too. Count the bodies strung up from the rafters. Maybe stop and ask yourself how a so-called pillar of the community could bring himself to do something like that." My head started to slump. "That's where the sheriff is, by the way, in the stables. Likely Mulvaney's hanging up there as well, although I didn't see him before I was distracted by a revenant trying to eat my face." I closed my eyes and propped my head up in my hands. So tired. "So feel free to take a look around, gents. I'll be here if you have any more questions." There were likely 100 better ways of handling the situation, but I was plain worn out. I heard the men move away, quietly conversing amongst themselves. After a moment, I opened my eyes and sat up, afraid I might drift off to sleep from exhaustion. As I did so, a crumpling noise from my shirt pocket caught my attention. Oh, right. I pulled out the folded piece of paper I'd found on Mason's body. I'd been short of time and opportunity earlier, but here, by the light of the open door, I unfolded it to see what it was that Mason had been carrying around with him. It was a letter, written in a familiar hand.
Bryce, the time is at hand, my friend. I have put it off for as long as I felt prudent, and then some. I had hoped that Madigan would arrive by now. However, even granting that my message reached him in a timely fashion, he might elect to leave me on my own. I couldn't find it in me to blame him if he did, to be frank. Should Madigan appear before I come back, kindly give him the deputy star I scribed for you. I assure you that he is more than capable enough to assist you through the days ahead, should I somehow fail to return. Do not trust Cromwell. I am aware that the two of you have known each other for years, but believe me when I say there's something dark stirring in him. I write not of the quarry that first drew me to your township, although I suspect the two to be related. If all goes as I hope, that will be the last word I need to offer on that particular matter. If not, then pray to whatever deity you believe in that Madigan arrives, for I shall most certainly be unable to return. Please be certain to give Madigan the star. Do not forget. I have often wondered at what curious circumstance led to you, the protector of Bone Creek, acting under the authority of your badge, a circle with 6 prominences extending in all directions. How very similar that emblem is to the idea of our own terror, a bastion situated in the crossroads of the 6 outer planes. Coincidence, I should guess, although the symbolic accuracy almost makes me believe in Providence again. My attention wanders, as does my pen. By the time you receive this, I shall be off. Best of luck to you, my friend. Bartholomew. Footsteps broke my concentration. I folded up the letter and stuck it back in my pocket, perturbed at what I'd read. I need to think on this later. Harold stepped down from the porch and sat on the steps next to me. It's a terrible thing, he offered after a second. It is, I agreed. Do you mind telling me again how you came to be out here, Deputy? I told the tale of how Gleason's murder had set Mason and me down the path to Cromwell. I omitted more than a few details, mostly those related to Bartholomew and the letter in my pocket, although I also avoided mentioning precisely what Cromwell had done to Dobie's body. And that's about it, I finished. I reckon Cromwell was feeding folks to his revenants, even using some of his own hands when he got desperate enough, but it all kind of ran away with him there at the end. Harold had watched me the whole time I spoke. I got the sense that he knew there was more than I was saying, but he just nodded, a somber expression on his face. Makes sense to me. We'll be checking out the stables, of course, but I'd guess Mr. Cliven and the others are inclined to believe your version of how things played out. He stood and stretched. From the sound of it, things could have turned out much worse for Bone Creek if you had been around. Much obliged, Deputy Moore. I nodded. My pleasure, Mr. Harold is fine, he said. Or Reverend Snow, if you prefer.
Reverend? My breath caught. A preacher. And here I was, a known scribe and tangent. I started to get an itchy feeling around my neck. He gave me a knowing look.
I can't say as I approved of what old Cromwell was doing out here, he said. On the other hand, it was thanks to Providence that someone who knows the ways of scribing and glyphs was in the right place at the right time to deal with it. Some folks might wish to cause a ruckus about your skills.
He waved his arm, a wide gesture encompassing the house and the stables.
At a time when we have so much else to mourn, I'll choose to be thankful for your gifts instead.
With that, he tipped his hat and headed back inside, leaving me a touch dumbstruck. Well, now, can't say as I saw that coming. I sat, lost in thought, until Cliven emerged from the house. One at a time, the rest of the posse trickled behind him, each making his way toward the stables. Harold, Reverend Snow, apparently, motioned for me to follow. The spectacle within wasn't any less gruesome this time around. Cliven stopped stock still just a few feet from the hanging corpses and raised an oil lantern. Muffled cusses came from the posse. Boatwright turned and fled for the door, trying to get outside before he bent over retching. He nearly made it.
"More?"
said Cliven. His voice trembled a bit.
"Care to explain all this?"
Near as I can tell, Cromwell was stockpiling bodies. He made revenants out of a few, although I've a notion that he also fed some to his pet raveners."
"I see."
Cliven looked around.
"And these other bodies lying on the ground, with, I notice, bullet holes through their heads?"
"Revenants," I said matter-of-factly. "Dead set on eating me at that. I dealt with them same as I would any other wild animal." Harold and one of the others bent down to examine the felled revenants. Seen up close, with time enough to examine them leisurely, a body could tell that they'd been dead for quite a while. He laid a hand on each of them and whispered a quiet prayer. I caught a faint look of sorrow on his face as he stood. Boatwright recovered and unsteadily moved toward us. The other 4 members of the posse exchanged meaningful glances. Cliven glanced at Harold, who nodded.
"Fine,"
said Cliven. He turned back to me.
"Moore, it looks like you've done what you had to tonight. Likely it was more than most men could do. You've got the job."
I blinked. "Sorry, can you run that by me again?"
"Sheriff, that'll be you now. Temporary, understand, until we can get a proper election set up. We'll discuss details regarding your pay and such tomorrow."
"Sheriff? Me? But I don't even live here," I said without thinking.
"And I'm not sticking around long."
Rufus Boatwright coughed as he glared at Cliven.
"Precisely. That's precisely what I said. Moore is a stranger and a sparker. He's singularly unqualified to step into this job."
"Nonsense,"
Harold interjected.
"He may be new to Bone Creek, but I dare say there's not another man that could have dealt with this tragic situation as well. Did you even see what happened to Mason?"
Rufus scoffed, but Harold carried on.
"Not to mention, Moore's the man the sheriff picked out to help him. I'd argue that Moore's probably the most qualified person we could get right at this moment, in fact."
Boatwright rolled his eyes, at which point Cliven broke in.
"Anyway, the vote's 2-1, Boatwright, so deal with it."
He walked off carrying the oil lamp, which forced the rest of us to follow. Harold fell in next to me.
"Rufus is none too fond of scribes and such,"
he commented.
"I've noticed. He'll come around."
Privately, I doubted that. I changed the subject.
"How come a preacher's on the county council? Don't you have a book that tells you not to set up earthly kingdoms? Seems I heard that once."
Harold paused.
"It does. It also tells me to serve others and to submit to authority. And for some reason, the people of Bone Creek County saw fit to nominate and elect me without my say-so. So here I am."
I figured there was more there that he wasn't saying, but decided not to try and pin him down just then. The posse regrouped in the darkness outside the ranch house. Harold went inside to be sure no more lights were burning, while Cliven conversed with the others. I joined them.
"We'll gather some men to come out here and bury the dead tomorrow,"
he said.
"That's a task best left for daylight, I reckon. Any objection?"
We all shook our heads, and he nodded before turning to me.
"I suppose we can lay all of these murders at Cromwell's feet."
He paused, his face twisting up a bit.
"I'll take it that'll go for Gary Gleason as well."
"Well," I paused. "In point of fact, I reckon Gleason was killed by Pierce, probably on Cromwell's orders. I've got Pierce in lockup back in town." The men muttered at that, but no one objected. Cliven nodded.
"All right, then. See you tomorrow, Moore."
I wasn't any too keen on riding back to town in the dark, but it was either that or camp out on the Grinning Face Range. My mind churned during the whole ride back. Bartholomew's letter to Sheriff Mason may have answered a few questions, but it left me with even more. What was it that drew Bartholomew to Bone Creek in the first place? Where did he go? And, more importantly, why hadn't he returned as he expected? These thoughts tumbled around my head, mixing with more pressing concerns. Pierce sat in a jail cell, likely facing a hanging in the near future, which was my problem now, come to think of it. I was still baffled and more than a little suspicious at how I'd wound up serving as sheriff in a place I'd never laid eyes on before. I didn't know how big the county was or where its borders fell. The job that lay ahead of me looked to be a sizable amount of work and worry, and I wasn't sure it was something I wanted to carry. Then again, I'd seen the darkness that lurked in the heart of Bone Creek. If Cormac Cromwell's work was any indication, the town needed a protector, and it had to be someone who cottoned at least a little bit as to how glyphs worked. Now that I'd seen what I'd seen, and knowing that Bartholomew needed my help for some other, as yet mysterious, issue, could I just pull stakes and walk away? Even as I asked the question, I knew the answer. No, I couldn't. At the least, I could stick around until Bartholomew finally made his appearance. Besides, for all that I'd seen it misused, there was something about Bartholomew's idea of being given certain tools to do a specific job that had stuck with me. Like it or not, there was a job to be done right here at Bone Creek, and it seemed like one I'd fit more or less perfectly. Anyway, there's nothing else waiting for me anywhere else, I thought. With these thoughts weighing on my mind, I'd gotten through the jailhouse door before I realized anything was wrong. My head snapped up. "Hello?" I called. "Pierce?" Nothing. The inside of the jailhouse was too dark to see, but something felt wrong, although I couldn't put my finger on exactly what. I moved out of the doorway, and the moon shone full into the room. I blinked. I couldn't see Pierce at all. I moved as quick as possible to light a candle, making my way to his cell. It was empty. Not only that, but several bars had been removed and now lay scattered on the floor, although they hadn't been broken free or filed down. Baffled, I leaned nearer. The bars had been cut clear through, as neat and clean a slice as a body could ask for. I put a delicate finger on the edge of one of the cuts, and it came back bloody. I swore and stuck the finger in my mouth. Whatever had cut those bars had been sharp, unnaturally so. One might even say magically so. Of a sudden, I realized there was no particular reason that Pierce or whoever or whatever had sliced through those bars couldn't be lying in wait for me somewhere in the jailhouse. He'd tried to dry gulch me twice already, after all. I drew Quicksilver and proceeded to check out every corner of the jailhouse. I extinguished my candle and snuck outside. Nothing. It seemed like Pierce had truly lit a shuck out of there, at least for the time being. Standing on the front porch of the jailhouse, I watched Bone Creek as she slept. No, I thought, I can't just abandon the town right now. A glimmer caught my eye. What's that? It was a light, the only one visible from the street. Someone was inside Fingers. I realized that I'd never actually seen Mulvaney's body over at the Grinning Face. Could he have made it out alive, somehow? I holstered my gun and walked swiftly over to the tavern. Mulvaney stood behind the bar, the light of an oil lamp gleaming from his bald head. It was the first time I'd seen him without a smile. Instead, he looked straight through me, a vacant expression on his face. "Tom," I said, "I thought you'd been killed. What happened? How'd you make it back?" He seemed to focus on my face for just a second, then grunted and resumed staring at nothing. "Tom?" He ignored me for a few seconds, then reached under the bar and poured a whiskey in the most fumble-fingered manner I ever saw. Maybe half the drink splashed outside the glass. He slid it over to me, and amber liquid sloshed over the side. I eyed him closely. Whatever had happened over at Cromwell's ranch had clearly left Mulvaney shell-shocked. For all that I'd gone through, he looked to be in far worse shape. I worried for a bit over what he might have seen and how he managed to escape. Mulvaney turned himself around and awkwardly shuffled off behind the bar, leaving me behind with a badly poured drink and a fistful of wonderings. I wearily shook my head. I'd have to keep an eye on him for a bit, which was just as well, I figured. Looked like I'd be sticking around for a little while after all. The end of Book 1. This has been the Jumpmaster Press production of The Quick and the Undead, Book 1 of The 608 Star by Will Neely, read by Rick McVey. Print and audio production copyright 2024 by Jumpmaster Press.